Chapter 1 Live broadcast to the ninja world. Terminal brain cancer. Mei Qian stared blankly at the medical record in his hand, his mind going blank. He is Mei Qian, his parents are dead, he has no sister and no house. Although his name is Mei Qian, he still has some money. His parents left a legacy. The balance in the bank card is 8 digits before the decimal point. In addition, there is a house under my name that is being rented out, and the rent collected every month is hundreds of thousands. I got a diploma from a third-rate university last year, and then I lived a simple and unpretentious life, driving a BMW, buying a luxury watch, playing esports, and watching short videos. But I never expected that I had brain cancer, and it was still in the late stage. Brain waves with a matching degree of more than 90% were detected, and the Hokage live broadcast system began to bind. Binding, 10%, 20%, 30%. After binding is completed, the host can open the system panel to view relevant information. The electronic synthesized sound that suddenly appeared in his mind startled him. Is there something wrong with your brain because of brain cancer? But what if is true? For a moment, Mei Qian had some expectations. I am terminally ill and cannot give up even a little bit of hope. But in his heart, he felt that he had read too many novels. System? Isn't this standard equipment for time travelers? He didn't travel through time either. System panel, right? Open it up, he muttered in a low voice. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise he would have looked at him strangely. Suddenly, he felt a panel full of technology appear in his mind. First is the introduction of the system. An alien civilization creation from the M79 Nebula, named Dimensional Heart, involves the dimension of time and space, invades the low-dimensional world, and plunders the original energy of the low-dimensional world, thereby upgrading reality to the height of the fourth dimension. However, the failure to ascend the dimension led to the destruction of the powerful alien civilization, but the Dimension Heart traveled to Blue Star, and in the process of finding matching brain waves for binding, the Hokage live broadcast system was formed. Through the system, the Naruto world can be broadcast live according to Mei Qian's will, and people with chakra, original energy, in the Naruto world watch the live broadcast and have strong emotional fluctuations, and the system can also harvest chakra emotional value. Although chakra emotional value is not enough to upgrade reality from 3 dimensions to 4 dimensions, it can achieve a lot, such as curing his brain cancer. Naruto Live Broadcast System version 1.0, 1000 points of chakra emotion value can be upgraded to version 2.0. Number of live broadcasts per day, 1, remaining times 1. Host, carbon-based organism, erect type, name Mei Qian. Age, 25. Lifespan, 41 days. Body energy, 7 points. Mental energy, 15 points, standard for normal adult humans in Blue Star is 10 points. Chakra emotion value, 0 points. There is a status after the body energy. When opened, various problems in the body are clearly displayed, not only brain cancer, but also blood pressure, liver and kidneys, etc. There is also a state behind spiritual energy. So, is this true? Mei Qian suddenly became very excited. According to the system prompts, as long as he broadcasts live, he can put the pictures and sounds in his mind into the world of Naruto in the form of a canopy, and people with chakra in the world of Naruto can see it no matter where they are. As for the alien planets in the Naruto world, they don't count. Strong mood swings? Spoilers? Plus pranks touching his chin, Mei Qian started calculating. Naruto world. Konoha 54 years. This is a world where ninjas are the mainstream. Konoha Ninja Village, known as the Cradle of Genius, is also the most powerful ninja village in the world. In the evening, a few crows wandered on the cliff and landed on the branches of the trees. The young man overlooked the Nanga River. His name was Itaki Uchiha, and last year, his best friend committed suicide by throwing himself into the river. Village? Clan? Tolerance? Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi felt that the sky was a little brighter. When he looked up, he saw a curtain of light in the sky. In an instant, he analyzed a lot of information. The light curtain was several hundred meters away from him. I changed the direction and height, but the light curtain didn't change at all. This illusion? His eyes turned red, and 3 Megatama appeared. Then, the 3 Megatama formed a pinwheel shape. The ultimate eye technique in the Uchiha clan's legend, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Under these eyes, it is easy to decipher any illusion. However, nothing has changed, the light curtain is still there. So, it's not an illusion? So, the light curtain that appears in the sky is some kind of ninjutsu? Konoha School. It was time for school to end, and a group of children walked out. There is Naruto with blonde hair, arrogant Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara with pineapple head, Sakura Harano, Ino Yamanaka, Hinata, Kaiba Inyazuka, Shino Abarame. As for the school teacher Irika, he is also there. At this time, everyone saw the light curtain in the sky. Wow, what is that? It must be a certain ninjutsu. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Hokage Building. F4 just finished a small meeting to discuss issues related to the Uchiha clan. At this time, they all saw the light curtain in the sky outside the window. At the same time, a masked ANBU ninja arrived. Sandame, the sky appears. Before the ANBU could finish speaking, the strongest Hokage 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. I have already seen it. At this time, the 3 best friends of the 3rd generation were also staring at the light curtain in the sky outside the window. Danzo Shimura, the ninja darkness, Mito Kadini, the Tomo shogun of Konoha, and Koharu, who has moved to another dormitory. Is this a ninjutsu? A genjutsu? Danzo asked calmly. Although there are 5 people here, the rest of them know that they are asking the 3rd generation. The 3rd generation had many titles, including the strongest Hokage, ninja hero and doctor of ninjutsu. It is said that the 3rd generation was proficient in thousands of ninjutsu. However, the well-informed Sandai was silent at this time, and he could not figure out what the light curtain in the sky outside was. The chakra on Luan's body is definitely not affected by illusion, so it should not be an illusion. But when it comes to ninjutsu, the light screen is something that even he, the strongest Hokage, can't do. Danzo understood when his best friend remained silent. At this time, Danzo squinted his eyes and looked at the light curtain in the sky with fear. The 3rd generation is Konoha bathing in the sun, while Danzo is the root hidden in the darkness. Together they make Konoha stronger and stronger. But, if necessary, as a Hokage, one should be brave enough to sacrifice. At this time, a picture appeared on the light screen. Danzo was stunned. The 3rd generation, Mito Kadanen, Koharu, and the ANBU ninja who had no sense of presence were also surprised. However, he saw a figure on crutches appearing on the light screen in the sky, with a bandage wrapped around his body, and his right eye and right arm were covered by the bandage, but it was Danzo. Immediately afterwards, Sandai and others looked at Danzo. At this moment, not only many people in Konoha village saw it, but the entire Fire Country, as well as other countries, ninja villages, and even the undead in the Pure Land. Too many living beings and undead saw the light curtain, and also saw what appeared on the light curtain. Danzo. It can be said that everyone in the world looking at the light curtain is curious. Chapter 2, The Next Hokage? The Pot Cage? Chapter 2 The 5.5th Hokage? Pot Shadow? There are 5 major countries and many small countries in the ninja world. Ninja villages are the most important military force. Every big country has ninja villages, but small countries may not necessarily have ninja villages. In addition, the ninja villages of the 5 great nations are also called the 5 great ninja villages, namely the Konoha ninja village of the land of fire, the Tsunagakure ninja village of the wind country, the Kyomogakure ninja village of the land of thunder, the Uegakure ninja village of the earth country, and Kirigakure ninja village in the land of water. In terms of land area, the largest country is the Kingdom of Wind. However, most of the territory of the Kingdom of Wind is desert. Although the territory of the country of fire is not as large as that of the country of wind, it has fertile land and rich resources, and has always been coveted by other countries. The first ninja war was when the 4 major ninja villages besieged Konoha, but Konoha was too strong and defeated the 4 major ninja villages by itself. During the second and third ninja wars, Konoha was also besieged, but both were victorious. 2. Located on the edge of Konoha village, near the Forest of Death, the Uchiha family's clan is located here. Uchiha, known as one of the 2 wealthy families in Konoha, is in an embarrassing situation now. As a member of Konoha, he cannot integrate into the village and has been ostracized. Uchiha Fugaku, the contemporary Uchiha clan leader, has the reputation of evil eye in the ninja world, but he is a little facially paralyzed. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku also looked at the light curtain in mid-air. Even the genjutsu of the Mangeki Sharingan is impossible. Therefore, it is definitely not an illusion. I can't feel the fluctuations of chakra. Also, not a ninjutsu. And why does Danzo's image appear on the light screen? When you find someone has done something bad but can't find the murderer, then yes, the murderer must be me. Shimura, the 5.5th and th Hokage, the first Nabe Cage, and Danzo. Danzo on the light screen smiled and said, Uchiha Fugaku? At the same time, everyone in the Uchiha tribe looked at the light curtain. Other families in the village? Kingdom of Wind? Earth Kingdom? Pure Land Undead? For ninjas, intelligence comes first. However, the light curtain in the sky appeared too suddenly, and the relevant information was too little. But Uchiha Fugaku was still trying to analyze it in his mind. Excluding genjutsu, if it is not ninjutsu, then could it be related to the legendary immortal of 6 paths? Or maybe a power from outside? Judging from the current situation, light screen is full of malice toward Danzo. As he thought about it, Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Would Danzo suspect that the light curtain was the work of the Uchiha clan? A few years ago, the situation of the Uchiha clan was not as difficult as it is now. They were still located in the center of the village. Although they were squeezed out by the higher UPS, with the chaos of the 9 tails and the kaleidoscope symbol in the eyes of the 9 tails, the Uchiha clan could not argue at all and was helplessly suppressed. Come to the edge of the village. In recent years, the conflicts between the clan and the village have become more and more serious. He, the clan leader, couldn't hold himself back anymore. The radical faction within the clan wanted to seize the position of Hokage by force and allow Uchiha to rise, but he did not support it in his heart. Even with the addition of his pair of kaleidoscopes, the Uchiha's rebellion would only perish. Peace and the name of the clan are more important. He sighed in his heart when he thought of his eldest son, who had high hopes for him. 1,007 joined ANBU, but failed to become a bridge between the clan and the higher UPS. The development of the situation. If nothing can be done. I just hope the village leaders don't mistakenly think the light curtain has anything to do with the Uchiha. Now, there are many people in the village who hate Uchiha, but the one who has the deepest hatred towards Uchiha is probably Danzo. The polarized screen is full of ill will toward Danzo. Will this stop the village's senior leaders from thinking too much? However, the 5.5th generation Hokage? The 4th generation died trying to seal the Kyuubi, and the 3rd generation returned to power. As for the 5th Hokage, he hasn't appeared yet. Literally speaking, the 5.5th generation of Hokage is between the 5th and 6th generations. After the 5th generation, there should be the 6th generation. There should not be any 5.5 generations. In other words, Danzo became Hokage after the 5th generation, but was not recognized? What does the first generation of Guoying mean? Could it be that Danzo defected? A pot ninja village was established? But this sounds weird. Does the light curtain predict the future? But what do you mean if someone does bad things and can't find the murderer? It must be Danzo. This is too much malice towards Danzo. From this point of view, the credibility of the display on the light screen is not high. It's all nonsense. But if the village leaders believe what is on the light screen, then they may remove Danzo from his position as advisor, or even disband the forces controlled by Danzo. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Uchiha, but is it possible? How can it be repaired? Who did it? Slandered me. In the Hokage building, Danzo tapped the ground hard with his cane. A terrifying killing intent was released from Danzo. As the best friend of the 3rd generation, the disciple of the 2nd generation, and Konoha's dark shinobi, Danzo's strength should not be underestimated. He, Danzo, is also a cage-level powerhouse. The strength of ninjas is divided into Genin at the lowest level, Chunin after that, Special Jounin, Jounin, and Elite Jounin. According to the classification, the Elite Jounin is the highest level. The leader of the 5 great ninja villages is called the Shadow, Konoha is the Hokage, Tsunagakure is the Kazekage, in addition to the Soil Shadow, Water Shadow, and Thunder Shadow. The 3rd generation is known as the strongest Hokage, and his strength is certainly quite terrifying. It is said that Danzo's strength is not much worse than that of the 3rd generation. The 5.5th Hokage? The first Hokage. The 3rd generation picked up his pipe and couldn't help but take a puff. Danzo has a firm will of fire. It is ridiculous to say that Danzo will defect. Someone is definitely slandering Danzo. Mito Katoen said with a cold face. Only the leader of the 5 major ninja villages is qualified to be called a kage, Nabe Kage. If Danzo founded a Nabe ninja village, he is still qualified to be called a kage, but I don't believe it. Koharu said calmly when he went to bed. I have never doubted Danzo's will of fire. Sandame said. Danzo's murderous intent has not been restrained, but is still being unleashed. I suspect that this light screen is a trick of the Uchiha clan, slandering me? Humph, it's really unintentional. Danzo sneered. Uchiha. Mito Katoen and Koharu, who had gone to bed, looked at each other. Is it possible? Sandai put down his pipe. Have you forgotten the Nine Tails rebellion a few years ago? Those eyes, capable of controlling the strongest tailed beast, may not be able to create this light screen. The Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Danzo's left eye had almost murderous intent. Form substance. A powerful chakra wave also appeared on Danzo. Don't rush to a conclusion. I will let the ANBU investigate this matter. Sandai said calmly. Danzo restrained his murderous intention, but he already had a plan in mind. His root organization would also be dispatched, and it was necessary to investigate clearly, and the focus was on the investigation of the Uchiha clan. Even if it has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan, we can no longer let the Uchiha clan go. This evil clan must be eliminated. The powerful power of the Sharingan should also be used in a positive way to protect Konoha. At this moment, the picture on the light screen changed again. That's that. F4 were all shocked, staring at the screen of light in the sky outside the window. Chapter 3 The highlight of Kunao, Han Qiao's stubbornness. In Konoha, within the Hyuga family, one of the 2 powerful clans, the clan leader Hyuga Hinashi opened his Byakugan and stared at the screen of light in the sky. Byakugan, known as one of the 3 major eye techniques in the ninja world, is the blood inheritance limit owned by the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan has inherited the white eyes that can see everything from generation to generation. Able to see through and far-sighted, the pure white eyes have a 360 degrees viewing angle, and can clearly see the meridians, acupuncture points, and chakra flow of the human body. What exactly is it? There is no chakra at all. Hinata Hizu was also confused. It seemed that the light curtain was hundreds of meters above the ground, but when he turned on his Byakugan, his perspective did not change. Change direction and look up and it's still the same. Illusion? Impossible. Ninjutsu? It seems impossible. So, what exactly is it? And what's displayed on the light screen, is the future. At this time, the picture on the light screen changed again, the incomplete chakra giant, and Danzo holding a kunao. That fleeting moment. Manjiki Sharingan. That's right, the ultimate eye technique in the Uchiha clan's legend. The one fighting Danzo was an Uchiha with a kaleidoscope. So, is it really a prediction of the future? Hinata Hizu murmured to himself. He didn't believe that this light curtain was created by the Uchiha clan. This light curtain was beyond his understanding as the head of the Hyuga clan, and the Uchiha clan did not have such great capabilities. In the Kingdom of Water, somewhere in the darkness of the Kirigakure ninja village, a figure was looking towards the light curtain in the sky. Short hair, an orange-red one-eyed mask with black stripes, and a black hooded floor-length robe. The exposed right eye turns red, and the three megatama spin. Susanoo. He whispered to himself in a low voice. Susanoo is a power that can only be unlocked by opening the Manjikyo Sharingan, and is called the power of God. Generally speaking, one must have a matching pair of Manjiki to be able to cast it, but it is not completely impossible to open Susanoo with one eye. As for what appeared on the light screen, it was just Susanoo's first form. Kunao Thorn Susanoo? There was a hint of contempt in the masked man's eyes. However, noticing the part of Danzo's right arm exposed in the light curtain, the masked man was thoughtful. Mudun? Moreover, Danzo seems to have something on his right arm. The masked man was suddenly startled. He actually saw himself in the light screen. Although it flashed by, he was indeed there. As for the one who fought Danzo, I don't know him. Danzo can not only use kunao to stab Susan, but his wind release is also very smooth. In addition, he can also use wood release on his right arm. Masked man? 3. Suddenly, the light curtain was not serious. I saw Danzo holding a kunao and stabbing Susanoo left, right, upward, downward. It was very rhythmic, and with the word BGM, it was a bit over the top. Kunao was dealing a lot of damage to Susanoo, but it couldn't bring down Danzo, a cheater. Uchiha brat who is born evil, I will do it with my own hands. On the light screen, Danzo displayed the seal of the 4 symbols, and blood spurted out from his body. The seal of the 4 symbols engraved on his body expanded in a spherical shape, completely sealing everything around him. However, Danzo's operation was as fierce as a tiger's, but half of the bridge was sealed. Everything I do is for Konoha. Pure Land. The undead among the second Hokage Senju Tobirama? An inherently evil Uchiha brat? It feels like the light curtain is playing tricks. No, it's just a prank. But the light screen shows it may not be impossible in the future. It was beyond his Senshou Tobirama's understanding, so what was displayed on the light screen should not be viewed as a joke. As for the light curtain being developed by the Uchiha clan, it is absolutely impossible. Even if he was as strong as Madara Uchiha, he would never be able to do it. Hide from the light of day, self-sacrifice, and protect Konoha in secret. This has always been my original attitude. There is no past, no future, no feelings, no self. If you use your own life in exchange for the lush branches of Konoha, Hiruzen can do it, and so can I. Danzo's voice, no, it was the narration that appeared on the light screen. A group of ninjas gathered together in Iwagakure ninja village, looking at each other. Is this the measure of the ninja darkness? As expected of the man who sealed half the bridge with his life. That was his last bit of stubbornness. You guys have talked to death. Duanzhou used wood escape in the light curtain. He has mastered the wood release? This is important information. According to what the light screen shows, does it mean that there is a deep conflict between the Uchiha clan and the top management of Konoha? Does this need to be said? According to the intelligence investigated, the Uchiha clan has been suppressed by Konoha's top brass and has long been marginalized. Who would believe that the Uchiha clan is not dissatisfied with Konoha's top brass? In the Hokage building, Danzo was frightened and angry, he was simply furious. The third generation, Mito Kitanen and Koharu, who were transferred to the dormitory, all looked at Danzo. Danzo, should you explain? For example, would escape or something. Research on Mudun has been carried out for a long time, so it was successful. We are all close friends, Danzo, you are dishonest. It must have been done by the Uchiha clan to slander me with ulterior motives. Hiruzen, don't be soft on the Uchiha. Danzo snorted coldly and glanced at the third generation from the corner of his eye. At this time, Danzo's heart was not at peace. For ninjas, intelligence comes first. The light curtain exposed some of Danzo's secrets. In fact, Danzo somewhat believed that what was shown in the light curtain was the future. Even if it looks a bit spoofy, it may not be completely unbelievable. If it is really the future, then Uchiha cannot stay. Compared with the light curtain, he is a bit younger now. Has the research on wood release been successful? Sandai put down his pipe and turned to look at Danzo's right arm, which was bandaged. Danzo. There is no point in denying it at this time. It would be bad if he was asked to take off the bandages on his body. I have some first-generation cells transplanted into my body, so I have mastered a bit of wood release. After a long silence, Danzo said calmly. As for the Sharingan, Danzo didn't say anything. Danzo, like us, also has a strong will of fire and can sacrifice for Konoha. Mito Kadoyan said. After turning to bed, Xiaochun nodded in agreement. Sandai picked up the pipe and took another puff, expressing his trust in Danzo. They are close friends. With their bond, how could they possibly suspect Danzo? However, when the third generation looked at the light curtain outside again, he almost spit out the word fuck. Light screen's malice towards Danzo is too deep. Why is everything exposed? This is causing trouble. As for Danzo, he was a little panicked, but still pretended to be calm. The fourth Hokage died in the line of duty, leaving Konoha without a leader. Hiruzen Sarutobi planned to re-inherit the position of Hokage, but he needed the authorization from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, so he went to the daimyo mansion. Duanzhou felt that an opportunity had come and sent ninjas from the Gen organization to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third generation was attacked on the way to Daiming Mansion. In Konoha village, Danzo thought the plan was perfect. He was sitting in the Hokage's office, thinking that the third generation had lost his head, and was smiling very happily. Chapter 4 Shinobu's Capacity. Danzo, you. Danzo, you. Mito Kaden and Koharu, who was transferred to the dormitory, both looked at Danzo with serious expressions. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, he actually sent someone to assassinate the Hokage. This was an unforgivable crime. The light curtain continues. Because of Kakashi's help, Danzo's conspiracy did not succeed. When the third generation returned to the village, Danzo was surprised and panicked. For the sake of hard-won peace and the overall situation, Sandai did not pursue the matter. Danzo also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the three generations have profound eyes, and the mysterious light curtain can provide insight into the past and the future. So, what existence controls the light curtain? In other words, the light curtain is a natural phenomenon of heaven and earth and is not controlled by humans. But the light curtain exposed a lot of information. When a secret is no longer a secret, a lot of troubles will follow. Hiruzen, are all those things on the light screen real? Koharu asked the third generation with an extremely serious look on his face. Sandai sighed and took a puff of cigarette. Light screen is full of malice towards Danzo. Seeing that Sandai didn't answer directly, Koharu went to bed and wanted to ask, but Mito Monahan winked at her. For the sake of peace and the overall situation, no matter whether Danzo once sent someone to assassinate the Hokage, it must be nonsense. Besides, times have long since changed. Danzo remained silent, but he was secretly relieved. Looking down at the village, many people in the village are now looking up at the light curtain. Maybe some people will be prejudiced against him and misunderstand him, but then it will be fine to let the ninjas of the Root organization control the public opinion in the village. The problem is not big. He glanced at the third generation from the corner of his eye and realized that his best friend was too weak. If Danzo were the Hokage, even if his best friend sent someone to assassinate him, he would not let him go. Hiruzen, on the other hand, is also weak to others. Only when Danzo Shimura becomes Hokage can he lead Konoha to become stronger. Kakashi-senpai, on the light screen. Itaki Uchiha teleported to the rooftop and looked at Hitaki Kakashi sitting on the guardrail. Kakashi has silver hair, wears a Konoha forehead protector, a black mask, and looks lazy. But in Konoha, Kakashi was also a genius. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, became a Chunin at the age of 6, and became a Jounin at the age of 12. Because his best friend's Sharingan was transplanted into his left eye, he was able to use the Sharingan to copy ninjutsu. It is said that he has copied thousands of ninjutsu, and he is called the Copy Ninja, and his name is resounding throughout the world. Kakashi knew exactly what Itaki Uchiha was asking. The light screen showed that after the Nine Tails Rebellion, Danzo sent someone to assassinate the third generation, and Kakashi was bewitched by Danzo, but fortunately he woke up in time. Very few people knew about it, and even fewer of those who knew were alive. Therefore, if Kakashi confirmed it, then what was exposed in the light curtain would increase its credibility. It's all a prank, probably. Kakashi was silent for a moment and said lightly. Are you kidding me? 1,007 looked at Kakashi deeply and did not ask any more questions. They continued to stare at the light curtain in the sky. At the same time, the village was about to explode. Not only Konoha, but at this moment, everywhere in the ninja world, including the Pure Land, the living creatures and undead who looked at the light curtain were surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are close friends. They grew up together, learned ninjutsu together, trained together, and performed tasks together. They cooperated tacitly to protect Konoha and had a deep bond. As a result, in order to become Hokage, Danzo sent someone to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen? Should I say that he is indeed called Ninja Darkness? His heart is dark enough. As for the third generation, no one even pursued it. The real Tien is Nin Xiang. Such a measure is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Is it true? Danzo-sama once sent someone to assassinate the Sandame. No way, absolutely impossible. If it is true, how could the Sandame let Danzo-sama go? Even if we are close friends with deep ties, we will definitely not tolerate this kind of thing. 4. It turns out that this is Konoha's will of fire. The third Hokage is too cowardly. I'm not surprised at all about this. When we threatened Konoha with the life of the Hyuga clan leader of Konoha's wealthy clan, the third Hokage compromised. That's it. Let's talk about it. Onaki, the third Tsuchikage of the two scales, crossed his hands in front of his chin and asked the group of rock ninja elites in front of him. Onaki is a young old man with rosacea. He is the grandson of the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa. He has outstanding abilities since he was a child. The second Tsuchikage Mu taught him the blood inheritance elimination that combines the three changes of wind, fire, and earth, dust escape. You can't believe everything shown on the light screen, but you can't disbelieve it either. A rock ninja said. Yes, we still have to make our own judgment. Another IWA ninja said. The light curtain was completely beyond our understanding. Currently it is known that the light curtain can be seen several kilometers away, and the perspective does not change. Maybe the light curtain can be seen anywhere in the entire Earth Kingdom, or even the entire ninja world. Even if you use the ultralight heavy rock technique to fly, you can't get closer to the light screen. It's probably a projection facing the entire ninja world. But even the former god of ninja and Shura of the ninja world would not be able to do it. I guess even the legendary immortal of 6 paths may not be able to do it. Beside Onoki, a ninja looked at the light screen in the sky outside the window and recorded the information revealed on the light screen. No matter whether the information on the light curtain is true or false, record it all first and then analyze it slowly. Even if only a small part of the information revealed on the light screen is true, it is enough for the IWA Ninja Village to have a lot of important information about Konoha. However, if the entire ninja world can see the light curtain, is the information revealed by the light curtain still important? The Konoha ninjas are exposed now, will the IWA ninjas be exposed next? Based on Onoki's analysis, what was displayed on the light screen was definitely a spoof, but it probably wasn't all a spoof. Then, the light curtain is likely to provide insight into the past and future. Somewhere in the ninja world, a giant pitcher plant emerged from the ground, with a half-black and half-white figure inside the pitcher plant. Both black Zetsu and white Zetsu are confused. Heiju has lived for thousands of years and has seen a lot. However, this is the first time he has seen such a light curtain. And if you change the position, dozens of kilometers or hundreds of kilometers, you can see the light curtain when you look up, but the perspective does not change. What is the principle of this? It seems that the light curtain is only a few hundred meters above the ground, but even if it flies hundreds of meters high, the distance from the light curtain will not change. This kind of thing, even Mom can't do it. No, Mom is the most powerful, and she can definitely do it. Could it be that the person from outside the world that Mom is worried about has come to the ninja world? Black Zetsu's eyes were very serious. It's dignified, I'm thinking in my heart. Heiju, do you know what this light curtain is? Baiju himself was also full of curiosity about the light curtain in the sky. I don't know. Although he guessed that someone from outside the world came to the ninja world, Black Zetsu did not say it. Chapter 5 Tsunade was shocked and angry. Located on the west side of Konoha, Tansha Street. The lights are bright, people are scattered around, and it is bustling and lively. As far as you can see, it is full of casinos and izakayas. At the entrance of a certain casino, there is a girl with yellow hair, wearing a green robe, with the word gamble on the back, and a beautiful face. She is the famous big fat sheep. Every time she bets, she will lose, and if she wins, she will have disaster. For example, she won once and lost her brother. Winning again, the lover is gone. Compared to the title of Big Fat Sheep in the gambling world, she also has a more resounding title, one of the Sunin of Konoha. She is the disciple of the third Hokage. The granddaughter of the god of ninja, Tsunade Hime. Behind Tsunade was a little black-haired girl, the niece of Tsunade's lover, named Kato Shizuan. Since the death of her brother and lover, Tsunade suffered from hemophobia, left Konoha and wandered around casinos, completely ruined. I wanted to come to the casino to have some fun, but I didn't expect that a light curtain suddenly appeared in the sky. With Tsunade's knowledge, she couldn't understand the principle of the light curtain in the sky. However, that old guy Danzo actually appeared on the light screen, which was a bit interesting. Also, Uchiha? Squinting her eyes, Tsunade continued to stare at the light screen. Shizuan also looked up at the light curtain curiously. At this time, Tsunade's pupils locked, and her younger brother, Naoki, appeared on the light screen. Senju Nochu, the grandson of the ninja god Senju Hashirama, and the younger brother of Tsunade. Rope tree. Tsunade stared blankly at the light curtain. The sunny and cheerful young Naoki dreams of becoming Hokage and protecting the Konoha ninja village founded by his grandfather. Tsunade gave the necklace left by the first generation to her younger brother. However, a few detonating charms caused the rope tree to lose its life. With a secret sneer, Danzo's figure emerged. The grandson of the first generation, the younger brother of Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, and the disciple of Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. His personality was similar to that of the first generation, so that the rope tree grew up, and he will definitely be a Hokage. In addition, the research of wood release also requires materials. What? The death of Naoki was a conspiracy designed by Danzo. Tsunade's eyes widened. Shizuan was also extremely surprised. The next moment, Shizuan shivered, feeling the air suddenly become colder, and saw Lady Tsunade with a gloomy face. No matter how you look at it, light screen is a bit of a prank, and it seems to be a bit smearing against Danzo, but you can't completely disbelieve it. Tsunade felt frightened and angry. Naoki's death might not be as simple as she thought. Where there is light, there is darkness. There is also a dark side in Konoha, and Tsunade is not ignorant about it. Therefore, after her brother and lover were gone, she left Konoha without seeing it. At a certain Jonin meeting, Tsunade proposed incorporating medical ninjas into the mission team and proposed establishing a training mechanism for medical ninjas. However, the powerful F4 did not support it, and all the Jonin who attended the meeting also remained silent. Just when Tsunade was feeling disappointed, Kato Dan stood up to support her. Although the proposal was not passed initially, Tsunade and Dan also got to know each other. Uchiha Fugaku, the young man is very brave. Hyuga Hinashi, young people don't know that the water is very deep here. Kaihudeo Feng, alas. Kato Dan is not very sensible. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo next to him from the corner of his eye. Danzo had a smile in his eyes and stared at Danzo. The scene changed to the Second Ninja War. Relying on his spiritual skills, Kato Dan killed everyone on the battlefield. After that, he was attacked and seriously injured. His internal organs were blown out. Even Tsunade's medical skills could not save him. At this point, Tsunade suffered from fear of blood, extreme belief that only fools would want to be Hokage. Shizuan stared blankly at the pictures and sounds on the light screen. Is that true? What was exposed on the light screen was a bit scary. Bang! Tsunade punched the wall next to her. Suddenly, the entire wall shattered and everyone nearby trembled. Looking at Tsunade's dark face, you can tell how angry she is now. Tsunade was stunned by what was shown on the light screen about Rope Tree and Duan, and was even more shocked and angry. Based on Tsunade's judgment, what was displayed on the light screen might be true. Thought it was the necklace left by the first generation that brought death? This is because I don't know anything about my darkness. Shimura. The 5.5th and th Hokage. The first Nabe Cage. Danzo. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade raised her right leg and kicked it down. A big pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and Shizuan sat down on the ground in shock. Shizuan, let's go back to Konoha and ask the old man for details. Tsunade said through gritted teeth. She was not in the mood to gamble now. As for the damage caused, the legacy of the Senju clan has not yet been squandered. How can it be repaired? This is a slander against me. It's nonsense, you bastard. At the Hokage building, Danzo jumped angrily. However, not only everyone in Konoha village, but at least most people saw the light curtain. Now, the village has exploded, Guoying is panicked, completely panicked. Sandai sighed, he had to stand up and speak for his best friend. The light screen smeared Danzo and it was all untrue. Although Danzo is burdened with the darkness of Konoha, he also has a strong will of fire. Rope Tree's death was an accident, and so was Swan's death. Danzo had a dark face and rubbed oil on the soles of his feet while carrying a cane. He didn't feel safe here and hurried back to his root organization base. Mito Kadoyan and Koharu, who moved to bed, were both a little at a loss. At this time, the heads of many families in the village, as well as some jounin, came outside the Hokage building. Nowadays, the third generation has a big head, and it has been confirmed that the light curtain can be seen outside the village, but maybe he can't see it if he is far away from Konoha, and he doesn't know where Tsunade is. If Tsunade sees the light curtain, I'm afraid there will be a misunderstanding. But even if Tsunade didn't see it, too many people in the village saw it, and the news would probably reach Tsunade's ears. Just like Tsunade's temper. Just thinking about it makes him dizzy. In the land of fire, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas who was collecting materials in a certain custom shop, also saw the light screen. Rope Tree and Duan's death are both conspiracies? Old man? Danzo? We know there is darkness in Konoha, but so dark? For a moment, Jiraiya had no intention of retrieving materials, he had to rush back to Konoha. If Tsunade also sees the light screen, she will definitely return to Konoha, but don't make too much trouble. It's really troublesome. After muttering, Jiraiya walked out of the custom shop and channeled a big toad. Go back to Konoha. Pure Land. Senju Hashirama, the undead, looked serious. Konoha, has it decayed? Uchiha Madara, undead hahaha, Hasalama, you are wrong, I am right. Senju Tobirama, undead monkey, Danzo, you. At this time, the picture on the light screen changed again. Only after returning to the root organization base did Danzo feel a little safer. Although he was hidden in the darkness, he had a way to see the outside world, so he was still paying attention to the light curtain. 5. The light curtain was full of malice towards him. It must be man-made. It must be investigated clearly. The few root ninjas around Danzo were afraid to express their anger. Chapter 6 Hiruzen, you will regret it. In a forest in Konoha, the root ninja opened a cave with a secret method. This is the base of root tissue, dark, damp, and deep, with rocks and steel pipes erected as far as the eye can see. The interior extends in all directions and is extremely spacious, but it is also full of various traps. After returning to the root organization base, Danzo felt a lot more relieved. Although there is no daylight here, Danzo still has a way to peek into the outside world. Humph, let me see how the light curtain can be arranged. Danzo smiled coldly. However, the anger in his heart could not be increased. At this time, the picture on the light screen in the outside sky changed. In the Hokage's office, the third generation frowned, worried about the White Fang incident. The White Fang of Konoha was famous, not inferior to the Sunin, but in order to protect his companions, the mission failed, causing Konoha to suffer huge losses. Of course, the problem still exists more than that. Danzo, Hiruzen, Hitaki Sakumo's strength and reputation have surpassed that of the Sunin and cannot be kept. Third generation, White Fang is the hero of Konoha. Danzo, Hiruzen, you will regret it. Sande, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang! Danzo slammed the door angrily and left. Under the instruction of Danzo, the root ninja manipulated public opinion in Konoha and made White Fang commit suicide. The third generation indulged and gave White Fang the title of hero afterwards. Danzo? What the hell? Was White Fang forced to death by Danzo? What the heck? White Fang threatened the Hokage, completed 27 S-level missions, and threatened the Hokage. And White Fang caused the village to suffer huge losses because of saving his companions. The huge is the key point. Besides, although White Fang supports the third generation, he is the main war faction and the sharp sword of Konoha. He can still use Danzo to use it, so why use it to destroy him? In order to save his teammates, the mission failed, and his teammates didn't save many. You said it's okay to give up the mission and save your teammates. It's okay to sacrifice your teammates for the mission, but you're neither better nor worse. In addition, White Fang killed the son and daughter-in-law of Cho, Tsunagaku's advisor, and they hated him to the core. For the sake of peace, do you think it is possible for the third generation to sacrifice White Fang? If Kumagakuer forces him, the third generation can sacrifice the head of the Hyuga family for the sake of peace, but White Fang can't. Ninjas are meant to be sacrificed. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow, and the fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Why did White Fang commit suicide? He was taking the overall situation into consideration, he was thinking about Kakashi, he was cowardly, anyway, Danzo couldn't bear the blame. Somewhere in Konoha, on the rooftop, Kakashi was silent. He felt something was not right about what was displayed on the light screen. So, this is to blackmail Danzo to death. Danzo, leave the Nine-Tails Jinhyuriki to me to train, and I will definitely train him into the most powerful tool. Sandai, no, I will take care of that child. Danzo, Hiruzen, you will regret it. Sandai, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang! Danzo slammed the door and left again. Danzo. Although the light screen displayed no big problem this time, it was a little weird. Group, regret. Ape, fire. Door, bang, Danzo slams the door again and leaves. Tuan, double-click again. Tuan. Double-click again. Danzo was silent, he had something in his mind that he didn't know whether to say or not. It is certain that Guangmu is not serious and not only discredits him, but also likes to make pranks. However, he also saw something. From what was shown on the light screen, he took a lot of blame for Hiruzen. Guoying equals taking the blame? I'm Tien. His face darkened. At this time, the several root ninjas around him looked a little strange and quickly lowered their heads. Fortunately, they had received professional training and couldn't hold back their laughter. Hokage building. The third generation dealt with the heads of the clans and many jounin with a high head. Seeing the words "You regret my fire" on the light screen, he fell into deep thought. The rest of the people looked at the third generation with strange eyes. Ahem, the origin of the light curtain has not been investigated clearly, and much of what it shows is untrue. The third generation pretended to be calm, but the hand holding the pipe was shaking. I just hope the light curtain disappears quickly and stops causing trouble. No one said anything. Yes, you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are the Hokage, and Danzo can only slam the door and leave. What else can anyone say? But many people are thoughtful. Regarding the interaction between the third generation and Danzo on the light screen, the third generation needs to be re-evaluated. Leaves bathed in sunlight? So, Danzo has been blamed? So that's the case, no wonder Danzo is the scapegoat, a professional scapegoat. As for the 5.5 generation Danzo, it is also intriguing. Mito Kadoro and Koharu, who was transferred to the dormitory, did not speak at this time, but they communicated with each other through their eyes. Although the light curtain is a prank, there are also objective facts. What needs to be considered now is the impact of the light curtain, which must be minimized. Somewhere in the ninja world, a feminine man with long black hair was also staring at the light curtain in the sky. He is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin of Konoha. He is also a disciple of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but now he is an S-class rebel ninja in Konoha. When the light curtain appeared, Orochimaru discovered it immediately. He was also full of curiosity about the light curtain, analyzing all kinds of information in his mind. You can see the light curtain even if you change the position or height, and the viewing angle does not change. This is amazing. Even when looking at the moon in the sky, the perspective will be different if the position and height are changed. Based on his judgment, the light screen is probably a projection of the entire ninja world, which can be seen anywhere in the ninja world with the same viewing angle. As for whether the souls of the dead in the Pure Land can be seen, it is unknown. A pair of snake eyes looked at the light curtain in the sky obsessively, and a long tongue licked his lower lip. This may be a new wind blowing in the ninja world, making the ninja world more lively. The inheritance of ninja has lasted for thousands of years. There are changes, but they are not major. This ninja world, which is full of ignorance, lacks a new wind. In addition, how far is this light curtain from the truth he has been pursuing? So curious. As for what is displayed on the light screen, it is also worth pondering. He had witnessed both the rope tree and Duan's death. There is indeed something fishy about it. A conspiracy probably exists. At this time, the light curtain disappeared. The light curtain appears abruptly and disappears abruptly as well. It seems like it's just an illusion. However, Orochimaru knew it was not an illusion. It couldn't be a genjutsu, or even a ninjutsu. I can't feel the fluctuation of chakra at all. The feeling it gave him was one of detachment. Above everything in this world. If you can explore it, you will definitely gain a lot. Then I thought that Danzo was the main one shown on the light screen. Perhaps there is a connection between Danzo and the light curtain. I haven't contacted Danzo for a long time. It seems that it is necessary to contact him. I hope to get more information about the light curtain through Danzo. With an idea in mind, Orochimaru took out a scroll. The scroll unfolded and a small white snake appeared. The little white snake ran away in an instant. After all this last night, Orochimaru turned and walked into the darkness. Chapter 7 Settlement. The live broadcast ends and settlement begins. Gain 113 points of chakra emotional value. From the start of the live broadcast to the end, it only takes 10 seconds. As for how long it takes in Naruto world, I don't know. Maybe 1 second here, maybe 1 hour there. Open the system panel. Naruto Live Broadcast System, version 1.0. 6. Number of live broadcasts per day, 0. Host, Mei Qian. Age, 25. Lifespan, 41 days. Body energy, 7 points. Mental energy, 15 points. Chakra emotion value, 113 points. After 12 o'clock tonight, the live broadcast will be available again. Thanks to the chakra emotion value, the system also has a little more introduction. The system can be upgraded with 1000 points of chakra emotion value. When the system becomes version 2.0, it can be broadcast live twice a day for 2 seconds each time. The chakra emotion value harvested can also be increased. If the system is version 2.0, the gain this time will not be 113 points of chakra emotion value, but it is estimated to be more than 150 points. Moreover, the 2.0 version of the system can also enable a group chat function, which will also allow him to understand the situation in the Naruto world, thereby guiding and acquiring ninja-related knowledge. Perhaps when the version of the system is high enough, it will be possible to realize the extraordinary power of the Naruto world in reality. I don't want to go that far. Obtaining chakra emotional value is the most important thing. Mei Qian thought to himself. The current chakra emotion value is far from enough to upgrade the system. As the saying goes, a sharpened knife will make a difference in chopping firewood. Upgrading the system can easily harvest more chakra emotional values. However, for him, treating brain cancer is a top priority. Also try the effect first. When the physical state is turned on, the treatment for brain cancer is 100 points of chakra emotional value each time. Treat. I spent 100 points of chakra emotional value to treat my brain cancer once. In just 1 second, the treatment is completed. He frowned and felt it carefully, feeling better. The system panel showed that the brain cancer had been cured by 3%, and his lifespan had been extended from 41 days to 58 days, an increase of 17 days, more than half a month. However, the remaining chakra emotion value is only 13 points. Then, you need to think carefully about what to broadcast tomorrow. Besides, Don't be busy treating your terminal illness, let's upgrade the system first. Only by upgrading the system can the efficiency of obtaining chakra emotional value be improved. This time, 100 points of chakra emotional value can cure brain cancer by 3%. This does not mean that 1000 points can cure 30%. The further you go, the more points are needed for treatment. To completely cure a terminal illness in one's body, tens of thousands of emotional chakra points may be needed. At this time, I was also a little hungry. Find a small restaurant nearby and have a quick meal for 100 yuan. Naruto World, Konoha Ninja Village. The Anbu, the root organization, the police department, all dispatched ninjas to investigate the light curtain that appeared before. But the light curtain appears in the sky, appears suddenly, and disappears suddenly, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty of investigation. There are too many people in the village who have seen the light curtain. Many people have seen it as soon as it appeared, while others have only seen it after a while. Nowadays, there are a lot of discussions in the village, such as the 5.5th Hokage, Nabekage, Danzo, Nezuki and Zan, the death of White Fang, the nine-tailed Jinhuriki, etc. Of course, there is also the deep bond between you and me. As for the outside world, more people saw the light curtain. It can be said that F4 is too big. Danzo hid in the root organization base and refused to come out. The third generation, Midaman N and Utane Kohara had no choice but to come forward and try to minimize the impact. As for the information revealed by the light curtain, it also needs to be carefully analyzed. You cannot disbelieve it or believe it entirely. Nowadays, it cannot be said that everyone in the village shouts about beating Danzo, but many people have ill intentions towards Danzo. After all, someone did something bad, and when you can't find the culprit, yes, it was Danzo. It should be said that he is the man who bears the darkness of Konoha. That Shinobu darkness who sealed half the bridge with his life. A dense crowd of people gathered in front of the Hokage building, including ordinary people and ninjas. Standing on the rooftop were Sarutobi, the strongest Hokage, the ninjutsu doctor, Ninjao, the light of Konoha, and Hiruzen. Wearing a Hokage hat and a god-controlling robe, his old face shows no anger and dignity, his whole body exudes stability, and his eyes have kindness. Looking down at the people below, Sande cast the strongest illusion fire will first. What? The strongest genjutsu is Uchiha Shisui's other god? Don't be ridiculous, that thing is not as good as Naruto's mouth release, and Naruto has been brainwashed by the will of fire. How dare he say that the will of fire is not the strongest illusion? With the addition of the will of fire buff, the words spoken by the third generation become even more convincing. To put it simply, the appearance of the light curtain is strange, and it may be a conspiracy against Konoha. Everyone should stay vigilant. In addition, the light screen contains a lot of prank elements. Finally, Danzo is a close friend of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and it is untrue that Danzo once sent someone to assassinate the Hokage. As for Kunao Thorn Susan, who sealed half of the bridge, it does not exist. To say that the light curtain can see into the past and future, his strongest Hokage expressed disbelief. Regarding Rope Tree and Broken, they were all accidents, not conspiracy. It has to be said that the third generation still has a high reputation in the village. You know, in the first Great Ninja War, the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama died in battle, and Hiruzen Sarutobi was ordered to do so at the critical moment. At that time, Konoha was in turmoil due to internal and external troubles. It was Hiruzen who led Konoha to victory in the war. In the second Ninja War, Konoha won again. In the third Ninja War, Konoha won again, leading Konoha to victory again and again. Another legendary Sunin was trained. It's strange that the reputation is low. What's more, the ninja school has always preached that the third generation is the strongest Hokage. There are not many people in the village who worship the third generation. However, because of what was on the light screen, many people in the village now have a slightly different view of the third generation, which is also a headache for the third generation. And no one knows whether the light curtain will appear again in the future. Next time the light curtain appears, what will be broadcast live? At this time, Sunday felt a little tired. The curtain of hope should not appear again, and stop causing trouble. Peace is hard won, and everyone should cherish it. As Konoha consultants, Mito Kadoen and Kaden Koharu are not as prestigious as the third generation, but they are also high-level officials in the village and their words carry weight. Tsunade was on her way back to Konoha. Shizuan grimaced. She was already on her way as fast as she could, but she still couldn't keep up. At this time, Tsunade just wanted to rush back to Konoha as soon as possible to ask the third generation for clarification. Suddenly, Tsunade accelerated again, and this time, Shizuan couldn't keep up. However, since Tsunade-sama is returning to Konoha, even though she has lost her, she can just go back to Konoha. I just hope that Tsunade-sama will be more restrained when she returns to Konoha. Don't tear down Konoha. But she felt heavy when she thought that Tsunade-sama's brother and her uncle might have been killed by the conspiracy of Konoha's higher UPS. Not to mention Shizuan's thoughts, Tsunade was filled with rage and continued to speed back to Konoha. She didn't think the light curtain was completely nonsense, and now she just wanted to go back to Konoha as soon as possible to ask for details. Did the rope tree and the broken tree really die because of one of our own people? Thinking about it, she couldn't control the anger in her heart. Chapter 8 Demolishing the Hokage Building. In the Konoha Ninja Village, in the Hokage's office, the third generation frowned, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Mito Kabuto and Koharu, who had transferred to the dormitory, were also there. Danzo, the three elder advisors, was also absent. Although the ANBU, root organization, and the police department all dispatched some people to investigate, the light curtain was too mysterious and it was really unbearable to investigate. Picking up the pipe, Sunday was about to take a puff, but he seemed to sense something, his hand shook, and the pipe almost fell to the ground. A powerful chakra wave. Tsunade is back. The third generation stood up and looked out the window. A figure approached from far away, causing a strong wind. There is a barrier outside the village, and the gate of Konoha is also guarded by ninjas. Registration is required for entry and exit. There are also ninjas who are entrusted by the village to patrol. It is still difficult to sneak into Konoha quietly. But now, someone breaks into the village directly. Because of the special status of the intruder, no one dared to stop him. The ANBU rushed to the Hokage building as soon as they found out, but Tsunade was one step ahead. Tsunade also had a complex look in her eyes, she hadn't been back for a long time. The changes in the village are not big. However, she came back this time to find the old man. Regarding the rope tree and Duan's death, it was probably not as simple as she thought. She is not ignorant of the darkness in the village, but the reality may be darker than she knows. At this time, there were not many ninjas in the Hokage building. Although Tsunade has not been back to the village for a long time, almost everyone who works in the Hokage building recognizes her immediately. Tsunade-sama. They were also surprised when they saw Tsunade. But Tsunade ignored it and just walked to the Hokage's office with a cold face. Boom! The door to the Hokage's office was kicked open by Tsunade. Originally, the third generation would be happy when Tsunade came back, but now, he couldn't be happy. Both Mito Kadoyan and Koharu, who had gone to bed, had serious faces and frowned. After glancing at Mitomanen and Koharu, Tsunade focused on the third generation. Teacher, you should have seen the mysterious light curtain here in Konoha. Tsunade's face was cold, and her tone was even colder. Anyone who knows Tsunade knows that she has a straightforward personality, but she also has a bad temper. Now, she is restrained. Did you see it too? Where did you see it? Koharu asked Tsunade before the third generation could speak. 7. It seems that Konoha has also seen it, the projection of the entire ninja world? Hey, the light screen shows. Tsunade's eyes were fixed on the third generation. It's just a prank, a random fabrication, Sandai said. However, Tsunade was not satisfied with the third generation's answer. Thinking about it carefully, Tsunade found that the death of Naoki and Dan was indeed a bit strange. She must investigate the origin of the light curtain. But she just wants to vent now. For example, demolish the Hokage building. In his mind, he recalled that his brother and his lover both dreamed of becoming Hokage. Only an idiot would want to become Hokage. Tsunade felt a surge of anger in her heart. The next moment, Tsunade punched out. Under the shocking chakra fluctuations, the huge Hokage's office was in a mess. The strange power of the Senju clan allows them to precisely control chakra and concentrate the chakra on any part of the body to erupt with powerful air currents that can shatter rocks. At this time, Tsunade punched with all her strength, but the three generations did not dare to take it. As for Mito Kadoyan and Koharu, they even dodged. When they were young, Mito Kaden and Koharu were also powerful ninjas. Although they were not as good as the third generation and Danzo, they should not be underestimated. But after all, they are old and their strength has declined a lot. In the battle against Tsunade, even if Mito Kadoyan and Koharu Tanaka join forces, the chances of winning are slim. As for the third generation, although he is also old, he may not be able to defeat Tsunade if he goes all out, but he cannot do it. In Danzo's words, the third generation is kind-hearted and soft-hearted. Once Orochimaru secretly conducted forbidden experiments in the village, the third generation led people to capture Orochimaru, but finally let Orochimaru go. After the punch, Tsunade immediately raised her right leg and brought it down with a heavy kick. Suddenly, the entire Hokage building shook. This move is a physical technique developed by Tsunade herself, the painful footstep, which concentrates chakra in the legs to exert powerful destructive power. In fact, this is not Tsunade's true strength, she has not yet used the yin seal. Boom! Boom! The Hokage building was crumbling. Several small groups of ANBU ninja rushed to help the Hokage. However, the third generation told people not to interfere. Although the Hokage building was considered stable, it could not withstand Tsunade's terrifying power. It didn't take long for the Hokage building to be demolished by Tsunade. Although Tsunade wanted to beat the third generation, she failed. At the same time, a giant toad arrived outside Konoha village. Jiraiya stood above the big toad and saw the demolished Hokage building, knowing that he was one step behind Tsunade. What a mess! Jiraiya looked helpless. But he could also understand Tsunade's mood. However, Tsunade, one of the Sunin of Konoha, demolished the Hokage building, and the impact was also very bad. After hesitating for a while, Jiraiya mustered up the courage to go find Tsunade. At worst, he would have a few broken ribs and go to Konoha hospital to lie down for a few days. It wouldn't be a big problem. The Hokage building was in ruins, two powerful chakras were clashing, and violent air currents were surging. Even a Chunin would be stunned by Tsunade's aura and unable to move within 100 meters. Jiraiya rushed to stop Tsunade, but he received a few punches. Fortunately, the injuries were not serious and he did not need to go to the hospital. After venting her anger, Tsunade felt much better. Dingling bell. The set alarm clock rings. Mei Qian also woke up. Look at the time on the alarm clock, it's 12 o'clock in the evening. Open the system panel. But the number of live broadcasts is no longer 0, but has become 1, which means that the live broadcast of Naruto World can be carried out again. To him, it was only 10 seconds, but it was not clear to him in the Naruto World. Just 10 seconds. The content of the live broadcast should cause strong emotional fluctuations in the chakra world of Naruto. Only in this way can a large amount of chakra emotional value be harvested. It's time to start. I was thinking in my mind while turning on the live broadcast function of the system. And he was thinking about it. The system will present what he is thinking on the canopy of the Naruto world. However, what he was thinking in his mind only lasted for 10 seconds, but it was completely different in the world of Naruto. For example, when writing a novel, he provides a detailed outline and the system supplements it. 10 seconds passed quickly. Upload 10%, 20%, 30%. Upload completed. The next step is to wait for the system to settle. I don't know how much chakra emotional value I can get this time. I didn't think too much, hoping to get 200 points. Over in the Naruto world, the sky curtain must have appeared again. The light curtain appears again. The ninja world is bustling. It has been several days since the last time it appeared. Some people who didn't see the light curtain last time finally saw it now. In the Pure Land, the spiritual will of Otsutsuki Hago Romo, the sage of 6 paths, also looked at the light curtain with doubts. He discovered it the last time the light curtain appeared, but was unable to explore it. Now, the light curtain has appeared again. I tried it, but still can't explore it. Chapter 9 Forgive me, Sauce. After a few days, the light screen reappeared, immediately attracting a lot of attention from the ninja world. After the Third Ninja War, the ninja world was considered peaceful. There were only small-scale frictions, but there was an undercurrent. The mysterious light curtain and the information revealed on the light curtain make people have to pay attention to it. There are many people investigating the light curtain, including ninjas, ordinary people, and even Baizetsu, but the information they have investigated is too little. Now that the light curtain has reappeared, many people have taken action. Pay close attention and explore various means. As far as Konoha is concerned, Sharingan, Byakugan. In the Konoha Ninja School, a group of little kids are learning to throw kunao. Uchiha Sasuke came first again, which made Naruto very unhappy. A group of little girls were staring at Sasuke's nymphomaniac. However, when the light curtain appeared, the group of children also looked towards the light curtain. At this time, a picture also appeared on the light screen. It was not Danzo, but he has a handsome face, deep nasolabial folds, a Konoha ninja forehead protector on his forehead, and wears a black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds. Nissan. Sasuke's eyes widened. It was his brother Uchiha Itachi. But he seemed to be a few years older than the current Uchiha Itachi, and there were scratches on his forehead protector, which was rebellious. In addition, Uchiha Itachi on the screen was vomiting blood, like a candle in the wind. As Uchiha Itachi walked forward step by step, another figure appeared on the light screen. It was Sasuke, who looked a few years older than he was now. In addition, Uchiha Itachi's eyes are not 3 megatama, but have pupil patterns similar to windmills. The legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan? Forgive me, Sauce, this is the last time. In the picture, Uchiha Itachi was smiling, and then inserted the index finger and middle finger of his right hand into Sasuke's nostril, picking and picking. Sasuke? Sasuke, my stupid brother, you want me to forgive you for picking my nose? Uchiha Itachi, Dudu, if you want to kill me, just hate me. Be resentful. Then live on, keep running away, run away, as long as you can survive, then when you have the same eyes as me. Sakura, Sasa's brother is so perverted. Ino, yes, so perverted. A brother who likes to pick his brother's nose? Sasuke is quite pitiful. Naruto looked at Sasuke and muttered. Sasuke jumped angrily, the light screen was a complete lie, Nissan would not pick his nose. Konoha, Police Department, Uchiha Itachi was silent. Uchiha Fugaku came to his side. The pair of kaleidoscopes on the light screen, are they real? There's a lot of information revealed on the light screen. Although a little unseemly. Regarding the eldest son picking the younger son's nose, Fugaku knew it was nonsense. Excluding the elements of prank, is the light curtain foreshadowing the future? Uchiha Itachi was silent, but Fugaku already understood in his heart. From this point of view, the information revealed by the light curtain increases the credibility. So, a few years later, Itachi became a rebel ninja? Sasuke on the light screen seemed to hate Itachi very much. Picking his nose is definitely a prank, and even if it is true, Sasuke doesn't hate Itachi that much, so what did Itachi do? The family is already plotting a rebellion. The rebellion failed? 8. In the Konoha izakaya, Tsunade and Jiraiya were drinking when they suddenly heard someone outside say that a light curtain appeared. Tsunade immediately ran out, followed closely by Jiraiya. Seeing Uchiha Itachi picking Sasuke's nose on the light screen, both Tsunade and Jiraiya looked weird. But Uchiha Itachi's eyes and the traitorous ninja's forehead protector had to make people think deeply. Knowing that the light curtain is not simple, it seems that I still underestimated it. Perhaps the light curtain can really provide insight into the past and the future. Jiraiya said rarely seriously. According to the known information, this light curtain should be a projection of the entire ninja world. So, is there a being controlling the light curtain? If it does exist, how does it exist? Definitely more than the ninja god and ninja Shura. Comparable to the legendary immortal of 6 paths? The country of rain is a small country that rains all year round. It borders many countries. Among the 5 major countries, the country of fire, the country of wind and the country of earth all border on the country of rain. During the 3 great ninja wars, the rain country was reduced to a battlefield. Nowadays, the kingdom of rain is under blockade, and the outside world knows very little about the kingdom of rain. Although it is only a small country, the country of rain also has a ninja village, called the Rain Ninja Village. In the Second Ninja War, the performance of the Rain Ninja Village was also eye-catching. This was attributed to the leader of the Rain Ninja Village, Hanzo, who was called a demigod. After the death of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Hanzo had a kind of the confidence of being invincible. In the First Ninja War, the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama also died in the battle, and Hanzo became even more confused. Therefore, during the Second Ninja War, Hanzo wanted to single-handedly turn the Rain Ninja Village into a great ninja village, change the structure of the ninja world, and turn the ninja village from the top 5 to the 6th. Then, the Rain Ninja vs the Sand Ninja, the Rain Ninja vs Konoha. In addition to defeating the Iron Country, the war between the Rain Ninja Village and the Great Ninja Village was a complete defeat, but Hanzo was not defeated. He also gave Tsunade, Orochimaru and Jiraiya the names of Konoha Sunin on the battlefield. Because of the disappearance of the third Kazekage, the Third Ninja War broke out, and the Land of Rain was involved. Today, the country of rain is in chaos. As the demigods aged, they also lost their willpower and became much weaker. He used to be able to suppress the Sunin of Konoha, but now, it is not easy to defeat any of the Sunin of Konoha. But Hanzo is still regarded by the ninjas as the pinnacle of the ninja world. Anyone who knows Hanzo knows that he is a confident and suspicious person who is used to acting in secret and is cautious and well versed in the art of fighting. Even if his opponent is not well known, he will not despise him in the slightest. Hanzo couldn't see the light screen last time, but this time, he saw it. Seeing Uchiha Itachi on the screen, apart from the pair of kaleidoscopes, Hanzo also cared about the black trench coat embroidered with red clouds. At this time, Hanzo felt uneasy in his heart. Somewhere in the Land of Rain. At the Akatsuki organization base, Nagato, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and Konan, who was standing next to him, all looked at the light curtain in surprise. Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, will join Akatsuki in the future. Konan turned to look at Nagato. Maybe. Nagato said calmly. For Nagato, killing Hanzo and controlling the Rain Country is the most important thing next. Pain's 6 paths are also ready. Then, the next step is to go to Ninja Village. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? The screen turned on the light screen. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Kisaki teamed up to perform a mission to fight Kurane Yui, Asuma, Kakashi, and then Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya appeared. It looks quite messy. Afterwards, in the Valley of the End, Naruto stood on the head of Senju Hashirama, Sasuke stood on the head of Uchiha Madara, and a fateful showdown began. Zuzi, I must take you back to the village, even if I break your hands and feet, remove your ribs, and blow your head off, Naruto said loudly. At the end of the crane, if you have the ability, come and try it. A sneer appeared on the corner of Sasuke's mouth. However, the group looking at the light curtain. Chapter 10 Sasuke, 2 Pillars. At Konoha Ninja School, Naruto stared blankly at the light curtain. Sasuke stopped pretending to be cool and his brain was a little down. 2 pillars? Sasuke asked, wondering in his heart, why did Naruto, the crane tail in the light screen, call him 2 pillars? Also, what did Naruto say? Even if I break your hands and feet, take apart your ribs, or blow your head off. Turning to look at Naruto, Sasuke had a dark look on his face. At the same time, a group of little girls who liked to be infatuated with Sasuke stared at Naruto with unkind expressions. A certain Sakura clenched her fists, apparently planning to beat Naruto up. The pineapple-headed Nara Shikamaru was lost in thought. Sasuke's brother had scratches on his ninja forehead, indicating that he was a rebellious ninja. Naruto said he would take Sasuke back to the village. Does that mean Sasuke also defected? But what's really a few years into the future on the light screen? What is certain is that what is shown on the light screen is a spoof, and a lot of the information is incorrect, but can it be completely denied? According to the investigation, it seems to be a projection of the entire ninja world. Such a huge feat would have been impossible for the Sandaime, the strongest Hokage, to achieve at his peak. Then, it seems unwise to completely deny the information revealed by the light curtain. At this time, an introduction to Sasuke appeared on the light screen. The 2 pillars of Uchiha almost died when they killed Attack God, they almost died when they collected the 8 tails, they almost died when they caused trouble in the council, they almost died when they killed Danzo, they almost died when they sneak attacked Madara, they almost died when they fought Naruto. The sky has cleared up, the rain has stopped, and Urshasa feels like he is doing well again. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the second pillar limped back. This. Shikamaru was also stunned. Is the information revealed by the light curtain this time a bit big? With a swipe, everyone's eyes turned to Sasuke. Sasuke's face darkened. In addition to being angry, Sasuke was also panicked. The light screen couldn't be true. He, Uchibo Sasu, was the number 1 in the ninja school, and Naruto was just a jerk. How could he almost die in a battle with Naruto? Kill the weasel god? Are you talking about his brother? God? Is this a recognition of Nissan's strength? What does closing the 8th tail mean? Parliament? Danzo? It's getting scary. Sneak attack on Madara? Could it be the legendary Shura Uchiha Madara from the ninja world? But he must have been killed by the first Hokage a long time ago, there is no way he is still alive. Or will he be resurrected in the future? Fugaku and Itachi both looked solemn. According to their analysis, the light curtain might actually be able to see into the future. Therefore, what is now revealed on the light screen, is likely to have real elements. The Weasel God? This is a recognition of Itachi. Fugaku glanced at the eldest son beside him. He was indeed his son. But the younger son wants to kill the older son? As for the younger son almost dying when he kills the older son, does that mean he succeeded in killing the older son? For a father, this is really cruel. In the land of thunder, there are many high mountains, dense clouds and mist, thunder and lightning. Kumagakur Ninja Village. The 4th Raikage AI looked furious. The 8 Tails Jinhuriki Rabbi is his younger brother. Although he is not a real brother, he is a brother and sister. Will the brat of the Konoha Uchiha family take over the Eight Tails in the future? Almost died? Is this the second Uchiha pillar? Aiyin said with a sullen face. Kirabi, who was in the village, also saw the light curtain, and he was suddenly inspired. He improvised a singing and dancing rap, but he also remembered the name of Uchiha Urju in his heart. The country of water, Kirigakure Ninja Village. There was surprise in the masked man's eyes. Uchiha attack his younger brother? That brat named Uchiha Suzuki. With the same name as the third Hokage's father, Sarutobi Suzuki, the contemporary Uchiha clan leader is really hopeless. He named his son after the third generation to express his admiration for his son and his hope that his son would become as great a ninja as the third generation in the future. This was done to win the third generation's favor and get the Konoha high-level officials to accept the Uchiha. Perhaps the third generation would feel a little relieved. However, the Uchiha's situation did not get better, but got worse. The only way forward for the Uchiha clan seems to be a coup. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan will only become more and more in decline and eventually be destroyed. If the future is really on the light screen, then Suzuki Uchiha has great potential. Kill Uchiha Itaki? Fighting against the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? What is a riot? Could it be the Five Shadows Conference? Or a major meeting like that? Destroying Danzo is also easy to understand. In other words, that old guy Danzo will be killed by Uchiha Suzuki in the future? Then he thought about Danzo sealing half of the bridge with his life. So, Danzo is fighting Suzuki? Suzuki opened Susanoo, and Danzo held Kunao and stabbed Susanoo. And being able to open Susanoo means that Mangekyo has also awakened. Sneak attack on Madara? Others thought that Uchiha Madara was killed by the ninja god Senju Hashirama, but he knew that Uchiha Madara did not die at the hands of the ninja god, but died of old age. Now, Madara's reincarnation eyes are on Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and he has inherited Madara's will and walks in the world as Uchiha Madara. In the future, will Madara's plan succeed? Did he successfully resurrect? So, became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Casting Infinite Tsukuyomi? Uchiha Suzuki sneak attacked Madara? But almost died. If Madara is resurrected, takes back the Rinnegan, and becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, even the Mangekyo will be nothing in front of him. And the one fighting Naruto behind the sneak attack Madara? Teacher's child? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Even if it grows up, how strong can it be? If Madara is resurrected, even if he doesn't have the Rinnegan and doesn't become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he can beat Naruto. Two pillars? It's a prank at first glance. The masked man sneered. At the root organization base, Danzo was also looking at the light curtain. At this time, Danzo was shocked and angry. Destroy Danzo? Uchiha Fugaku's second son? The teacher is right. The Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Uchiha Itachi will become a rebel ninja in the future, and Uchiha Suzuki will also defect. This is enough to explain the problem. Danzo thought to himself. 9. Not only were the ANBU keeping tabs on the Uchiha family, but his roots were also keeping tabs on the Uchiha. According to the information obtained, the Uchiha clan is planning to launch a coup. Although Uchiha Fugaku opposed the coup, even though Fugaku was the clan leader, he could no longer suppress him. Now, Danzo is more determined to destroy the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha must be destroyed. And Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki must both die. Shisui's other kaleidoscope must also be taken back, as well as the Uchiha clan's numerous 3 Megatama Sharingan. It would be better if Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki both awakened the kaleidoscope. With a few more pairs of kaleidoscopes, his Danzo would be stronger. And only when you are strong can you lead Konoha to rise. Although Konoha won several ninja wars, Konoha also suffered the greatest losses. It relied on its profound foundation to maintain the title of the strongest ninja village. But if the fourth ninja war breaks out, Konoha may not be able to win. The Kumagakure ninja village is developing very quickly, and it is trying hard to overthrow Konoha and become the strongest ninja village. Konoha cannot live without his shinobi. Only by becoming Hokage can Konoha return to its former strength. But his power is not enough, he also needs strength. Kaleidoscope, would release. Chapter 11. What is favorite? Cho. Although the country of wind is the largest country in the ninja world, most of it is an uninhabited desert. It is extremely hot during the day and cold at night, with a huge temperature difference between day and night. In addition, water shortages, sandstorms. Tsunagakure Ninja Village was founded by the first generation Kazekage Raito. The village was built in an oasis. However, as time passed, this oasis continued to shrink. The lack of resources limited the development of sand ninjas. The defeat of several ninja wars caused the daimyo of the Wind Country to be extremely disappointed with the Suna Ninja, and thus cut off the funding for the Suna Ninja. The operation of the ninja village relies on task entrustment on the one hand, and funds allocated by the daimyo on the other. However, the stupid daimyo of the Land of Wind not only stopped funding the Suna Ninja, but even entrusted it to Konoha. In order to maintain the operation of the village, the fourth Kazekage Raza had to reduce the number of ninjas in the village and implement an elite policy. He went out early and came back late to work hard in the desert to pan for gold. This was also thanks to his possession of the magnetic escape and placer gold technique. Although the third generation Kazekage is called the strongest Kazekage in history, Raza's strength cannot be underestimated. In the desert, he also has the ability to suppress the rampaging one-tailed Shikaku. Because the wind and sand in the desert are strong, most of the buildings in Tsunagakure village are round. In the round table room, there are statues of the wind and shadows of the past. There was the first Kazekage who quelled the troubled times, single-handedly rescued the surviving ninjas in the desert, and founded the Tsunagakure ninja village. There is the second generation Kazekage, Shaman, who developed puppetry and magnetic escape. The third generation with the strongest Kazekage. And now the fourth generation Luo Shat. Before the light curtain appeared again, senior Suna ninja executives were meeting. Luo Shat, wearing a Kazekage hat, looked serious. Below him were the two elder advisors, Cho and Ebizo. Then came a dozen of the village's elite jonin. As the light curtain appeared again, the meeting was interrupted. Everyone looked out the window, the light curtain in the sky. Uchiha clan. Luo Sha looked serious. Uchiha Itaki? Will the son of the patriarch of the contemporary Uchiha clan become a rebellious nin in the future? Itaka's younger brother Urju? If what was revealed on the light screen is true, then Uchiha Fugaku's two sons will achieve great things in the future. Konoha, the cradle of genius. It's so enviable. Grandma Chiyo's summer swimsuit.jpg. What is favorite? Swimsuit Cho. Cho, let me love you in this hot summer. Cho? Ebizo, my sister still has a young mentality. Luo Shat. Cho almost cursed. The light screen didn't properly expose Konoha F4, expose Uchiha, expose Kyuubi, etc., to prank her, an old woman? Too much. Thinking that the light screen is a projection of the entire ninja world, Cho is in trouble. She isn't guaranteed a good night's sleep. The society died directly. A dozen elite jounin all looked strange, wanting to laugh, but holding back. Youth, occasionally shows off your waist. Metkai, the proud blue beast of Konoha, is a passionate ninja who likes to talk about the word youth. He is also Kakashi's best friend and rival. His ninjutsu is average, but his physical skills are very strong. Today, I ran 100 handstand laps around Konoha village, and I felt that my strength had improved, so I asked Kakashi to compete, but Kakashi was completely demotivated. Then, the light screen appeared. Seeing Uchiha Itaki, Uchiha Sasuke, and Naruto displayed on the light screen, Metkai also became serious. From the scratches on Uchiha Itachi's Konoha forehead protector, we can know that he became a rebellious ninja. And Uchiha Sasuke is called the Two Pillars, and the information revealed is even more terrifying. Even if everything on the light screen is fake, it can't be ignored. If it were true, it would be quite serious. Might Guy is passionate, but not an idiot, and he also loves Konoha. As for Kakashi, his expression was more serious. However, as soon as Cho in swimsuit appeared, they were blinded. Accidentally, Kai ducked. It's an obvious prank. The light screen is indeed not serious, but for Uchiha, this is a good thing. Kakashi thought to himself. After looking at the light curtain, Konoha's top brass must have become more wary of Uchiha. It's even harder to get the higher UPS in Konoha to accept Uchiha. If it is determined that what the light curtain reveals is the real future, Uchiha's situation will not be good. The higher UPS would not give Uchiha Itachi a chance to defect. For Denzo, the Two Pillars already have a way to kill him. Even the fourth Raikage of Kumagakure Ninja Village would not let Sasuke go. Finish Eight-Tail? To attack the fourth Raikage's younger brother is unforgivable to the fourth Raikage, and he might even threaten Konoha's top brass with launching a war to hand over Uchiha Sasuke. The serious atmosphere was ruined a lot by Cho in a swimsuit, which was a good thing for the Uchiha clan. Somewhere in the ninja world, there is a figure wearing a black trench coat. His left hand is a dual mechanism device, and his back is a ghost face, with a scorpion-like tail extending from the hole in the ghost face. This is the work of Red Sand Scorpion, Fei-Liuhu. The body of the scorpion is hidden inside Fei-Liuhu. He was born in Suna Ninja Village, and Cho was his grandmother. Seeing the old woman in a swimsuit on the light screen, Xie remained silent. Scorpion is also very curious about the light curtain. He pursues eternal art. Is light curtain an art? Excluding the elements of prank, can the light curtain really provide insight into the past and future? He is also becoming more and more curious about the light curtain. However, the light curtain should be just a projection, which can be seen, but cannot be approached, let alone touched. Nowadays, too many people in the ninja world have seen the light curtain, and everyone who sees the light curtain is more or less curious. In addition to the 5 major ninja villages, many forces are also investigating the light curtain, but there is too little information. Expose my assassination of the third Kazekage if you can. Xie, who was hidden inside Fei-Liuhu, sneered. Scorpion's true form is a handsome young man with red hair. Because he turned himself into a human puppet, his appearance will not change. At this moment, the light curtain turned black, which was purer black than the night sky. Then, with the light, a book appeared with the words Naruto on the cover. A pair of golden hands that were more dazzling than the sun turned the pages of the book, but the contents of the book were not revealed. The golden hand that cannot be looked directly at. A book called Naruto? Naruto? Konoha? What about those golden hands? Xie's eyes widened. Although he is inside Fei-Liuhu, it does not affect Xie's view of the outside world. For him, the vision outside Fei-Liuhu is the same as that inside Fei-Liuhu. For ninjas, vision is very important. The field of vision is limited, which will have an impact on strength. The sudden appearance of Naruto and those golden hands made Xie curious. At this moment, Scorpio is not the only one who is curious. The entire Naruto world, the living creatures and undead looking at the light curtain, were all curious. Humans are not the only ones with intelligence in this world. After all, many ninjas are contracted by psychic beasts. There are also immortals from the 3 holy places, toads, slugs, and a snake. Chapter 12. The entire ninja world is in a state of chaos. What? How is that possible? This. Impossible, absolutely impossible, this is a prank. A book. Naruto? I will never approve it. At this moment, the entire ninja world exploded. Including Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was sealed in the moon, all intelligent creatures and the undead who looked at the light curtain could not calm down. The light curtain reveals the origin of this world. Is this just a lower world, a book created by beings from a higher world? As for the existence of the higher world that projects, reveals information, and plays tricks on this world, it is just that it is not satisfied with some of the established destiny trajectories of this world. 10. When the light curtain first appeared, the direction of the world changed. In the Earth Country Iwagakure Ninja Village, the third generation Tsuchikage Oniki looked angry. What the hell? This world is just created by beings from the higher world, a book? So, the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages are just words on a book? Also, Naruto? Konoha is the protagonist? IWA Ninja is just a supporting character? How can it be repaired? He doesn't agree with it. Why is Konoha the protagonist? Why not call it Tsuchikage Ninja? The Sand-Hide Ninja Village in the Country of Wind, the Mist-Hidden Ninja Village in the Water Country, the Cloud-Hidden Ninja Village in the Kingdom of Thunder. There are also many small countries, such as the Country of Rain, the Country of Grass, the Country of Tea, the Country of Rivers, the Country of Stone, the Country of Iron, the Country of Ghosts. It is of course difficult to accept that this world is just a book in the higher world, and that my own country, my own ninja village, and my own family are just supporting characters or background. Pure land. Are you kidding me? Uchiha Madara's undead was furious. What if it is true, as revealed by the light screen, that Uchiha Madara's existence and his destiny are just words written by beings in the higher world? If that's the case, what's the point of Uchiha Madara's existence? What is his bond with Hasalama? Damn bastard, bastard! For thousands of years, various ninjutsu have appeared in the ninja world. There is a ninjutsu that can turn paintings into reality. As for the characters and scenes described in words, they have become reality and cannot exist. But lower world? Similar to illusion? Or is it a dream, constructed from spiritual energy? Somewhere in the ninja world, Orochimaru's eyes widened. At this time, he felt shocked, curious, doubtful, and even a little bit ecstatic. Regarding what the light screen revealed, Orochimaru believed that it was still credible. Maybe this world is really just a book in a higher world. So, the people of the creation god are dissatisfied with the plot of this world, so they used divine power to project this world, hoping to make this world a new trend? A windmill that cannot rotate has no ornamental value and needs a new wind to blow. Then, the wars, sufferings, and sorrows in this world are just some existence in the higher world. Bad taste? Naruto? Is it a tragic book? Is it possible for a lower world to be upgraded to a higher world? If he can do it, in the future, Orochimaru will definitely let the Lord God of Creation see his capacity. Perhaps, the appearance of the light curtain not only brings a new wind to the world, but also something else. Of course, it is also possible that the light curtain is misleading by revealing falsehoods. The light curtain should appear again in the future and reveal more information, but the truth is shrouded in fog and requires wisdom to decipher. Ignorant people are not qualified to grasp the truth. Becoming a stepping stone is the best destination. It is interesting and getting more and more it gets more interesting. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with excitement, and he was also a little crazy. Miyamu Mountain is one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world, and is as famous as Ryuji Cave and Shishibone Forest. The Great Toad Immortal is the founder of Mount Myaboku and lives in a temple deep in Mount Myaboku. For those who come to practice at MT Myaboku, the Great Toad Immortal Association sends their subordinate Fukasaku, and Shima is responsible for screening those who enter MT Miyauki for practice. For those who pass the training trial, Fukasaku and Shima will teach the sage mode of MT Miyauki. At this time, inside the temple deep in Miyamu Mountain, the great Toad Sage is sitting on the throne. Toad Maru, who has survived from the Kagaya era to this day, is called the Great Toad Sage and has lived for more than 1,000 years. I saw that its whole body was orange, with yellow eyes, a string of Buddhist beads around its neck, a lavender cat's eye stone in the middle, with the word oil on it, and a doctor's hat on its head, with a kind face. Smile. Fukasaku and Shima were guarding them. There are also some toads present, such as Toad Bunta, Toad Hiroshi, Toad Ken, Toad Tadashi, etc. Jiraiya has long been contracted to Mount Myaboku, and even practiced the sage mode of Mount Myaboku, but he is just a half-dabbler. Now, Jiraiya stood in front of the Great Toad Sage, coming to ask for advice. The Great Toad Sage has the ability to predict accurately. He said that there will be a child of destiny in the future who will bring peace to the ninja world. He also said that the child of destiny is Jiraiya's apprentice. Jiraiya traveled around the ninja world. In addition to collecting materials, the most important thing looking for the child of destiny. After the light curtain appeared for the first time a few days ago, Jiraiya came to ask the Great Toad Sage for advice, but the Great Toad Sage said, he couldn't understand. The light curtain appeared for the second time, and the Great Toad Immortal could no longer predict the future. Now, the information revealed by the light screen actually says that this is the world of Naruto, a book in the higher world called Naruto. Is our world really just a book in the higher world? Jiraiya asked the Great Toad Sage. I don't know, maybe. If there really is a higher world. Maybe the higher world is just a book in the higher world, and there may also be a lower world in a book in our world. Big Toad Immortal, speak up. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, prohibiting the Matryoshka doll. Little Jiraiya, why don't you find a book and research whether there is a lower world in the book? Fukasaku Sennin gave a suggestion. When Jiraiya heard it, he thought, he could try it. It may not be that a lower world can exist in any book, the writing style, the world view, the spiritual thoughts of the audience, the mysterious energy. The Great Toad Immortal hesitated for a moment, and then spoke again. With the wisdom of the Great Toad Immortal for thousands of years, it felt that the light curtain probably really came from the higher world and was a projection of the higher world onto this world. For this world, it may be a great opportunity, or it may be a great disaster. But the light curtain is not something it can change. Myomushin's power cannot change the light curtain. Now, we can only wait and see what happens. As for the future, it is impossible to predict. The future, which was already relatively vague, was completely unclear. Forget it, it's just a toad that lives a little too long. Why do you think too much? Let the Immortal of Six Paths worry about it. I think it's better to write a novel myself, and then look for the lower world from the book I wrote. Jiraiya thought for a moment and said his plan. Rather than looking for a book written by someone else to study, it may be better to write your own. Chapter 13 Hokage, I am the strongest Kazekage. Not to mention that the entire Naruto world was in a state of shock when they looked at the light curtain. On the light screen, the invisible golden hands turned over the pages of Naruto. Boring. Immediately afterwards, the picture on the light screen changed, and a bookshelf appeared. The bookshelf on the 999th floor was neatly arranged with densely packed books. Behind the bookshelf was another bookshelf, and behind it, there seemed to be countless bookshelves. Some titles on the first shelf were revealed. Hokage, I am the fourth Tsuchikage Deidara, I, Danzo, am the Hokage, Hiruzen regrets it, it's okay not to have this Byakugan, Niji rises, Jiraiya collapsed, Tsuna and I many hands and many blessings, Uzumaki Naruko and Uchiha Satsuki, Izuna, the great pillar of innate evil. Damn! The collective people who looked at the light curtain were dumbfounded. Earth Country Iwagakure Ninja Village. Deidara? The fourth Tsuchikage? But that's it for the fourth Tsuchikage. What does it mean to add Hokage in front of the title of the book? Then, a reader's comment appeared under each book on the light screen. Reborn as Deidara, interesting. Ohanaki, Deidara, you must be the fourth Tsuchikage. What? My son Lois? My granddaughter Kuratsuki? They can't even shoulder the heavy responsibility. The yellow soil has no plan, the black soil has little wisdom, Iwagakure Ninja Village can only rely on you. Tsuchikage building. Onoki's face turned dark, and so did Huangtu's. In the ninja school, Xiao Kuratsuki pouted and looked angry. What the hell? That brat Deidara. Konoha, root tissue base. Danzo? People from the world of creation God Sama crossed over and became him. He performed outstandingly during the first ninja war, and Tobirama made him the third Hokage. Then, Monkey, Danzo, you will regret this. Danzo, Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. Not to mention, it's pretty cool just thinking about it. At Konoha Ninja School, Hyuga Niji looked at the light curtain in shock. Someone from the God realm traveled across time and became him, gouging out his eyes at the beginning. For freedom, for not being planted as a caged bird. Give me freedom or give me death. Nishi's eyes were filled with confusion. If you lose a pair of white eyes and transplant a pair of ordinary eyes, you can still rise? Life is precious, but love is more valuable. If you want freedom, you can throw away both. The caged bird limits Niji. What are you doing with your eyes? Just defect. Trash Konoha doesn't matter. Yes, defecting, killing Konoha, defeating F4, you have become Niji, what's the point of not defecting? Niji? Mt Miyamu. Jiraiya, I. How blessed are you and Tsunade to have many children? He was going to collapse with jealousy. In the land of fire, outside a certain casino, Tsunade had a dark face. Pure Land, Kato Dan, Undead. Konoha Ninja School. Naruto? Suzuki? Uzumaki Naruto? Uchiha Satsuki? So shocked, so shocked. 11. Sakura, Ino, and others were also shocked. It really was, my friends and I were stunned. Therefore, the people in the world of Lord Creator, not only like to make fun of others, but are also, rotten, and Pure Land, Uchiha Izuna, undead? During the Warring States period, he was not dead, but he killed Senju Tobirama. He was very hostile to the Senju clan and had no respect for the first Hokage, calling him the Great Pillar. His brother defected, but he stayed in Konoha and became the second Hokage. He originally wanted to defect with his brother, but in the end that guy from Hashirama gave him a knock when he had a disagreement. Hashirama begged him again and kowtowed, and Konoha really needed him. For the sake of the village and the peace of the ninja world, he reluctantly took over the position of the second-generation Hokage, and accepted the disciples Uchiha Kagami and Mito Kabuto. Go to sleep in Xiaochun, take the autumn wind, what? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo? They are all short-lived ghosts. After becoming the second Hokage, it was of course necessary to suppress the Senju clan. Therefore, the Senju clan was in charge of the Konoha police department. Although there was no Kyuubi rebellion, the Senju clan was inherently evil, so of course they had to be driven to the edge of the village and needed to be monitored. Tsunade slaughtered the Senju clan on the condition of protecting her younger brother Naoki, then defected and joined an organization called Akatsuki, codenamed Gamble. Senju Hashirama, the undead, scratched his head, looking very smart. This seems to be a prank by people from the God realm. Senju Tobirama, undead the idiot brother, the inherently evil Uchiha, and the hateful people from the God realm. Urja's face turned darker. So, the ninja god Senju Hashirama is a big pillar? Uchiha Suzuki is the second pillar? Uchiha Itachi fell into deep thought. To kill a whole clan on the condition of protecting his younger brother? Akatsuki organization? In addition, some of the numerous book reviews that appeared on the light screen were trash book, uninteresting, poisoned to death, this isn't acceptable either. I won't say anything like that, but good book, quick update, can't sleep at night, this book has the potential to become a god. The potential to become a god? Derivative fanfic? Parallel world? The main world is Naruto. If a fan becomes a god, will there be a parallel world? In addition, changes in the timeline can also create parallel worlds. The nature of the world? At this moment, Itaki Uchiha was not the only one thinking about this issue. Some people don't believe it, some are skeptical, some are shocked, some are trembling, and some are curious, just to name a few. At this time, the golden hands on the light screen took down a book from the bookshelf. Naruto, I am the strongest Kazekage. The social animal died unexpectedly, traveled to the world of Naruto, and became the third generation Kazekage. The strongest Kazekage in history? Then let me lead the rise of Tsunagakure Ninja Village. The third Hokage, I am the strongest Hokage, but the third Kazekage is really powerful. When I meet the third Kazekage on the battlefield, I am allowed to give up the mission. Danzo, I have 70% of the credit for the rise of Tsunagakure Ninja Village, although it was not my original intention. Terumi Mei, the fifth Mizukage, I want to marry the third Kazekage, and the Kirigakure Shinobi Village is my dowry. The fourth Raikage, the Ab combination is nothing in front of the third Kazekage. In the Kingdom of Water, the blood mist in the Kirigakure Ninja Village has not yet dissipated. Terumi Mei was stunned. She was the fifth Mizukage? It's just, she was crying and begging to marry the third Kazekage? Don't you think it's outrageous that Kirigakure Ninja Village is her dowry? Also, some people are going to target her now. However, there are also some people who will seek refuge in her, which may be good or bad. Terumi was confused, and on the other side of Konoha, the third generation, Danzo, and many others were also stunned. Then, the faces of Sandai and Danzo turned dark. Is the title of the strongest Hokage in the third generation just a boast? Danzo gets most of the credit for Tsunagakure's rise? Have you considered Danzo's feelings? And the fourth Raikage broke the desk with one punch. Is he a piece of shit? No, he and Kiribi combined are nothing. How can it be repaired? The third Kazekage is a piece of shit. He disappeared without any explanation. He is rubbish, but he still has the nerve to be called the strongest Kazekage. Raikage's secretary looked helpless. He had to change his desk again. How many times this month? Chapter 14, Prank? Do you think this is just a prank? In Tsunagakure Ninja Village, all the ninjas looked at each other. Luo Shat, the fourth Kazekage, had a serious face and stared intently at the light curtain in the sky. Cho, Ebizo, and several elite jounin stood behind Luo Shat. A gust of wind and sand swept past, but it could not cover the light curtain. The sand sea is desolate. The third generation Kazekage is wearing a blue trench coat, with dark blue hair and yellow eyes. His face is serious and he looks into the distance at a 45 degrees angle. Suddenly, a handsome young man with red hair came behind the third Kazekage. Scorpion of Red Sand, the grandson of Tsunagakure Chiyo's advisor, the most outstanding puppet master in the village. Seeing his grandson's figure appear on the light screen, Chiyo's eyes were fixed on it. Since her grandson disappeared with the third Kazekage, Cho has not given up searching, but she has never been able to find him. She actually does not think her grandson is still alive, and thinks he might have died protecting the third Kazekage. Bang! Scorpion suddenly made a sneak attack, and the third Kazekage attacked by him turned into smoke. Scorpion, a clone? Powerful chakra fluctuations passed down from the top of Scorpion's head. He looked up and saw the third Kazekage in the air. The sand iron formed wings behind the third Kazekage. This was the third Kazekage's magnetic release and sand iron sky wings. Looking down at Scorpion, the third Kazekage was indifferent. Sneak attack? Poison? Think you can kill me? Scorpion, you are so stupid. The moment you take action against me, your fate is already sealed. Did Scorpion kill the Sandame? Luo Sha's complexion suddenly changed. Cho and Ebizo were both stunned. It is not difficult to understand what is shown on the light screen. People from the God realm traveled to the ninja realm and became the third Kazekage. So, what the third Kazekage wants to change is the original destiny trajectory. In other words, the disappearance of the third Kazekage was caused by Scorpion. The third Kazekage was certainly unprepared for Scorpion. With Scorpion's unexpected sneak attack and the use of poison, it was very possible to kill the third Kazekage. This must be a prank. Scorpion has always respected the Sandame, and there is no way he would do something treacherous. Cho panicked. Yes, it must be a prank. Ebizo quickly agreed. However, Luo Sha had a gloomy look and said angrily, "A prank? Do you think this is just a prank?" To be honest, Cho also found it difficult to accept that the third Kazekage was assassinated by his grandson. This was terrible. How could Scorpio be so extreme? Cho understands Raza's character. For the benefit of the village, Zhou Dunyakang, the hero of the village, could once be sacrificed. And Raza's youngest son, Gara, became a tool. Since the third Kazekage might have been assassinated by Scorpion, one can imagine what Luo Sha will do next. It is certain that Scorpion will be wanted on the wanted list, and Scorpion will become Tsunagakure's S-class rebel ninja. In addition, Cho and Ebizo are likely to be dismissed from their advisory positions and placed under surveillance. The picture on the light screen continues. When the sneak attack failed, Scorpion's first reaction was to run away. Although Xia was a genius, his strength was far inferior to that of the third Kazekage. If Scorpion is given 10 years, and the strength of the third Kazekage has not changed much in 10 years, maybe Scorpion can compete with the third Kazekage. However, when it came to escaping under the watchful eyes of the third Kazekage, Scorpion thought too much. He saw the third Kazekage forming seals with his hands and using the secret technique of magnetic escape. Sand Iron Shiger uses the properties of magnetic chakra to create repulsion, causing flying stone-like sand iron to attack the opponent. Then, sand iron cones and sand iron spears emerged one after another. There was no need to use the sand and iron boundary technique, and the Scorpion was severely damaged. Scorpion's limbs were broken and his life was in danger. The third Kazekage, it is so sad to kill a genius of the village. I can only blame that old Cho for not educating you well. Your parents were killed by Konoha's White Fang, who then committed suicide. You wanted revenge but you didn't go find White Fang's son Kakashi instead of attacking me, the third Kazekage? You are so stupid. You are already corrupt at such a young age. At the critical moment of life and death, Scorpion's face was filled with fear, tears, and snot. Third generation, please spare my life, I was wrong. The third Kazekage shook his head. Scorpion of Red Sand, your character has collapsed, and I almost lost my sight. Sand and iron fell, Scorpion's head was shot, and he died miserably. Afterwards, the wind and sand buried Scorpion's body. The third generation Kazekage turned around and went back to build the village. As for Scorpion, he was classified as missing. Pure Land. Of course the third Kazekage, undead, hated Scorpion who killed him. Looking at the third generation Kazekage who killed Scorpion on the light screen, he felt strange. The people from the God realm became him, and after adapting to it, he killed the Scorpion. What will he do next? Although he didn't want to admit it, Tsunagakure was the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages. In other big countries, the daimyo supports the ninja village, but the daimyo of the Land of Wind is a fool. Although Tsunagakure is also a great ninja village, it is too difficult to develop. And the wisdom from the God realm may be able to help the Tsunagakure ninja village. Somewhere in the ninja world, Scorpion hidden inside Fei Liuha frowned. His assassination of the third Kazekage was revealed by the light curtain. In addition, he was killed by the third Kazekage on the light screen. He died miserably, which made him a little unhappy. What makes him most unhappy is that he is afraid of death. Crying and begging for mercy before dying? What a joke! In order to set off the third Kazekage, let's just criticize him, right? Naruto, I am the strongest Kazekage? The potential to become a god? In other words, is it possible to derive a parallel world, and in the parallel world, he failed to attack the third Kazekage and was killed? In addition, he remembered what the third Kazekage said in the light screen. Konoha's White Fang committed suicide, but the White Fang's son was still alive. Since his parents were killed by White Fang, then his killing of White Fang's son Kakashi Hatake was also revenge. Kakashi. Scorpion muttered. Konoha. 12. F4 gathered together again. Tsunagakure said that we, Konoha, assassinated the third Kazekage through subterfuge. Now, the light curtain has revealed that it was the Red Sand Scorpion of Tsunagakure Ninja Village who assassinated the third Kazekage. This is an internal problem within the Tsunagakure Ninja Village, and with us. It doesn't matter, Konoha, Mito Kadenyan said solemnly. Send someone to negotiate with the fourth Kazekage. Tsunagakure must cede some benefits to Konoha. Koharu said after sleeping. Humph. Not only do you have to make Tsunagakure spit out what you have eaten, but you also have to do it twice as much. Danzo said coldly. In the Third Ninja World War, Tsunagakure was defeated. Konoha negotiated with them and signed an alliance contract. Tsunagakure insisted that the third Kazekage was assassinated by Konoha. In the end, Konoha made some concessions at the negotiation table. Now that the light screen has revealed that it was the Red Sand Scorpion who assassinated the third Kazekage, Konoha certainly needs to have a good talk with Tsunagakure. Danzo narrowed his eyes. He meant to open his mouth to Tsunagakure Lion and threaten to start a war. Konoha is the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages, but Tsunagakure is the weakest. Once the war starts, it will definitely not be too difficult for Konoha to defeat Tsunagakure, but they have to guard against Kumagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. If Konoha goes to war against Tsunagakure, the other 3 major ninja villages will definitely not remain indifferent. Of course, shouting war slogans is just threatening Tsunagakure. The man from the God realm became the third Kazekage, and he said he would lead Tsunagakure to rise. The third Hokage took a puff of cigarette and frowned. Chapter 15. The third Kazekage was blackmailed. Konoha. Danzo's expression became more solemn. How high would the wisdom of the higher world bring the Tsunagakure ninja village? After seeing the operations on the light screen, Tsunagakure Ninja Village Council, let's copy the homework. This is not a good thing for Konoha. However, Danzo's face darkened the next moment. The third Kazekage, the third ninja war is inevitable. The village has insufficient funds and the quality of ninjas is low. It will be difficult to break the war. Forget it, let's get some money to develop the village first. Konoha Root Organization, Danzo received a letter. Danzo, Kazekage? Why are you writing to me? Tear it apart, Danzo, my friend, we have been apart for many years, but you are safe and well. I am in awe of you for your talent, but Sarutobi is mediocre. To put it simply, praise Danzo, and tell Danzo that he knows some of the bad things Danzo has done, and I believe Danzo doesn't want some of the bad things he has done to be made public. Finally, borrow some money from Danzo, with an annual interest rate of 1%. Not much, just borrow 10 billion taels to help Danzo boss. Danzo was unhappy, but still lent the third Kazekage 10 billion. At the same time, a letter from Tsunagakure's advisor Cho was sent to the third Hokage. Due to insufficient funds for Tsunagakure, the third Kazekage intended to launch a war against Konoha and secretly contacted the Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Reikage. Cho did not support her, so she hoped to borrow some small money from Konoha to help the village, not much. 20. The strongest Hokage took a puff of cigarette. 20 billion? For the sake of peace, this money was lent to Tsunagakure. 2 letters were exchanged for 30 billion, and Tsunagakure's funds were no longer tight for the time being. Of course, the third Kazekage's apprentice Luosha continues to pan for gold in the desert. Pure Land, the third Kazekage, undead, has a black face. Is this how you develop the Tsunagakure ninja village? Are Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo so easy to deceive? It's too intellectual. After the village's funds were not tight, the third Kazekage began to pick up girls. The first female protagonist was Yekang. The embarrassing love words came out of the third Kazekage's mouth. Yekang was completely unable to resist. In just a few days, he was got it. The third Kazekage lifted his pants. The third Kazekage, undead's face turned darker. He didn't want to say anything about lying to the third Hokage and Danzo, but picking up girls? He had something he didn't know whether to say or not. Yekang, undead, is there any mistake? Even the dead are not spared. A woman who can win over with just a few embarrassing words of love? And although she respects the third Kazekage is not her type either. Too much. Thinking that the light screen seems to be a projection of the entire ninja world, how many people in the ninja world are watching? So, what do people in the ninja world think of her? I'm tired, this ninja world should be destroyed. Moreover, her age was also mistaken. She was about the same age as the third Kazekage. If it were to make her younger, she would be fine with it, but to make her older, that would be too much. Next, Yekang gritted his teeth. The third Kazekage captured Yekara, and was thinking about Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Hinata, Ino, Konan, Mikoto, Kyukina. Finished. The third Kazekage was blackmailed. At the Konoha Ninja School, both Hinata and Ino turned pale with fear. The third Kazekage is a huge pervert. Fortunately, I didn't miss Sakura. The third generation is really a big pervert. Naruto muttered, a little glad that his goddess was not missed by the weirdo. Idiot Naruto, he is the third Kazekage. You can easily misunderstand that the third Kazekage is also a pervert. Sakura glared at Naruto in displeasure. Sakura felt a little conflicted in her heart. On the one hand, she was glad that the big pervert didn't care about her, but on the other hand, she felt unhappy that even Inazo was noticed, but she wasn't. Does this mean she's not as good as Inobo? Although she has a wide forehead, she is also very cute. Do you think she is inferior to Ino? He must be blind. While thinking about it, Sakura peeked at Sasuke. Hinata peeked at Naruto. Sasuke almost opened his Megatama in anger, thinking about his mother. There is a way to die. In other words, the third Kazekage died early. Police Department. Fugaku and 1-7 also had dark faces. Uchiha Tribe, Mikoto. Pure Land, Uzumaki Kushina, Ghost. In the belly of the god of death, Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya, who was still at Miyaboku Mountain, widened his eyes. Excluding the fact that the third Kazekage missed Tsunade that made him unhappy, the rest. The pattern is opened. I also had a lot of inspiration for the novel I was going to write. Some people said that Jiraiya was lecherous, and he used to think that he was a bit lecherous. But compared with the third Kazekage, where is he? It's smaller, and his pattern is smaller. It's just a bit ridiculous. Are you sure you won't be beaten to death? Jiraiya looked weird. With great strength and embarrassing words of love, he wins one woman after another? It would be fine if she was a vulgar woman, but neither Yekang nor Tsunade was vulgar. He actually still misses Uchiha Mikoto and Kyukina. Kushina died early? No, Kushina was not dead before the Third Ninja War, but that's not what she said. It's too much to miss Mikoto. My husband is not dead yet. 2 children have been born. I don't know if the soul of the third Kazekage in the Pure Land has been seen. He, Jiraiya, felt a little sympathy for the third Kazekage. The strongest Kazekage in history was assassinated by people in his own village, and he is still being treated in such a bad light. Even the third Kazekage, whom Jiraiya replaced in the light screen, felt ashamed. No one else would feel comfortable if he replaced him, right? And what if the parallel world derived from the light curtain? It's better to destroy it as soon as possible. Rain Ninja Village, Akatsuki Organization Base. Konan looked humiliated, like she was dirty. Now, in Zionan's eyes, the third Kazekage is a dirty thing. Nagato's samsara eyes turned, and terrifying murderous aura was released from his body. Although Nagato's murderous intent was not directed at Konan, Konan still almost suffocated. The god who created this world? Decay and filth. Gritting his teeth, Nagato had another dream. He didn't know that he wanted the ninja world to feel pain, realize the true meaning of peace, and also destroy the god world. Nagato wants the people in the god realm to know that even the lower world created by the people in the god realm cannot be played with at will. After Yahiko died, Konan became the most important partner in Nagato's heart. Damn it for insulting Konan. I hope our Akatsuki information will not be exposed. Konan sighed and said to Nagato. What can you do if you are angry? There is no way to break the light curtain. There is no way to go to the higher world. Now, Zionan is worried that all the information about the Akatsuki organization has been exposed by the light curtain. The third Kazekage, if you kill a genius, find a better one. Everyone in the ninja world was curious. A better genius than the Red Sand Scorpion? Who could it be? Leaving the village, the third Kazekage headed towards Mount Kikyo. Mount Kikyo, located on the border of the Land of Fire, is also Konoha's first line of defense against Iwa-nin. Baikyo Mountain. Is there a better genius in Platy-Kodan Mountain than the Red Sand Scorpion? Battle of Mount Kikyo? Orphan? Newly graduated genin. Chapter 16 Kabuto, Be My Son. Somewhere in the Land of Fire, Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses and frowned slightly as he looked at the Platy-Kodan Mountain Castle appearing on the light screen in the sky. The genius mentioned by the third Kazekage on the light screen as better than the Red Sand Scorpion should not be him. He thinks he has some talent, but it shouldn't be as good as the guy who assassinated the third Kazekage. The sand iron formed wings on the back of the third Kazekage, allowing him to fly through the desert, past the oasis, and saw villages, fields, rivers, and arrived outside the Platy-Kodan Mountain Castle. The third Kazekage, Kabuto Yakushi, is 6 years old now. 5 years old? During the Third Ninja War, he was adopted by Yakushi Nono and stayed in Konoha orphanage for 3 years. After that, he was forced to work for Danzo, an old bastard, and became a spy. He traveled around the country and accidentally killed his adoptive mother and felt that his life was a sad guy who has lost his meaning. Pocket. It's really him, how can he be so virtuous and capable? However, the light screen revealed a lot of information about him. On the light screen were the voices of the third Kazekage. The eternal pain in Kabuto's heart is the manslaughter of his adoptive mother, pharmacist Nono Yu. 13. The past is still fresh in his mind. He lurked to the Uegakure ninja village to steal information, but was discovered. When he knocked him down, it turned out that the person he knocked down was his adoptive mother. What confused him was that his adoptive mother didn't recognize him. The one who gave him his name did not recognize him. He was completely confused. What's the point of his life in this world? Fortunately, the appearance of Lord Orochimaru gave him meaning again. Now, on the surface, he is a Konoha ninja, but in fact he is Orochimaru's subordinate. At this time, the pharmacist Nanoyu appeared in the voice of the third Kazekage on the light screen. What? Kabuto was stunned. According to the voice of the third Kazekage on the light screen, his adoptive mother would not recognize him, but it was Danzo who did it. Danzo didn't trust him, nor his adoptive mother. In fact, his adoptive mother has always remembered him, but she can only understand his situation through photos, but Danzo slowly replaced his photos over time. Therefore, in the end, in Nanoyu's eyes, he became another person. I should say, what a shinobi. Danzo, damn it! A cold light flashed in Kabuto's eyes. In Platikodon Mountain Castle, the third Kazekage found Kabuto. Kabuto is not yet called Kabuto, but he is already an orphan. Pure Land. Kabuto's parents? The third Kazekage looked at the little Kabuto, his hair disheveled and his body dirty. Kid, just follow me from now on. From now on, your name will be Yao, cough, Shadu, be my son. With a kind smile on his face, the third Kazekage stretched out his hand to rub Kabuto's little head, but Kabuto's face was filled with surprise. Pocket? Sandbag? He had something he didn't know whether to say or not. Naruto, I am the strongest Kazekage? If it really becomes a parallel world, he, Kabuto Yakushi, will go there sooner or later, and defeat the third Kazekage. Suddenly, Kabuto's expression condensed and he looked behind him with vigilant eyes. A gust of wind blew by, the shadows of the trees rustled, and the grass swayed. A small snake appears. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto put down the kunao in his hand, pushed up his glasses, squinted and smiled. It seems that I have underestimated you in the past, and it is necessary to re-evaluate your value. The little snake spat out words. I hope you won't disappoint Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto said with a smile. In contrast, I don't want to be disappointed with the light screen. Little Snake said. Based on the information currently known, excluding the elements of prank, most of what the light screen revealed is credible. That's more interesting, isn't it? The truth is in front of you, it just depends on how you hold it in your hands. Yes. Lord Orochimaru, do you have any other instructions? Konoha, don't go back for now. No, there are some things we have to go back and resolve. Up to you. Kabuto Yakushi? He surpassed me. Scorpion didn't look well. He was no stranger to Do and knew him quite well. It is undeniable that Kabuto is a talent, but can he compare with him? Of course, Kabuto is younger than him and has great potential for growth. Duenzo is too bad, Aunt Nanoyu and brother Kabuto are so pitiful. Naruto looked at the light screen and felt sympathy for the fate of Nanoyu and Kabuto. Iruka was startled and quickly covered Naruto's mouth. If Danzo finds out, Naruto will be punished. Of course, Iruka also felt that Danzo was too dark. It is truly worthy of Shinobu's darkness. Nono and Kabuto stole information for Konoha, but the result was that mother and son killed each other. What a tragedy! Suzuki was lost in thought. The first appearance of the light curtain clearly revealed a lot of information about Danzo. There is someone in this world who has done bad things and cannot find the murderer. It must be Danzo. This is obviously a prank, but it is enough to explain something. As for the first generation Hokage, taking the blame for the third generation Hokage? Not to mention this. The 5.5th generation Hokage can also explain a lot of problems. After the fifth Hokage, Danzo should have become the Hokage, but everyone did not recognize him, so he was not the sixth Hokage. According to the future revealed by the light screen, his Uchiha clan seems to have been wiped out. He wants to kill Danzo. After analysis and analysis, there is only one answer. It is a good thing that Danzo is dead. But Danzo is Konoha's advisor and has a high position of authority. In addition, Danzo's strength is said to be not much worse than that of the third Hokage. The difficulty of killing Danzo can be imagined. To be honest, Suzuki felt a little sympathy for Nono and Kabuto, but he didn't say it like Naruto did. With Naruto's character, he would dare to say it even in front of the third Hokage, or even in front of Danzo. At this time, many people in the ninja world sympathized with Nono and Kabuto, and also scolded Danzo. What a dark shinobi, Danzo is so dark. Is this considered darkness? I'm afraid you don't know how dark it is in the blood mist. You can invite Kabuto to join our Tsunagakure ninja village. The fourth Kazekage Raza was thinking. According to the information revealed by the light screen, Kabuto works for Orochimaru. That guy Orochimaru. Danzo is not a human being, he is too bad. The third Hokage smoked a cigarette, sighed, and looked at his best friend beside him. Danzo was using a cane and half of his body was bandaged. Danzo also loves the village and has the will of fire just like him. As for the wounds on Danzo's body, they were those who had performed meritorious service for Konoha and shed blood. As for some of Danzo's methods being too extreme and too dark, I have to admit that they are very effective. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was able to secure the position of Hokage, and Danzo was also indispensable for Konoha's development so well. However, the light screen revealed a bit too much information. It is conceivable that many people will definitely denounce Danzo next. After all, Danzo carries the darkness of Konoha. What happens when darkness is exposed to sunlight? Danzo was silent, but his hatred for the light screen was huge. Whether it was the last time the light screen appeared or this time, it was not good for Danzo. However, Danzo was a little surprised that Kabuto Yakushi was a genius. However, the ninja world has never lacked geniuses, and Konoha is known as the cradle of geniuses. But genius also has to grow. And an uncontrolled genius may be a disaster when he grows up. Chapter 17 Daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind, Am I a Fool? Because of the light screen, Kabuto Yakushi's name can be said to have spread throughout the ninja world. The light screen said that Kabuto was a genius greater than the Red Sand Scorpion, which didn't seem like a joke. Knowing Kabuto, I began to re-evaluate him. As for those who didn't know Kabuto in the past, they also paid attention to it. At this time, the light curtain continued. I defrauded Konoha of money, and the funds of Tsunagakure Ninja Village are no longer tight for the time being. What? What about paying back the money? The third Kazekage, why should I pay back the money I borrowed based on my ability? Pure Land. Uchiha Madara, Undead I, Madara, would like to call you the most shameless. The third generation Kazekage, Undead, didn't want to talk. Feng Ping was killed, and he was tired. According to the light curtain, people in the so-called higher world may not have noble characters in the ninja world, because the higher world does not have them, so the lower world was created and given. Maybe the higher world behind the light curtain has no chakra. Of course, the exact details are still unknown. Tsunagakure Ninja Village held a high-level meeting. The third Kazekage, the two chief advisors Cho and Ebizo, and a dozen elite jounin. The third Kazekage, is that stupid daimyo going to reduce the number of ninjas again and not give them any funds? Ebizo sighed, I heard that the task was entrusted to Konoha. The third Kazekage, the one country one village system cannot be broken yet, forget it, let's just endure it for a while. Chapter Review 99+. Open it and take a look. I'm angry but you're sorry, do you want to celebrate the new year with a stupid name? Why are you, the strongest Kazekage, so cowardly? Go and kill the name. Sarutobi 3,500 million tails, I think we can assassinate the daimyo and support an obedient puppet. Madara doesn't know how to dance, if you give him face and call him a big name, if you don't give him face and tell him to bury him, what level is he? What level is Chi Feng Ying? One tail is stronger than 9 tails, abandon it, rubbish book, not happy at all, daimyo? Daimyo is a piece of shit. You have the strength not to kill a daimyo, but you still have the nerve to be called a ninja? And the strongest Kazekage? How funny! Kakuzu's tears, if you give me 100 tails, which one of the 5 major kingdoms will you assassinate? I'll take it. Take a filial son to beat 7, reduce the number of ninjas? Cut off funding? Why not kill them now? Thunder release, Qilin. How can a fool like the daimyo of the Land of Wind change? The only option is to die. Good guy. Almost all of the 99+ chapter reviews are shouting about killing the idiot Daiming of the Kingdom of Wind. As a whole, more than 99% of the ninjas who looked at the light screen had a blank mind. 14. Sunagakure Ninja Village. Luo Sha was also shocked. Kill a famous person? The Suna ninja in the village looked at each other. However, the one country one village system was set by the god of ninjas. Ninja villages are the military force of the country, but they are not under the jurisdiction of the daimyo. Instead, they have a mutually reinforcing relationship. Ninjas are not productive and rely on completing tasks to get paid. Without the daimyo, let ninjas run a country? It's unreliable when you think about it, and it's hard for the ninja world to have the peace it has now. In Konoha, the monkey and the old bastard frowned in unison. You regret it if I'm angry. Also, what does Sarutobi's 3,500 million ryo mean? Uchiha Madara, the undead, in the Pure Land has a dark face, and Madara can't dance? Do you want to reorganize the language? Lin, undead thunder escape, ride. In the blood mist of the water country in the ninja realm, the masked man seemed to be gritting his teeth. Chi-Lin. The one-tailed Shikaku sealed in Gaara's body? Ha ha ha, yes, yes, I am better than that stupid fox, and everyone in the world of the god of creation recognizes it. The nine-tailed nine llama sealed in Naruto's body was cursing loudly. The amount of M contained in it was too high and he would not be able to pass the trial at all. Uchiha Itachi was a little surprised. He was raising a dutiful son? So, he is very filial to his parents? How can you repair it and call me a fool? The country of wind, Daiming Mansion. The daimyo was furious. Although the daimyo are all weaklings, they are nominally the supreme ruler of a country, and after all, he is the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind, one of the 5 major nations, and they actually call him a fool? Before the first Hokage Senju Hashirama founded Konoha, the status of ninjas was actually low. They were hired by daimyo, nobles, and even businessmen. When Senju Hashirama founded Konoha, they formed a military body that could talk to the country on an equal footing. The status of ninjas suddenly rose, and ninjas from other countries began to imitate him. But the daimyo is still nominally higher than the shadow. It is Konoha, the strongest ninja village today. Although it is very strong, it is really not big. Therefore, a lot of development and funds need to be provided by a country. You should know that the appointment and dismissal of the cage of the 5 great ninja villages must also be approved by the daimyo. It seems to be negotiated within the village, but the list must be reported to the daimyo. In addition, the daimyo has the right to allocate domestic resources, which is far from being comparable to a ninja village. There is also the fact that the daimyo can give instructions on major events in the shinobi village. As for him reducing the number of ninjas in Sunagakure and cutting off funding for Sunagakure, what's wrong with him? In several ninja wars, Sunagakure was defeated. How much funding did the Daiming Palace provide to Sunagakure? What benefits were gained as a result? As for the task entrustment, Konoha has a high completion rate and the price is relatively cheap. Why can't the task be entrusted to Konoha? In addition to being angry, the daimyo was also a little panicked. The light screen said he should die? So, if the Kazekage really wants to change his name, other ninja villages probably won't allow it. Otherwise, let's give Sunagakure some funds every year. It's not worth it to lose your life just for some money. As for the tasks, most of them should be entrusted to Konoha, and a small part should be given to Sunagakure. It wouldn't be good if you were pushed to death and the net was broken. Sunagakure Ninja Village. Humph, even if the daimyo is dissatisfied, what else can he do? Luo Sha sneered. Anyway, the daimyo has cut off funding for Sunagakure. Although Luo Sha was digging for gold in the desert to support the village, he had to reduce the number of ninjas in the village. The number of ninjas is small. To maintain combat effectiveness, an elite policy must be implemented. As for puppetry, it can make up for the number of people, but it also requires talent. Nowadays, Tsunagakure has the fewest ninjas among the 5 major ninja villages, and the number of puppet masters is not too many, just over 1,000. As for killing the current daimyo and replacing him with an obedient daimyo, Luo Sha was thinking about it in his heart. The daimyo of other countries will definitely oppose it. No matter it is a big country or a small country, it is impossible for the daimyo to support it. But the key is Konoha, Kirigakure, Kumigakure and Uegakure. As long as the other 4 great ninja villages don't start a war with Tsunagakure, Raza will dare to kill the daimyo. Lord Kazekage, do you need to go to Daming Mansion to explain? Sand Ninja Maji suddenly came behind Luo Sha and asked in a low voice. That's not necessary. Luo Sha said calmly. If that idiot daimyo had a good relationship with Tsunagakure, in order to not reassure the daimyo, it would be necessary to send a ninja to the Daming Mansion to explain, or even go there himself, the Kazekage. But how did that idiot daimyo treat Tsunagakure? Not far away, Cho was worried. She knew that Luo Sha was dissatisfied with the daimyo. Almost all the ninjas in the village were dissatisfied with the daimyo. But dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction, and it is not appropriate to assassinate a daimyo. This will make Tsunagakure the target of public criticism. Of course, the light curtain may change everyone's thinking, and they may be able to kill daimyo at will in the future, but at least not yet. Chapter 18 Kakuzu, Thank You, I. Chapter 18 Kakuzu, I, Thank You. Ninja World, the Land of Earth, Underground Money Exchange. A ninja corpse with a bounty of 700 million taels was delivered, and Jiaoda was exchanged for money. The smell of money is his favorite. Known as the man who lives as long as heaven, Kakuzu can be traced back to the founding of the ninja village. He was born in Taki Ninja Village and was an elite in Taki Ninja Village. He carried out the mission of assassinating the first Hokage. However, he was defeated by the powerful wood escape of the god of ninja. When he escaped back to Taki Ninja Village, what was waiting for him was the stigma and heavy penalty for mission failure. For a man who risked his life for his village, this was cruel. So, with strong hatred, he escaped from prison, took away the village's forbidden magic, and also took away the hearts of all the high-ranking officials in the village. His longevity is due to the forbidden technique of Taki Ninja Village. The cultivator of resentment can use chakra to control the release of black tentacles in the body, thereby stealing the hearts of others, including one's own. Up to 5 hearts can be stored in the body. He can extend his life by replacing his heart, and he can also master new chakra attributes through the meridians in the hearts of other ninjas. The long lifespan has also given Kakuzu a wealth of combat experience. He will never go back to Taki Ninja Village. Living in this world, apart from his obsession with money, he no longer feels much meaning. The appearance of the light curtain also made him very novel. Kakuzu's tears. Kakuzu was confused. Did he cry? Maybe when I was a kid. Because of the light curtain, I can only count the money I got this time. You know, counting money is his favorite thing now. Some time ago, he joined the Akatsuki organization and became the organization's financial manager. Wearing a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, Kakuzu attracted a lot of attention when he stood at the door of the underground money exchange. Because of the light curtain, the Akatsuki organization, and the Akatsuki organization's windbreaker, are no longer secrets. Many forces have begun secretly investigating the Akatsuki organization. There are also people who are uneasy because of the Akatsuki organization, such as the old demigod in the Rain Ninja Village, or a certain old scumbag in Konoha. What was said on the light screen was too exaggerated. Kill a big name for 100 taels? Even if it is a famous name from a small country, it is impossible for him to accept it. He has not had much luck in the past few months. The most generous order he received was a reward of 1,100 million taels. After all, there are not many orders with a reward of tens of millions of taels. In the underground black market, Maze, the third Kazakage's subordinate, disguised himself and posted a reward of 3 million taels for the third Kazakage's head. Kakuzu, 3 million? I took this order. Outside the Tsunagakure ninja village, Kakuzu was lurking, waiting patiently for an opportunity. After half a month, he finally got the opportunity, so he took action. He had assassinated Senju Hashirama before, and he was still Hashirama. He retreated completely in front of the powerful Mudun. He was called the strongest third-generation Kazekage in history, but he didn't take it lightly. The third Kazekage was careless and stepped into the trap set by Kakuzu. Kakuzu, I accepted 3 million yuan, haha. The boom detonating symbol exploded, with fire and smoke, and the sand dunes collapsed. Kakuzu quickly formed seals with both hands: earth release, earth spear, wind release, pressure, thunder release, false darkness, fire release, head hard, water release, water curtain. Compound ninja technique, flame wind, and turbulent waves. Kakuzu operated as fiercely as a tiger, but what he attacked was only a clone of the third Kazekage. When he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. He was calculating mentally but not intentionally, and the third Kazekage was much stronger than Kakuzu. In an instant, Kakuzu was suppressed with sand and iron. Seeing that Kakuzu still dared to resist, the third Kazekage took a cruel step and destroyed 4 of his hearts in an instant. The third Kazekage, Kakuzu, hang out with me. From now on, you will be the finance minister of Tsunagakure village. Kakuzu, I have been wandering for half my life, and today I have to meet the Lord of the Light. After seeing himself on the light screen, Jiaoda fell silent. Thank you. A lot of important information about him was exposed. It will be much easier for others to deal with him in the future. In addition, the strength of the third Kazekage far exceeds his. Do you want to see what you are talking about? He, Kakuzu, is a powerful being who has fought with the first Hokage. Although the third Kazekage is known as the strongest in history, he is still a long way behind him. At this time, the ring he wore in the middle of his left hand warmed slightly. There was North on the ring, which was also his code name in the Akatsuki organization. After looking around, Kakuzu left in an instant. Come to a secluded place to make sure you won't be disturbed, Kakuzu's mind communication ring. In the dark cave, a Zen lamp emits a pale yellow brilliance. Including Kakuzu, 3 illusions appeared, namely Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, the angel Konan, and Kakuzu. Konoha. F4's eyes were also fixed on the light screen. Kakuzu. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his cigarette, feeling uneasy in his heart. The ninja who assassinated the first Hokage? Earthly resentment? Replace your heart and live longer? Greedy for money? An S-class rebellious ninja from Taki Ninja Village? It seems that the water in the ninja world is very deep. 15. The third-generation Kazekage on the light screen made Kakuzu the finance minister of Tsunagakure? Let Kakuto come to Konoha to be the finance minister? This is unrealistic. Even if he agrees, his close friends will not agree, and it is impossible for all the big and small families in the village to agree. In addition, Naruto, I am the strongest Kazekage obviously contains intelligence-destroying behavior. Moreover, I still can't completely trust the light curtain. Is there an earthly resentment? Danzo's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. I never imagined that there are such ninjas in this world. Mito Kadoyan sighed. When he went to bed, Xiao-chun nodded with a solemn expression. Somewhere in the ninja world, Orochimaru licked his lower lip with his long tongue, and he became very interested in the earthly resentment. Orochimaru pursues the truth. He wants to learn all the ninjutsu in the world. Now, he has a greater ambition, which is to see the scenery of the higher world. However, the human body is too fragile and the lifespan is not long enough. Therefore, he wants to live forever. Earthly resentment use seems to be a method of immortality and is worthy of study. If the disadvantages are not big, he doesn't mind trying it. In fact, it doesn't matter even if you damage your body, just change your body. The soul is the essence of life, the body is just a container. However, the forbidden technique of seizing the body is not perfect yet. Kakuzu. He squinted his eyes, and there was a hint of playfulness in his golden snake eyes. Being able to retreat completely from the first Hokage's wood release, Kakuzu's strength should not be underestimated. However, the light screen revealed a lot of information about Kakuzu. In a ninja battle, information is very important. With a lot of information about Kakuzu, it will be much easier to deal with Kakuzu. Besides, he was only interested in the secret technique of earth resentment and you, so he could exchange some things with Kakuzu. Taki Ninja Village is located in the country of Taki. It is a ninja village hidden by a huge waterfall. Although it is surrounded by 4 countries, due to its unique geographical location, Takanan village has never been invaded by other countries. There is an ancestral hero water in the village that can increase the chakra of ninjas dozens of times. In addition, Taki Ninja Village also has a tail, Nanao Shijiki. At this time, the village's senior officials were meeting outdoors to discuss the issue of Jiaodu, which did not prevent them from continuing to look at the light curtain in the sky. Chapter 19, Daimyo allocates funds, Luo Sha continues to dig for gold. The country of wind, Daiming Mansion. The idiot daimyo was in a state of panic, with cold sweat oozing out uncontrollably, and his calves trembling. The words of the third Kazekage on the light screen made him shocked, angry, and even more frightened. The third Kazekage, our idiot daimyo should be careful. One day, our patience will come to an end, and we will shut him up forever. This is the world of chakra, and it should be controlled by ninjas. The times call for war rather than peace, and every generation in Tsunagakure Ninja Village should experience at least one baptism of war. The third Kazekage's adopted son Sandu lurks in the Daiming Mansion, and Chiyo's advisor brings puppets and poison to carry out the mission of assassinating the Daiming. What was displayed on the light screen was shocking. Some people disagree, some think about it, and some people agree, just to name a few. The fourth Kazekage Raza fell into thinking. Must the strong rule over the weak? Do only the naturally weak find this cruel? Pure Land. Madara Uchiha, the undead, didn't completely agree with what the third Kazekage said on the light screen, but he didn't completely deny it either. Those on the light screen made him fall into deep thought. Unlimited monthly reading? A very beautiful vision, using magic to create a peaceful world, proving to Hasalama that Madara is right. But now, he felt a little shaken in his heart. Senju Hashirama, the undead, frowned. The ninja was above the daimyo? This will only cause unrest. The ideas spread by the light curtain are too dangerous. But he died long ago, and now he is just an undead soul in the Pure Land, unable to do anything. Not only the daimyo of the Land of Wind, but also the daimyo of every country in the ninja world were uneasy. Once a ninja is not satisfied with the status quo and wants to be superior to the daimyo, even if all the daimyo unite, they will not be able to defeat him. Many big names are thinking about it. The situation is not good at all, so let the big names of the Kingdom of Wind take the blame. Everyone on the light screen said that the great name of the Kingdom of Wind was a fool. Suddenly, the light curtain disappeared. The light curtain appears and disappears very suddenly, without any warning at all. But the influence of the light curtain on the ninja world has not disappeared. In Tsunagakure Ninja Village, many ninjas are thinking about it, and many ordinary people in the village are also talking about it. There was a meeting in the Kazekage building. For the time being, Raza has not yet approached Cho and Ebizo as consultants. But it is necessary to arrest Scorpion and send people to monitor Cho and Ebizo. Moreover, the positions of Cho and Ebizo may be contacted at any time. But now, what Tsunagakure is discussing at the Jonin meeting is not the development of the village, but the relationship between the village and the daimyo. Tsunagakure is a ninja village in the land of wind, but the stupid daimyo cut off Tsunagakure's funding, causing Tsunagakure to have to reduce the number of ninjas. If things go on like this, Tsunagakure will be unable to maintain its status as one of the 5 great ninja villages. But assassinating a daimyo? Or let Tsunagakure control the entire kingdom of wind? This will only make Tsunagakure the target of public criticism. The one country one village system is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it is not easy to break it. The derivative fan on the light screen not only brought wisdom to the ninja world, but also enhanced the strength of the 3rd generation Kazekage. However, even so, he did not act recklessly and even tolerated it, planning to weaken the strength of the other 4 major ninja villages. Then change the pattern of the ninja world. Now, Tsunagakure's strength can be said to be at the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages. It may be slightly stronger than Kirigakure in the Blood Mist, but it is definitely not as good as Konoha, Kumagakure, and Iwagakure. The idiot daimyo must have been on guard. Assassinating a famous person is even less advisable. Perhaps, it is necessary to hold a meeting of the 5 shadows. Luo Sha murmured to himself. If the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages reach an agreement, then it will not be difficult to change the structure of the ninja world and let ninjas rule the world. The opinion of Xiao Ninja Village is insignificant. The daimyo is rich but not very powerful. However, managing a village is different from managing a country. Luo Sha had almost lost his patience with the idiot daimyo, but the appearance of the light curtain released the shackles of his thoughts. But the attitude of the other 4 major ninja villages is still uncertain. Therefore, we cannot act rashly. The camel pulled the cart to the gate of Tsunagakure Ninja Village, but the envoy of the daimyo came to visit. He was pleased to hear this, and the daimyo allocated funds to Tsunagakure. Luo Sha originally used magnetic escape to pan for gold outside the village, so he wasn't surprised when he saw the daimyo's envoy. The village did not send ninjas to the daimyo mansion, but the daimyo would definitely send people to the Tsunagakure Ninja Village. As for the daimyo not coming in person, he is too timid after all. As for the purpose of the daimyo envoy's visit, it was uncertain whether the funds would be provided, but it was certain to test Tsunagakure's attitude. At the same time, the daimyo must have sent people to the other 4 major countries. To nip problems in the bud, it is still necessary to prepare for the worst. It was necessary for the daimyo to assume that Tsunagakure had declared war on him. Of course, it would be best if Tsunagakure could be stabilized. To be honest, the daimyo is also a little dissatisfied with the one country one village system. He thinks that daimyo can be a general only if he can become a general. Therefore, they secretly weakened the ninja village and cultivated ninjas. The daimyo of the Land of Fire came up with some sort of guardian nin. But the light curtain frightened the famous people from all over the world. Chakra rules the world? Are ninjas going to dominate the daimyo? For the daimyo, it was terrible. Maintaining the status quo is fine by comparison. Therefore, the daimyo of the Land of Wind not only gave Tsunagakure funds, but also entrusted some tasks, and the ninjas could earn a lot by completing the tasks. But compared to the other 4 major ninja villages, Tsunagakure received much less funding and task commissions this year, but it was still better than nothing. The daimyo of the Land of Wind also has difficulties. Although the territory of the Kingdom of Wind is the largest among the 5 major countries, and can even be said to be the largest in the ninja world, most of it is desert, with few resources and a small population. Its economy is not as good as that of the Kingdom of Fire or the Kingdom of Earth. Not as good as the Kingdom of Thunder, nor as good as the Kingdom of Water. Even some wealthy small countries can compete with the country of Wind economically. It is indeed a bit difficult to get the daimyo of the Wind country to support the ninja village like the other 4 major countries. The key point is that Tsunagakure lost several ninja wars one after another. It is a waste of time and money. Besides, the success rate of Tsunagakure's ninjas in completing their missions seems to be inferior to that of the other 4 major ninja villages. This time, the daimyo gave Tsunagakure 1 million taels of funding, and the other was a task entrustment with a total remuneration of 1 million taels. If the task was 100% completed, plus the funding, it would be 2 million taels. And this is for this year. Let's talk about next year and next year. The Tsunagakure ninja village was quite enthusiastic towards the daimyo envoy. But Luo Sha continued to pan for gold in the desert. With the 1 million taels allocated by the daimyo and many more task entrustments, the village's tight finances were relieved, and Luo Sha directly asked the village to increase the number of ninjas. Strengthening the village's ninja strength is always the first priority. Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the information in his hand. The daimyo of the Land of Wind allocated funds to Tsunagakure and gave him some task entrustments. But the daimyo of the Land of Wind still entrusted most of the tasks to Konoha. For Konoha, it also lost some missions. 16. But with a fund and more missions, Tsunagakure will definitely develop a lot. Of course, it is still impossible to catch up with Konoha. He sighed. Compared with Tsunagakure, the top priority was to let the Fire Country daimyo not think too much. It seemed that he needed to go to the daimyo mansion in person. Chapter 20 Official Marketing Account. Binhai City, Penglai Community, inside the 3-bedroom building number 27. The system's voice sounded in Mei Qian's mind. The live broadcast ends and settlement begins. Acquire 587 points of chakra emotional value. Listening to the electronic synthesized sound in his mind, Mei Qian beamed. There are a lot more than last time. Last time it was only 113 points, this time it was 587 points. Opening the system panel, the total chakra emotion value is now 600 points. There are still 400 points left to upgrade the system to version 2.0. Although he wanted to use all 600 points of chakra emotional value to treat his terminal illness, Mei Qian restrained himself. Nowadays, the system is only version 1.0, and the number of live broadcasts per day is only 1. The live broadcast time is 10 seconds, but it is not clear about Naruto World. But as long as the system is upgraded to version 2.0, the number of live broadcasts per day will be 2. And the time of each live broadcast will be extended to 20 seconds, so 2 times will be 40 seconds. The most important thing is that the group chat function can also be enabled. By then, he will also be able to chat with the characters in the Naruto world, grasp the changes in the Naruto world, and gain knowledge of the Naruto world. With the emergence of the light curtain, the world of Naruto must have changed, and the more times the light curtain appeared, the changes in the world of Naruto must have become greater and greater. It's not a good thing not to be able to grasp the changes in the Naruto world. Suddenly, Mei Qian's heart moved. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket, went online, and entered the novel website with the largest traffic. I read light novels, monthly ticket lists and sales lists, and the top-ranked Naruto fans one by one. I'll take a quick look at it, and I'll follow up on a few of them. Think about it and add some value. With a reward of 10 points, congratulations on becoming the leader of Naruto, XXX. A reward of 10 points, congratulations on becoming. Tip some coins. In just a few minutes, 47 books were rewarded, with 1 leader for each book. It costs $1,000 to become a leader, which means it costs $47,000. This is nothing to him. His parents left him a lot of money. Now, he still has tens of millions of dollars in his bank card. In addition, he has a storefront house for rent, and he can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in rent every month. Therefore, my little life is quite moist. He lay flat, with no desire to fight at all. However, when dozens of his alliance leaders smashed down, the splash was quite large. Many authors on the website have noticed it, and even more readers have noticed it. Even the official estimates have noticed it. Shen Hao, are you still missing some pendants for your thighs? All the Naruto fans on the list have been rewarded by the leader. The boss is definitely a senior Naruto fan. The identification is complete. I cried to death. I also wrote a Naruto fanfic. It was on the list yesterday, but I failed to write it and missed a leader. This must be the official marketing account. I rewarded the alliance leader without adding it to the bookshelf, and dozens of alliance leaders smashed it down. If this is not an official marketing account, I will stand on my head and smash a walnut for everyone to see. Mei Qian curled his lips. Official marketing account? Forget it, as long as others are happy. Money clears the way, and this is also to become friends with good authors who write about Naruto as quickly as possible, so that we can talk more about Naruto. It would definitely be good for him to brainstorm ideas. At this time, he had already started to join groups and add friends. After the other party passed it, he would edit it and provide ideas number 1, number 2, number 3. Others think that he is stupid and has too much money, but they don't know that he is spending money to find some tools. If others are on the list, they must have merit. The personal label he created was that he was rich, generous, liked Naruto, and liked to spoof Naruto. I have to say, with dozens of alliance leaders coming down, the effect is amazing. Everything went as he wished. Unconsciously, time passed by, and he was chatting happily with people on his mobile phone. Typing is too slow, just speak directly. Initially I was chatting with several people at the same time, then gradually I was chatting with a dozen people, then 20 people, then 30 people. As expected, they are all talented writers who write about Naruto fan fiction. There are some high-quality works and some with thousands of subscriptions. They are all talented people. They speak well. Mei Qian murmured to himself, grinning. Mei Qian is a big gain. When he felt hungry, he put down his phone. I didn't feel anything at all, and we chatted for more than 2 hours. Order takeout and fill your stomach first. The world of Naruto is not peaceful. Although the Fourth Ninja War has not yet broken out, there is an undercurrent surging. Ordinary people, ninjas, tailed beasts, undead, psychic beasts, and even supernormal beings hiding in the dark, all have their own thoughts. Among the 5 great ninja villages, only Kumagakure and Iwagakure were relatively peaceful. Kirigakure, needless to say, the blood mist is not over yet. As for Konoha, Danzo was not having an easy time. Danzo has many more titles, such as the 5.5th Hokage, Nabe Shadow, Kunao, Half Bridge, etc. There is even a reward for Danzo on the underground black market, and the amount has reached 5,000 million taels. The daimyo of the Land of Wind only gave Tsunagakure 1 million taels of funding this year, and Danzo's life was actually worth half of Tsunagakure's funding this year, but Danzo couldn't be happy. More than half of this year has passed. In addition, the daimyo of the Land of Wind allocated funds just to stabilize Tsunagakure. If he hadn't been frightened by looking at the light screen, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind would not have given money to Tsunagakure, nor would he have entrusted him with the task. Now, the total funding and task delegation is 2 million, which is quite a lot. Normally, the daimyo of the Land of Wind will give Tsunagakure more funds and task delegations next year, but it's hard to say exactly. With the daimyo's funding, more missions were entrusted, and with Raza's gold mining to support the village, Tsunagakure also increased the number of ninjas. It was the biggest change among the 5 great ninja villages. On Kirigakure's side, due to the policy of the blood mist, the number of ninjas continued to decrease, and the blood successor families were wiped out one after another, which was terrible to watch. In the psychic world, Miyamu Mountain, the great toad sage cannot predict the future, so he pays more attention to the changes in the ninja world. The slug immortal of the Shikibone Forest and the immortal of Rika Cave also pay close attention to the changes in the ninja world. Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was sealed in the moon, the will of Otsutsuki Hago Romo, the sage of 6 paths, and Hamura Otsutsuki. Of course, Otsutsuki Agarwood hidden in an underground cave somewhere in the ninja world is wrong, crossed out, it is Black Zetsu, the sixth child, who is planning. The light curtain affected his plans and he needed to change them. In addition, he was a little worried that the light curtain would appear again and expose more. After dormant for thousands of years, he finally saw the hope of rescuing his mother, but a light curtain appeared, which made Heiju want to curse. Is it easy for him? You shouldn't be able to see the light curtain in Madara, the Pure Land. It is impossible to see the light curtain in the world of the dead. Fortunately, Obito's heart has not wavered. Heiju thought to himself. Uchiha Obito has a low IQ and is easy to fool, much easier than fooling Uchiha Madara. While secretly planning, Heiju used the art of Mayfly and rushed to the Rain Country Akatsuki organization base. Madara's reincarnation eye is still on Nagato, and Nagato is also an important part of the plan, so nothing can go wrong. I was very relieved at first, but since the light curtain appeared, I have become more and more uneasy. Chapter 21 Hashirama, Water Escape? Banned. In the ninja world, it has been several days since the light curtain disappeared. I thought it might happen again yesterday, but it didn't. Today, I didn't see the light curtain appear all morning. The light curtain seems to exist for a fixed time, but the intervals between its appearances are getting wider and wider. Since time is still short, the general structure of the ninja world has not changed. Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. I'm starting. Naruto clasped his hands together, then picked up the chopsticks, stared at the miso ramen in front of him, and pulled the barbecued pork and seafood. However, just when Naruto was about to eat ramen, people on the street outside the store screamed. It's a light curtain. A light curtain appears in the sky again. Everyone, look! What will the light curtain reveal this time? Could it be the pot shadow? You're not shy, do you want to reorganize the language? Lord Kyuakage, is this something you can discuss too? The light curtain appears again? Naruto was reluctant to part with the ramen, but wanted to see the light screen. So, holding the bowl in his left hand and chopsticks in his right hand, he ran outside the store and ate the ramen while looking up at the light screen. The ramen is still in the pot. Ichiraku was dragged outside the store by his daughter to look at the light curtain. The customers who were waiting for ramen in the store also ran out. Viewed from a high altitude, there were suddenly more people on Konoha Street. As soon as they heard that the light curtain appeared again, those in the store, those at home, those working in the Hokage building, all didn't want to miss it. At the same time, everyone is also curious about what the light curtain will reveal this time. Continue Naruto, I am the strongest Kazekage? Maybe change to a derivative fanfic? 17. Many people are looking forward to it and are worried at the same time. However, they hope that the light curtain will expose more information about others, but they are also worried that their own information will be exposed by the light curtain. For ninjas, intelligence is very important, and they are often willing to sacrifice in order to obtain information. However, for ordinary people, intelligence is also very important. Excluding the prank elements of the light curtain, it has revealed a lot of important information. As for whether the information is true or false, it needs to be carefully distinguished. That's in the Tsuchikage building of Iwagakure Ninja Village, Onaki, the third-generation Tsuchikage, stared at the light screen with wide eyes. A man wearing a black tight combat suit, with red layered armor on the outside and a Konoha forehead protector appeared on the light curtain. Uchiha Madara. One of the two mountains of the Warring States period, a peerless hero as famous as the god of ninja Senju Hashirama, also known as Shura of the ninja world, the rose of the battlefield. Just seeing Uchiha Madara's figure, Onaki felt fear in his heart. Not many of Madara's contemporaries are still alive. Many people don't know Madara. Some people also recognize him from the stone statue in the Valley of the End in the Land of Fire. In addition, there is also a portrait of Uchiha Madara in the Chronicles of Konoha. But only a few people recognized Uchiha Madara on the light screen. Pure Land. Uchiha Madara, undead me? Hey, I need to take a closer look. However, the scene on the light screen changed. It turned out that Senju Hashirama was thinking about Madara. This is a close friend. It is the bond of Konoha, which is touching. However, many people looking at the light curtain had black lines on their heads and strange eyes. Dazua didn't spend time with his wife at home, but he was thinking about Uchiha Madara. Mito is just an accident, Madara is Hashirama's true love. Uchiha Madara, undead? Senju Hashirama, undead? Mito Uzumaki, undead? Senju Tobirama, ghost, brother, you are a little sorry for your sister-in-law, evil Uchiha, evil Madara. Damn it, was it so exciting from the beginning? If you think about it, the god of ninja died a little early. After killing Madara with his own hands, Hashirama felt that life was meaningless. Want to go to the Pure Land to find his best friend? Senju Tobirama ran to Hashirama excitedly. Tobirama, brother, I created a new ninjutsu. Hashirama, is it water release? Tobirama, no. Hashirama, then ban it. Tobirama silently took out Konoha's forbidden art scroll and added the newly invented art to it. A few days later, Tobirama happily ran to find his brother again. Tobirama, brother, I created another jutsu, this time. I was interrupted before I finished speaking. Hashirama, water escape? Tobirama, no. Hashirama waved his hand, forbidden. Tobirama, okay. Tobirama ran to find his brother again. Tobirama, technique. Hashirama, water? Tobirama, no. Between pillars, forbidden. Hashirama, Tobirama, I heard that you have created a new ninjutsu. Tobirama, it's on the scroll of forbidden arts, you can read it yourself. Hashirama. Looking at the picture displayed on the light screen, the second Hokage's aggrieved look, some people looked strangely, some laughed, and some sympathized with him for a few seconds. In everyone's mind, the image of the god of ninja and the number one speed in the ninja world has also become more three-dimensional. I know that there are many forbidden arts in Konoha, and I heard that they were all invented by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. That's it, I understand. And the contribution of the first Hokage. If he wasn't the first Hokage, how could there be so many forbidden techniques in Konoha? The first Hokage and the second Hokage? It turns out that all the forbidden arts in the village were invented by the second Hokage. Except for water release, the second Hokage only had forbidden arts. Naruto muttered after finishing the ramen. Since it is a forbidden jutsu, it must be very dangerous to practice and very powerful. It is really amazing to think that the forbidden jutsu in the village was invented by the second Hokage, and that Naruto also worshipped it. Senju Hashirama, the undead, touched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Back then, well, he admitted that what the light screen revealed was not completely wrong, at least it was somewhat true. But light screen actually said that his relationship with Mito was just an accident, which was too much. Also, he and Madara were close friends and a pure bond, but they were all led astray by light screen. How could Madara do this? To see him? Thinking of Madara, he sighed again. How can it be repaired? This is spreading rumors and distorting the facts. Kyunju Fijian, the undead, had a dark face and became furious. Evil light curtain. Asshole. This, probably, maybe it's a prank. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked unnatural and said to Mito Kadoen and Koharu who were sleeping next to him. Danzo hid in the root organization base and did not come to the Hokage building. Mito Kadoen and Koharu, who had gone to bed, looked at each other and said in unison, "It's a prank." Senju Tobirama is the teacher of Konoha F4. It's really disgusting that the teacher was pranked. But when I think about the tightly protected Forbidden Arts scroll, that thick scroll, there are quite a few forbidden arts in it, and they were all invented by the teacher. From this point of view, the information revealed on the light screen may be true. Even if it's not completely true, it definitely has elements of truth. However, the image of the first generation of adults and teachers is probably going to be damaged. Short Book Street. Tsunade, who was hiding from debt, burst into laughter. Shizuan looked at Tsunade and then at the light screen. Is it really okay for Tsunade-sama to smile so happily? After all, they are Tsunade-sama's grandfather and uncle. Forget it, as long as Tsunade-sama is happy, she is still worried about not having money for food or accommodation tonight, alas. It's possible to go hungry 3 times a day while following Tsunade-sama. Chapter 22 Kyuubi, you are noble, you are amazing. I am Kyuubi, the strongest tailed beast in the world. I am favored by the Sage of 6 Paths. A certain fat tanuki is jealous of me. On the light screen, the huge 9-tailed demon fox released chakra wantonly. The red chakra that forms the essence is terrifying and full of foreboding. This is a terrible source of disaster, spreading something called disaster. Tailed beast? In the ninja world, this is synonymous with terror, and it is a powerful combat power that many people try to master. The 9 tails sealed in Naruto can also see the light curtain. It can only be said that the light curtain is too magical. If the Jinchuriki can see it, then the tailed beast sealed in the Jinchuriki can also see it. Seeing it appear on the light screen, Kyuubi was stunned. Just now it was Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama, but now, there is still it. That's right, the old man Lu Dao prefers me. That fat raccoon cat with only 1 tail is jealous of me. Kyuubi said happily. In the Tsunagakure ninja village, Shikaku, the 1-tailed Jinchuriki in Gaara's body, was very unhappy. He cursed loudly. Shikaku was the strongest tailed beast, how could that stupid fox compare with it? Next, Shikaku was also stunned. On the light screen, the 6 Paths Immortal was dividing chakra among the 9-tailed beasts. Because the back is turned, we can't see the face of the 6 Paths Immortal, but we can see that he has 2 horns on his head, brown hair, wearing a white coat, with a black Magadama-shaped pattern, and a red swirl-shaped logo. Just ask for Taoist Jade and Immortal Tin Staff. But the 9 tails in front of the Sage of 6 Paths were still small. 6 Paths Immortal. The legend is actually true. Why can't I see the face of the Sage of 6 Paths? The Sage of 6 Paths is just a legend to most people in this world. It is said that the 6 Paths Sage was the first person to unlock the true meaning of chakra. He aimed to maintain peace and maintain tranquility and order. He was the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, and was also the founder of the ninja sect. Few people know that the real name of the Sage of 6 Paths is Hagoromo Otsutsuki. He is the eldest son of Princess Otsutsuki Kagaya and was once the 10 tails Jinchuriki. 6 Paths Sage, 1 portion for the first tail, 1 portion for the 9 tails, 1 portion for the second tail, 1 portion for the 9 tails, 1 portion for the third tail, and 1 portion for the 9 tails. So, this is how the Sage of 6 Paths distributes chakra to the tailed beasts. Then I saw that after all the portions were given to the 1st to 8th tails, there was still 1 portion left, so I also gave it to the 9 tails. Of course, the chakra possessed by each tailed beast is different, and there are differences in attributes, but more importantly, the difference is in the amount of chakra. There is no doubt that the 9 tails chakra exceeds the combined total of the other 8-tailed beasts, which is completely beyond the standard. That's it, even a fool wouldn't believe it if the Sage of 6 Paths doesn't prefer the 9 tails. Is that so? It's different from what I remember. But forget it, I reluctantly accepted it, ha ha ha. Kyuubi laughed. How can it be repaired? 1 tail. Heartache. Airway said. Kyuubi is his biological child. 3 tails. I don't want to talk. 8-tailed. 6 Paths Immortal, is there a little more? Yes, the 9 tails has too much chakra, so give it to the other tailed beasts. 6th Sage, the first tail still has a little more chakra, so give it to the 9 tails, and the second tail too. After dividing the chakra, the Kyuubi is undoubtedly the strongest. Even if it is divided into 2, half of the Kyuubi can crush the other 8-tailed beasts. 18. The 6th Sage was very satisfied with the way chakra was distributed among the 9-tailed beasts. Next, it's time to name the 9-tailed beasts. First, give the 9 tails a name, 9 llamas. As for tail 1 to tail 8, it's more casual. Shahi, Yalv, Jifu, Sun Wukong, King Mu, Rhinoceros, Chongming, Niogui. Ichibai, who has a strong self-esteem, is a bit autistic. Many people looking at the light curtain were speechless. Then, the scene changed, the Sage of 6 Paths died, and the 9 tails wandered around the ninja world, leisurely and carefree. One day, a group of idiots came to Kyuubi and said they wanted to catch it. Kyuubi ate 2 people, and they both seemed to have the blood of the old man Lu Dao. Not only did they not die in Kyuubi's stomach, but they also caused trouble. I couldn't bear it, so Kyuubi vomited them out. Later, the 2 idiots also died. Pure Land. Golden Horn and Silver Horn, undead polite. Then a guy with abnormal eyes came to Kyuubi and asked Kyuubi to dance. Kyuubi said he couldn't dance, and then Kyuubi was caught. Later, the guy died. Uchiha Madara, undead? Kyuubi, your power is too strong. I'm sorry, I can't let you go. A guy called the God of Ninja said to Kyuubi with a serious face. Immortal technique would release true thousands of hands. The most powerful would escape ninjutsu that only the God of Ninja can control. When Hashirama enters Sage mode, he claps his hands to summon a Guanyin statue with countless giant arms. The Guanyin statue will crush the enemy with thousands of fists. And the Guanyin statue is dozens of times larger than the Kyuubi, and it can hold the Kyuubi with one hand. Transform into a Buddha on the top. Control the entire 1,000 hands, concentrate all the weight on the fist to attack the opponent, and release thousands of sanctions. The power is so powerful that it can destroy mountains and meteorites. Kyuubi was pinched by one hand of the huge Guanyin statue, like a little chicken. Kyuubi, you are noble and caring, Senju Hashirama, the undead, was also a little stunned. Is he as powerful as the light screen? Regardless of whether it was the Yang Jiwei or the Yin Jiwei, they all started to curse. In the forest at the edge of Konoha, Danzo was leaning on a cane and staring at the light curtain in the sky. Is this the first generation wood release? It's too powerful. Even the strongest tailed beast appears weak in front of such a wood release. Danzo muttered to himself. He had Hashirama cells transplanted into him, but he could use Myudun can't even create greenery, let alone reach the level of the light screen. The God of Ninjas wood release is simply an art. Deodara from IWA Ninja Village also widened his eyes. Although he had always believed that explosions were art, after seeing the wooden escape on the light screen, Deodara felt that it was also an art, and the art he mastered now was far inferior to it. Is this the power of the first Hokage? The hero who joined forces with Uchiha Madara to end the Warring States period and create the Ninja Village era, a man called God by Ninjas. The Kyuubi is more powerful than the other 8-tailed beasts combined, but it is vulnerable to Senju Hashirama. Should we say that this is the God of Ninja? It's too powerful, it's just too powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen's title as the strongest Hokage has indeed been blown out. With the strength of the first Hokage, Sarutobi will take the lead. Konoha, the village is abuzz with discussions. The teachers at the ninja school all smiled bitterly. If they tell the children in the ninja school that the 3rd generation is the strongest Hokage, they will probably be sprayed to death. Now, the children are no longer fooled. As for the light curtain, it's all fake. The 1st generation is not that powerful, so I'm afraid it will be sprayed even more severely. Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. Chapter 23 Kyokina, Stinky Fox, did you do this on purpose? My name is Nine Llamas, and I am the most powerful tailed beast in the world. Now something unexpected happened, and I was sealed. The container was a stupid woman with red hair. Later, this stupid woman also died, and she sealed me in another place before she died. Inside another stupid red-haired woman. Following Kyubai's confession, the figures of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina appeared one after another on the light screen. Mito is the wife of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. As for Kyokina, the country of Uzumaki was destroyed, and the village of Uzushio, the Uzushio village was also destroyed. As the saying goes, there are no eggs left unbroken after the nest is overturned. The survivors of the Uzumaki clan who lost their ninja village and country began to go into exile. Kushina was lucky to be sent to Konoha, and Mito protected her. Other Uzumaki clan members were not so lucky. As for why the Uzumaki tribe didn't rush to Konoha, maybe Konoha didn't accept it. Kyokina, the container used to seal the 9 tails, and the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan were also obtained by Konoha, and the benefits were considerable. Kyuubi, what a stupid little girl, she was deceived without even realizing it. In the Pure Land, Kushina's undead, angry red hair floated like an octopus's tentacles. She clenched her fists, which meant that the Kyuubi was not in front of her, otherwise she would definitely be beaten. Who are you calling the stinky fox? The Uzumaki clan is famous for its powerful sealing skills. It founded the country and the ninja village. It is also distantly related to the Senju clan. When the first Hokage was in power, it signed a friendly agreement with Konoha. This can be seen from the Uzumaki clan mark on the clothing of Konoha Jounin. It can prove the friendship and bond of the past. The good times did not last long. Due to some reasons, many countries and ethnic groups invaded the Kingdom of Whirlpool, causing the Kingdom of Whirlpool to be destroyed. The problem came. The surviving Whirlpool clan members kept their names anonymous. Some were hiding in the country of grass, and some were hiding in the country of rain. Why not go to Konoha? More importantly, why did so many countries go to war against the Uzumaki clan at the same time? Even though the Uzumaki clan is a bit grumpy, it's not like they've made everyone angry. Since the Uzumaki clan and Konoha have long signed a friendly agreement, which is an offensive and defensive alliance, they will definitely ask for help from Konoha after being attacked. Konoha, the distant water cannot save the near fire, and there is nothing I can do. The remaining Uzumaki tribe members endured harsh punishment and abuse, but no one went to Konoha to seek refuge, and Katsuyuki did not go to Konoha voluntarily. With so many national ninja villages attacking the Uzumaki clan, Konoha didn't receive any intelligence. Undoubtedly, some high-level officials in Konoha deliberately suppressed it. F4 comes out and explains. Senju Hashirama, the undead, also had a serious look on his face. What role did Konoha play in the destruction of the Whirlpool Kingdom? Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed full of doubts. Of course, not everything revealed on the light screen is true. But after the fall of the Uzumaki Kingdom, it was definitely Kushina who was taken to Konoha. Later, Kushina became the 9-tailed Jinhyuriki. This is an indisputable fact. Madara, the undead, sneered, yes, he had a share of the credit for the demise of the Whirlpool Kingdom. The Uzumaki clan is also a part of his plan. Because he was old, he wanted to find a container for his reincarnation eye, so he chose the Uzumaki clan. In addition, the container would fall into darkness. Therefore, it is better for the Kingdom of Whirlpool to be destroyed. In addition, the container must establish a bond and then lose the bond. Everything went smoothly, the Kingdom of Whirlpool was destroyed. The boy named Nagato had 2 close friends. According to the plan, both of Nagato's close friends would be killed, and then Nagato completely went dark. As a result, Nagato saved one of his close friends, Konan, and only Yahiko died. Fortunately, the problem is not big. Later, this stupid red-haired woman also died. She was killed by me, but you can't blame me. I was controlled at that time. Although I was awake at the last moment, that's not the point. Kushina, undead stinky fox, did you do this on purpose? Not the point? I think you are avoiding the important and taking the easy. Do you still think you were controlled from beginning to end and woke up at the last moment? At this moment, Kushina's anger reached max. Inside the belly of the god of death, young Daimei's soul scratched her head. So, this is the truth? The masked man is certainly hateful, but Kyuubi is not innocent either? But then again, Kyuubi is not wrong either. Bullied by Madara, bullied by Hashirama, sealed, and sealed again, Kyuubi was full of hatred for Konoha. Given the opportunity, Kyuubi will of course take revenge on Konoha severely. If it could destroy Konoha, Kyuubi would probably be very happy. The stupid woman is dead, the stupid woman is dead again, and I am now sealed in the body of a kid. Seeing the kid being bullied by the people of Konoha, I feel very happy. He deserves to be beaten to death. What? Once the Jinchuriki dies, will the sealed-tailed beast also die? This uncle will be resurrected, are you stupid? Konoha. The people in the village who had bullied Naruto looked at each other. Naruto is just a vessel to seal the Kyuubi? Bullying Naruto, but Kyuubi is happy? This makes people who hate Kyuubi but don't know the truth heartbroken. So, bullying Naruto in the past, was it wrong? Many people began to reflect. A picture of Naruto being bullied appeared on the light screen. Rotten eggs were thrown at him, stones were thrown at him, he couldn't buy anything with money, adults didn't let his children play with him, he drank expired milk, and other children had their parents come to pick him up after school. He was walking alone on the street. Kushina, the undead, was already in tears. She regretted letting Naruto become a Jinchuriki. She lived a pretty good life after becoming a Jinchuriki. Mito protected her, as well as Tsunade, Jiraiya and Minato. Waiting for someone to protect her, she was well protected. Minato, the undead, frowned. The Sandame promised to take good care of Naruto. He knew that the Nine Tails Rebellion had caused many tragedies in Konoha. The situation of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki would definitely not be good, but the Sandame promised to take good care of Naruto. It wouldn't be too bad, but in the end, he thought too much. Is the Sandame incompetent? However, everyone on the light screen rejected Naruto, but the third generation became the only light in Naruto's little heart. As for Naruto's identity as the son of the fourth Hokage, light screen has not revealed it yet. If Naruto's identity is exposed, many people in Konoha will definitely recognize him, but not everyone will. Although Naruto's identity was not revealed, many people in Konoha began to reflect. It is estimated that Naruto's situation will be much better in the future. There might even be some people in the village who would recognize Naruto. After all, Naruto is innocent. He is just the container that seals the Nine Tails, but he has endured a lot of pain. Several Jinchuriki in the ninja world, especially Gaara from Tsunagakure Ninja Village, looked at Naruto in the light screen and felt the same. There is still sunshine in Naruto's world, but the light of Konoha is false. It seems beautiful, but it reveals dirty calculations. Either the third Hokage is incompetent, or it's the third Hokage's calculation. Otherwise, why would the third Hokage be so nice to Naruto in Konoha? And is the third Hokage incompetent? After all impossibilities have been eliminated, the rest is a fact no matter how impossible it is. Gaara thought a lot. The sunshine in the dark is so beautiful. But it's false, it's all false, kill him, ha ha ha. Gaara covered his forehead, his expression became ferocious. Chapter 24 The Will of Fire. In Konoha, Naruto stared blankly at the screen of light in the sky. So, I am the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. From the moment he can remember, he has been alone. Other children have their parents with them, but he does not. Everyone in the village hates him, but only the Sandame is kind to him. 19. Nine-tailed demon fox, he knew. According to the light curtain, he is the container that seals the 9 tails, and is called the Jinchuriki. The last Kyuubi Jinchuriki was the 4th generation's wife, and the next one was the wife of the first Hokage. The first lady and the fourth lady have one thing in common, they are both from the Uzumaki clan. And his name is Uzumaki Naruto. So, am I a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Naruto's little head was a bit exhausted. Nah, don't think too much. Iruka suddenly appeared behind Naruto and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Iruka-sensei, am I, really the 9 tails Jinchuriki? Also, who are my parents? Naruto turned his head and looked at Iruka. Facing Naruto's question, Iruka remained silent. Iruka didn't dare to say much without the Sandame's permission. After all, there's a lot at stake. However, it was revealed that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. As for Naruto's life experience, how long can he keep it secret? The picture on the light screen suddenly changed. Konoha Ninja School was established by the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama to ensure the stability of education and the efficiency of talent training. It was later improved by the 3rd generation. The courses include theory, exercise, experience, history, and practice, etc. Since the emergence of the ninja school, many outstanding ninjas have come from this school, which has passed down the will of fire very well, and has also been imitated by ninja villages in other countries. The process of the ninja school is divided into admission, basics, exercises, application, and graduation. After graduation, a genin becomes a genin. If a genin passes the chunin examination, it becomes a chunin. After that, it becomes a special jounin and a jounin. The best jounin are known as an elite jounin. Time, during the 3rd Ninja War, the end of March. Location, Konoha Hidden Village, Ninja School Playground. The freshmen who entered the school stood in the audience, looking at the Sandame standing on the stage with feverish eyes. Sarutobi, the strongest Hokage, the light of Konoha, Shinobu, and Hiruzen. There are many families of freshmen gathered at the school gate, including parents and Nissan. The 3rd generation in a godlike robe wears a Hokage hat on his head and never leaves his hand with his pipe. His face is serious and his eyes are firm. Everyone must remember the will of fire. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire cannot be controlled. The fire will shine on the village until it is burned down. The 3rd generation said seriously. Burn down the village. Burn Konoha. At this moment, as far as Konoha was concerned, everyone in the village was stunned. In the Sarutobi clan, the pipe in Sanday's hand fell to the ground, and his mind went blank. Konoha's will of fire is not a secret in the ninja world. It is obvious that the light curtain is a prank, but there must be people in the ninja world who still don't know about Konoha's will of fire. In addition, even if I knew it was a prank, the impact would be terrible. The most important thing is that he is the one shouting the slogan "Burn Konoha" in the light curtain. This will affect his glorious image. Union. Is this Konoha's will of fire? Burning down your own village? Isn't that too extreme? I'm afraid. I'm afraid. No wonder Konoha won the several great ninja wars. Konoha's will is still powerful. Iwagakur. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage can be sure that the light screen is the will of fire. Influenced by the will of fire, Konoha's Hokage becomes stronger with each generation. The 1st generation planted trees, the 2nd generation watered the trees, the 3rd generation played monkeys, the 4th generation flirted with girls, the 5th generation loved gambling, and the 6th generation read banned books. Suddenly, almost the entire ninja world exploded again. Konoha's Hokage rock is only the 4th generation, and the light screen has exposed the 5th and 6th generations. Many people fell into deep thought. The first Hokage was invincible in the ninja world with his powerful wood release, so it is not wrong to say that the 1st generation planted trees. The second Hokage's water jutsu was very strong, but compared to water jutsu, everyone still called him the fastest in the ninja world. 3 generations of monkeys? Sarutobi Hiruzen's psychic beast is the monkey demon. Even Senju Tobirama affectionately called Sarutobi Hiruzen a monkey, and it was quite appropriate to say that he acted like a monkey. 4th generation flirting with girls? Kuyukina, undead? Minato, undead, the screen of light is slandering me. I am very innocent. Trying to flirt with girls? This is impossible. Minato was a little anxious. In the forest at the edge of Konoha, Danzo frowned. 5 generations of gambling? He thought of Tsunade, Monkey's disciple. So, will Tsunade become the 5th Hokage? 6 generations read banned books? He is qualified to become Hokage, and he is lustful. Could he be Jiraiya? Is Danzo the 5.5th Hokage? After Tsunade, he briefly became Hokage? The village doesn't recognize him? The more he thought about it, the darker Danzo's face became. So, is he destined to be a loser? The several genins around who were protecting Danzo were afraid to show their anger. Shinobi's dark aura is too powerful. Short Book Street, Casino. Tsunade felt bad after seeing the light screen. When she saw the light screen saying that the 3rd generation was playing monkey and the 4th generation flirting with girls, she still found it funny, but when the light screen said that the 5th generation was a gambler, she couldn't laugh anymore. Gambling is one of the 3 taboos of ninjas. How many gambling ninjas are there in Konoha? How many people are qualified to become Hokage? Once eliminated, the answer is readily apparent. She, Tsunade, the future 5th Hokage? However, she was completely uninterested in being Hokage, and felt that only fools wanted to be Hokage. Her brother wanted to be Hokage, but died when he first entered the battlefield, probably because of the conspiracy of Konoha's top brass. Her lover also wanted to be Hokage and died on the battlefield. It was probably the conspiracy of the higher UPS in Konoha. Even though she returned to Konoha a few days ago and demolished the Hokage building, her hemophobia has not healed, she has not gotten over the past in her heart, and cannot look forward to the future. For her, now she just gambles and drinks, and doesn't even care about practicing. If she were told that she would be the 5th Hokage in the future, this would not be good news for her to be happy about, but rather bad news. Little Shizune was very happy. So, will Tsunade-sama be the 5th Hokage in the future? The 6th generation is reading a forbidden book? Besides that idiot Jiraiya, who else could it be? No, it might not be Jiraiya. Tsunade's expression changed. She knew Jiraiya, who was also lustful and a self-proclaimed writer. As for Jiraiya, he would only write forbidden books for others to read. Besides, it's impossible for Jiraiya to be Hokage with his personality. Could it be that the 6th Hokage was Jiraiya's apprentice again? Jiraiya somewhat likes to accept apprentices. After accepting Minato as his apprentice, he also accepted 3 apprentices in the Land of Rain. After thinking about it for a long time, Tsunade shook her head, too lazy to think more. What the light curtain exposes may not be true. Besides, since the light curtain appeared, the future of the ninja world has changed. How could it still follow the original direction? If it's a parallel world, let's talk about it separately. Because the little information revealed by the light screen was a lot of stuff in her head, Tsunade found it boring, so she didn't bother to think too much. There she is. Suddenly, several people discovered Tsunade not far away, a debt collector. Tsunade's expression changed and she quickly ran away. Chapter 25 This is the Bond. Short Book Street. Stop, don't run. She went that way. You go over there and block her. A group of people were chasing Tsunade. Avoiding debt is too normal for Tsunade. She is not only one of the legendary Sunin of Konoha, but also the legendary Big Fat Sheep. I was a gambler by nature and my luck was so bad that I almost never won. The few times I won, something bad happened. When I won one time, my grandfather died. When I won another time, Grandma Mito died. There are also uncles and grandfathers, younger brothers, lovers. Until now, she was still afraid of winning the bet. Shizun panted and followed Tsunade. After getting rid of the debt collector behind her, Tsunade quickly performed a transformation technique and turned into a girl smaller than Shizun. When it comes to pretending to be young, she, Tsunade, has never met an opponent. While hiding from debt, Tsunade did not forget to pay attention to the light curtain in the sky. At this time, the Konoha Ninja School appeared on the light screen. Konoha Ninja School, a group of children are sitting in the classroom with excited faces. It seems that they have all graduated. Sas crossed his hands and placed them in front of his chin. He exuded an air of pretense and attracted the obsessed eyes of a group of underage girls, including Harano Sakura, whom Naruto liked. "You bastard Sasuke, how can you die if you don't pretend for a day?" Naruto looked unhappy and squatted on the desk in front of Sasuke, leaning over to glare at Sasuke. At this time, as expected, something unexpected happened. Naruto didn't notice that a pineapple-headed kid behind him raised his arm. "I accidentally bumped into Naruto," so Naruto leaned forward. Sasuke's defense broke, and he felt a ramen-flavored kiss. "If you masturbate too much, I'm going to kill you." Sasuke couldn't pretend anymore and retched while looking murderous. "Naruto? Sasuke? Fugaku? Skunk, Kyutadu, is not clean anymore." 20. Kuyukana, undead. In Kumagakure Ninja Village, the fourth Raikage laughed, "Is this the bond of Konoha? It turns out that the bond between Konoha is like this. It's really incredible. I have felt the will and bond of Konoha's fire." Naruto was still retching and suddenly felt chilly. He turned around and saw a group of underage girls approaching with clenched fists. "Sakura, how dare you take away Sasuke's first kiss? It's unforgivable." Then, Naruto received a violent beating and his nose and face were suddenly bruised and swollen. "Not only was Sasuke's first kiss with Naruto, but so was your first kiss. Harano Sakura? Harano Zhao? Harano Miyabuki? Sakura's first kiss was given to Naruto? Was it an accident? Or is Naruto going to be Sakura's husband in the future?" Harano Miyabuki frowned. She didn't dislike Naruto that much, but she didn't like him much either. If Naruto became her son-in-law, she would still be a little dissatisfied. Harano Zhao was thinking. The one between Naruto and Sasuke was purely accidental. Of course, it could also be a spoof of the light screen. And even if it's not a prank, it will be when Naruto graduates, which will be a few years later. As for the light screen saying that Sakura's first kiss was also Naruto's, he felt it was more credible. It might have been an accident, but how could there be so many accidents? Don't. Xiao Sakura felt that the sky was falling, her whole figure was petrified, the cold wind blew, and the Tianling cap was about to crack. How could her future husband be Naruto? Outside the Ichiraku ramen shop, Naruto was excited. Sakura's first kiss was given to him? Sakura will definitely marry him when she grows up. However, Naruto did not notice that there was a little girl with white eyes and a look of loss on her face behind a telephone pole not far behind him. Uchiha clan. Sasuke was at a loss. He and Naruto kissed each other on the light screen, but he was frightened and his face turned pale. At this time, Fugaku, Mikoto, and Skunk were surrounding Sasuke, and everyone looked serious. "Dudu, stay away from Naruto from now on," the Skunk said to Sasuke. Fugaku and Mikoto didn't speak, which obviously meant the same thing. "Okay." Sasuke agreed without hesitation. In fact, after seeing the picture on the light screen, Sasuke planned to stay away from Naruto in the future. In addition, Sasuke was also unhappy. Naruto said on the light screen that he was pretending? What was he pretending to be? He, sassy, never pretends to be good, that crane tail is just nonsense. The pineapple-headed kid who accidentally bumped into Naruto, I am a god who has completed a bond that surpasses Indra and Asura, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. In the Pure Land, the soul of Otsutsuki Hago Romo, the sage of six paths, watches silently. The light curtain reveals a lot of information. Indra was his eldest son, and Asura was his second son. The eldest son was talented, but he went astray. Indra's chakra was reincarnated into Uchiha Madara, and Asura's chakra was reincarnated into Senju Hashirama. When Hashirama and Madara died, Indra's chakra was reincarnated into Sasuke, and Asura's chakra was reincarnated into Naruto. This is the bond of 3 lives and 3 lives. As for some of his Otsutsuki Hagoromo's calculations, that's not the point. Sage of Six Paths was thinking about the peace of the ninja world and the future of the ninja world. His mother was too extreme. Although he and his brother teamed up to seal her in the moon, it was not necessarily impossible to escape. In addition, he had to guard against the outsiders that his mother was afraid of. What made him helpless was that he still failed to explore the origin of the light curtain. I'm afraid it really comes from a high-dimensional world. For people in the high-dimensional world, is the low-dimensional world just a book? It's really hard to accept. Everything is set and proceeds according to the predetermined destiny trajectory, so what's the point? Even the life, old age, illness, and death of this immortal of 6 paths, everything he did was set by the high-dimensional God. To be honest, it was difficult for him to accept it. He very much hoped that the light screen was a lie, but as of now, it was very likely that it came from higher dimensions. This is the projection of the entire ninja world. It can even be seen on the moon. He found such a method unbelievable. According to what the light curtain revealed, it was Gao Wei's god who wanted to change the ninja world. Therefore, there are countless possibilities for the future of the ninja world. As for whether the ninja world will be able to ascend in dimension in the future and reach the same height as the creation god, it is unknown. But for people in the ninja world, it is a huge opportunity, and the key depends on whether they can seize it. It seems that some of his plans are about to change. A figure carrying a scythe was walking in the dilapidated village. Looking around, dead bodies were everywhere, but he saw this man with short silver hair slicked back and a pair of purple eyes. Too many people have died here. The pain of these people has made me grow. It is your honor to be able to sacrifice to the evil god. Country of Sichuan, Yunnan village. Haydn, who was carrying a scythe, was stunned. He actually appeared on the light screen, which surprised him. Interesting, really interesting. If you can sacrifice the light curtain to the evil god will definitely be very happy. Haydn grinned. Of course, just thinking about it, he can't do it now. Chapter 26, Haydn threatens the entire ninja world? I am the Hokage, and my younger brother is Haydn. Golden hands appeared on the light screen again, and they were flipping through a book. Obviously, another derivative fanfic of Naruto. The protagonist traveled to the world of Naruto and became a ninja in Tangyan village. While Haydn was still young, he tricked Haydn into becoming his younger brother. Later, he got very creative and used Haydn to intimidate the entire ninja world. Tangyan village is known as the village that has forgotten the war. As the war disappeared, Tangyan's combat effectiveness shrank, and the village was rich in natural resources. Haydn, who was born in Tangyan village, was eager to fight, so he was dissatisfied with Tangyan village. He joined the emerging Zishin cult and became the Zishin cult. The product of forbidden magic experiments, he is also the only person who has successfully obtained immortality. Due to the special nature of his immortal body, Haydn will not die even if his body and head are separated. Of course, this is not absolute. He will still die if he does not take in nutrients for a long time. With his immortal body, Haydn has also learned the curse secret technique of the evil god cult. He uses the bloody march scythe to get other people's blood, and licks the blood so that the blood flows into his own body, and then he can cast a curse. Traveler Lao Lu began to think of ways to collect blood and established a blood bank at the secret base of Tangyan village. Contract a mosquito psychic beast, cultivate various mosquitoes, and establish a multinational blood donation company. Naruto performed an excellent seduction technique, causing Irika's nose to bleed. Lao Liu's men who sneaked into Konoha took the opportunity to collect the blood. Naruto used the seduction technique, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose to bleed, and Jiraiya's nose to bleed. Under the night, in the Konoha garbage dump, someone dug out the auntie's towel. Under Lao Liu's various tricks, Tangyan's blood bank became more and more abundant. Not only the ninjas of each ninja village, but also the blood of daimyo and nobles from various countries were collected. Haiden is a tool responsible for licking blood and casting curses. Everything was in place. Lao Lu stopped pretending, he showed his cards. Rain Ninja Village Girl Zionin, you don't want anything to happen to Nagato, right? Konoha, Monkey, you don't want anything to happen to Danzo, right? Kumagakure the fourth Raikage, you don't want to either. Haiden. His abilities were fully exposed. For ninjas, intelligence is vital. Now, Haiden's information is no longer a secret in the ninja world. With a target, it will be much easier to deal with him. In addition, the old man on the light screen is too much. He was deceived when he was young and became the younger brother of the sixth child, but he was treated as a tool. And, is his ability too exaggerated? It is true that he has immortality and possesses the secret technique of curse, but it is not as exaggerated as on the light screen. At this time, the old man on the light screen also obtained the 8 gates of Konoha's forbidden technique and asked him to practice it. After practicing the 8-gate Dunjia, all 8 gates are opened simultaneously, and the chakra increases dozens of times, but he will definitely die. With his immortal body, he can open the 8 gates at will? You think so highly of him. 8 gates and curse, and Yogakure's huge blood bank, the entire ninja world was intimidated by Haiden. For Haiden, the meaning of his existence is to become the tool of the boss. With Haiden, Lao Lu completely let himself go and started doing whatever he wanted. When Haiden smiled and licked the blood, another person died in the shinobi world. At this time, the scythe Haiden was carrying on his shoulders fell to the ground, and he was greatly shocked. The light screen was getting more and more outrageous, but it also gave Haiden a lot of inspiration. His immortality and cursed secrets were all taken advantage of by Lao Lu. But if Haiden was really as powerful as the light screen, he would definitely kill Lao Lu first. Although the light screen gave him a lot of inspiration, it also exposed his abilities. In addition, looking at Haiden on the light screen made him furious. He was so angry that he couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, he became wiser. If the light screen does this, how will he be able to hang out in the ninja world in the future? Everyone calls for beating? No, I'm afraid the whole ninja world will hunt him down. It's over, isn't this barbecue anymore? In Konoha, Irika's face was filled with embarrassment as Naruto stared at him with strange eyes. Never mind that, the transformation technique is not for that purpose. Irika was embarrassed for a moment and then warned Naruto seriously. The Sandame's image was smeared again. Jiraiya, who frequented brothels to collect materials, felt that his reputation was being damaged. 21. Although he wrote banned books, peeped into women's baths, and stayed overnight in brothels, he was an honest man. The name of Konoha Sunin is still very loud. In a dark corner of the ninja world, Orochimaru suddenly felt that the name of Konoha Sunin could be discarded. However, Orochimaru was more interested in Haiden's immortality and curse secrets. As for the light screen saying that Haiden threatens the entire ninja world, Orochimaru felt that it must be exaggerated. Or, if Haiden's chakra is powerful enough, comparable to the god of ninja, he might be able to do what he did on the light screen. Orochimaru is interested in the evil spirits of Kakuzu and the special physique and secret techniques of Haiden's evil cult. By the way, I don't know what happened to that kid Kabuto. Orochimaru suddenly thought of Kabuto. Although Orochimaru has many subordinates, Kabuto is considered the most effective. It would be a pity if Kabuto died. I guess Kabuto went to assassinate that old guy Danzo. However, Danzo's strength should not be underestimated, and coupled with his sinister nature, Kabuto's chances of success are almost non-existent. Moreover, Danzo must also be paying attention to the light screen, so he must be prepared. This will make it even more difficult for Kabuto to assassinate Danzo. In fact, Orochimaru doesn't want Danzo to die for the time being, because he can still cooperate with Danzo secretly. Rain Ninja Village, Akatsuki Organization Base. The skinny Nagato has red hair and some black sticks stuck in his back. At this time, Nagato's pair of reincarnation eyes turned, and his whole body released a terrifying murderous aura. The old man on the light screen actually used him to threaten Zionin? Nagato, calm down, that's nonsense on the light screen. Although Zionin was also very angry, she still comforted Nagato first. It would be terrible if Nagato went berserk. Haiden's abilities are definitely not as exaggerated as shown on the light screen. Underground black market. Not only did Haiden's bounty appear, but the amount was also increasing rapidly. Haiden, a Super S-class rebel ninja from Tangyin Village. Tangyin Village offers a reward of 8,000 million taels. Tangyin Village alone offered a reward of 8,000 million taels to Haiden. Plus other ninja villages, as well as daimyo and nobles from many countries. In a short period of time, Haiden's reward amount has reached 8 million taels. Many people in the ninja world were frightened by the light curtain. Haiden's ability was so weird. And if Haiden also looked at the light curtain and learned about it, given time, he might really be able to intimidate the entire ninja world. Therefore, it was better to let Haiden die early. Like the big names from the 5 major countries, they are all very generous this time. Since Haiden is immortal, his life must be valuable, so what's wrong with using more money to reward Haiden? At the same time, everyone in the underground money exchange was trembling with excitement. Uncle Jiao has taken this big order, so no one can compete with him. After finishing this job, I can take a few years off. Chapter 27 The Masked Man is called Kenji. In the dense mountain forest, a large number of birds flew up. Several figures moved among the branches of the trees, chasing Haiden. These are all bounty hunters, including wandering ninjas and samurai. The light curtain in the sky hasn't disappeared yet, but there is already a reward for Haiden in the underground black market, but the amount is very high. Even if you don't accept the bounty mission from the black market and kill Haiden first, are you afraid that you won't be able to get money in exchange for Haiden's body? Suddenly, Haiden stopped, but there was a trap in front of him. Although it was hidden, he still noticed it. Seeing that Haiden didn't step into the trap, the ninja hiding not far away felt it was a pity. He was a Chuunin of Sand Ninja Village and was proficient in puppetry and traps. Without hesitation, the Tsunagaku Chuunin moved his fingers, and the puppet hand connected with the chakra cable stabbed Haiden's heart with a poison-quenching blade. Ding! Haiden blocked the attack of the puppet with a twist of the scythe in his hand. At this time, several bounty hunters behind Haiden also caught up. As a result, Haiden was under siege. Fortunately, the people who besieged Haiden were not of the same mind. In fact, it was Haiden's information that was exposed, otherwise, it would not be difficult to deal with these people. At the same time, the picture on the light screen changed again. The night is gloomy and depressing, the evening wind is blowing, the shadows of the trees are dancing, and the moon is hanging high in the sky. Due to the fluctuation of time and space ninjutsu, a figure appeared out of thin air. He had short hair, wore an orange-red single-eyed mask with black stripes on the mask, and wore a black hooded floor-length robe. The exposed right eye was a 3-Magatama Sharingan. In the Pure Land, Kushina clenched her fists, her red hair flying, a hateful masked man. In the stomach of the god of death, Minato was wondering, who is the masked man? Possessing the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan? But as a fourth-generation Hokage, he knew the Uchiha clan fairly well. Before his death, he had fought against the masked man. That's why I was even more confused about the identity of the masked man. The Konoha Uchiha tribe, Fugaku, Mikoto, Skunk, and Urju, all stared at the masked man on the light screen. The Nine Tails rebellion a few years ago was caused by the masked man. Because it was the Mangeki Sharingan that controlled the Nine Tails, the Uchiha clan's efforts to explain it were in vain. The high-level rejection of the Uchiha clan and the villagers' hostility towards the Uchiha clan have caused the clan's territory originally located in the center of the village to move to the edge. In addition, the surveillance of the Uchiha clan has never disappeared. Itaki also had hatred for the masked man in his heart. Everything was fine originally, and the Yandame's attitude towards the Uchiha clan was still very good. His mother and the Yandame's wife were best friends. In the long run, it was very possible for the Uchiha clan to integrate into the village. A good situation was ruined by the masked man. In addition, on the night of the Nine Tails rebellion, the Uchiha clan planned to use blood to prove their innocence. As a result, the top management of Konoha did not believe in Uchiha. For the sake of the overall situation, the Uchiha clan had no choice but to not fight on the front line. And this also deepened everyone's suspicion of the Uchiha clan. To this day, the Uchiha clan may launch a coup at any time. The situation is getting out of hand. The masked man and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato fought. During the battle, the masked man's strange ability was also exposed. His body could become insubstantial. When he became insubstantial, the enemy could not attack him, and he could not attack the enemy. Therefore, it will materialize the moment he attacks. Hollow? It should be a kind of time and space ninjutsu, kaleidoscope ability. It's really weird. Fugaku squinted his eyes and thought to himself. Yang Damei's fighting consciousness is much better than that of the masked man. After just one fight, some information about the masked man was analyzed. Suddenly, the chain hidden in the cuffs of the masked man was thrown out, and the chain connected his two wrists. Minato was careless and didn't dodge. He was bound by chains and couldn't break free for a while. The cheerful BGM sounded, and the masked man swung the chain and jumped rope in front of Minato, which was full of rhythm. Yang Damei, are you Uchiha Kenji? Masked man, Kenji is already dead, you picked the idol, I will take the Nine Tails, even the Six Paths old man can't keep him, I said so. The masked man's name is Uchiha Kenji. Fugaku was confused. This was the first time he heard this name. Is there such a person in the Uchiha clan? Without Fugaku's orders, an elder from the clan had already gone to investigate. However, there is no one named Kenji in the Uchiha family tree. Minato said on the light curtain, do you know Uchiha Kenji? But it looks more like a spoof. Hidden in the blood mist of the Kingdom of Water, Obito couldn't see his face because he was wearing a mask, but judging from his eyes, he was very unhappy. What the hell is Kenji Uchiha? However, I was secretly relieved that at least he was not exposed as Uchiha Obito. And at first glance, it was the light curtain playing tricks again. Therefore, Xianji definitely didn't say anything nice. Inside Naruto's body, Chu Lama was also very unhappy. Could he eat it? Uchiha Kenji? I remember it. Also, no disrespect to the Sage of Six Paths, this Uchiha Kenji is quite awesome. Is Uchiha Madara so arrogant? Pure Land. Madara, the undead, is also a little unhappy, and Obito is a bit draggy. However, it looks like the tool he picked is pretty good. The Eye of the Moon plan was executed very well. Very good, just wait until the time is right, he will be resurrected, and then become the Ten Tails Jinhyuriki, use the infinite moon reading to bring permanent peace to the ninja world, and also prove to Hasalama that he is right. In the Hokage building, in the office, F4 gathered. There were ANBU ninjas guarding the outside. "Hiruzen, do you know Uchiha Kenji?" Danzo asked. Danzo has collected a lot of information about the Uchiha clan. Even the Uchiha clan's family tree is no secret to him. However, the name Uchiha Kenji felt strange to Danzo. Monkey took a puff of his cigarette and shook his head. He didn't even know as much about the Uchiha clan as Danzo. Mito Kato and Koharu, who had gone to bed, also shook their heads. It seems that the Uchiha clan has hidden many secrets. Danzo said grimly, squinting his eyes. Obviously, Danzo was overthinking things. However, Danzo himself didn't feel it. In a short period of time, Danzo thought more and more. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Munin, and Koharu were all thinking about it. The Nine Tails Rebellion caused heavy losses to Konoha. The masked man behind the scenes was obviously very hostile to Konoha and possessed the Mangeki Sharingan, which posed a great threat to Konoha. "I'm going to the Uchiha clan." Danzo thought for a while, then walked out of the office on crutches. Danzo plans to go to the Uchiha family to explore the truth. 22. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kitanen, and Koharu didn't object either. The Uchiha clan didn't dare to attack Danzo. Besides, Danzo is not weak either. "I will ask Jiraiya to help investigate." After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Jiraiya traveled around, looking for the Child of Destiny, looking for Orochimaru, retrieving materials, and also collected a lot of information. "It's okay to let Jiraiya help with the investigation." Koharu nodded as he went to bed. Mito Minion has no objection either. Chapter 28. What a coincidence, Nagato is heartbroken. A light drizzle fell. Raining is very common in the country of rain. The country of wind next door is full of deserts and is seriously short of water, but here it is flooded with rain. It is really a drought, and a flood. Some people have also thought about diverting water from the country of rain to the country of wind. This is beneficial to both countries, but it is a big project. Not to mention the financial and manpower required, there is still a lot of resistance, so it has not been possible for a long time. Be implemented. After all, the idea is great, but implementation is difficult. After the Second Ninja War, the Rain Ninja Village was severely damaged, and it has not yet fully recovered, and the Kingdom of Rain still has not seen the dawn of peace. The old demigod Swell has been frustrated, and he has long lost his ambition. Although he is not intoxicated, he has lost his former majesty. Looking around, there are many tall buildings and drainage steel pipes in Urin village. The road was wet and there was still water in many places. People holding umbrellas or wearing bamboo hats hurried past. There were several figures standing in the shadows under the eaves somewhere. Kakuzu, the scorpion of red sand, and Pain's 6 paths. After Kakuzu, Scorpion also joined the Akatsuki organization. This time, they sneaked into the Rain Ninja village to assassinate Sancho Hanzo. It's agreed, Hanzo's body belongs to me. Xia hid inside Fei Liuhu as always, controlling the puppet to make a sound, and turned to Tiendeo among the 6 pain. In the eyes of Kakuzu and Scorpion, Tendo is the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and the other 5 Asurados seem to be clones. In addition, the number 2 figure in the Akatsuki organization is Zionin, and his code name in the organization is White Tiger. His strength is unknown, he likes origami, he is young and beautiful, but neither Kakuzu nor Scorpio has feelings for him. Xiaonan did not come for this operation. Look carefully at the 6 pain, with black rods that conduct chakra and nail-shaped chakra receivers inserted into the face and body. What is unbelievable is that all 6 pain have the samsara eye. It is said that only the immortals of 6 paths have eyes. 6 pairs? Unbelievable. In fact, these 6 pairs of samsara eyes were projected onto Nagato. The 6 pain are mainly the heavenly path, and there are also the hell path, the human path, the shura path, the hungry ghost path and the animal path. In fact, it was 6 corpses that were transformed by Nagato, and Kabuo was Nagato's close friend Yahiko. Today, Nagato and Konan are deep in a mountain forest outside the U-Ninja village. Nagato, an outsider, remotely controls the 6 paths of samsara. With the powerful ability of the samsara eye, the 6 pain can also share vision. In the dark cave, Konan looked at Nagato with a little worry. Nagato's legs were disabled, he was sitting in a wheelchair, and he was skinny. His physical condition was really bad, but he also possessed a huge amount of chakra. Konan's chakra level isn't bad, but it's still far behind Nagato. With the collective dispatch of Pain's 6 paths, together with Kakuzu and Scorpion, the assassination of Hanzo will definitely be successful. Nagato looked cold. His legs were burned by Hanzo's fire release, explosive flame formation. He failed to receive treatment in time and was completely disabled. The assassination of Hanzo this time was not only to avenge himself, but also to avenge Yahiko. The most important thing was to fulfill Yahiko's dream. Let peace be found in the land of rain and bring peace to the entire ninja world. But now the power of the Akatsuki organization is far from enough. Therefore, it is necessary to control the Rain Country. And taking control of the Rain Country starts with killing Hanzo. While controlling the 6 paths of pain from a distance, Nagato separated a ray of light that focused on the sky. Suddenly, Nagato was stunned. The Rain Ninja village appeared on the light screen. A giant salamander appeared in the Rain village. It was Hanzo's summoned beast, Inobushi. It was a highly poisonous salamander that could burrow into the ground and spray a large area of poisonous fog from its mouth. During the Second Ninja World War, the 3 ninjas of Konoha were caught in a bitter battle. Hanzo performed a water instant body technique. He formed seals with his hands and feet in turn, and turned into a pool of water. He dodged east and west. No, he dodged east and west, and used an ambush to cover himself. There seemed to be a great terror behind him. Hanzo, sorry Rang, sorry Rang. Several ephemeral figures chased Hanzo, and soon they surrounded Hanzo, but it was really Pain's 6 paths Smecta. Hanzo was wearing a mask, had a breathing tube, and was holding a chain scythe, with a look of horror on his face. Hanzo, damn it! Gritting his teeth, Hanzo used all his strength to perform the IAI slash, and the sickle coated with poison in his hand stabbed the tendo among the 6 pain at extremely high speeds. Tiendeo, attacking God is itself, unintended. Shinra Tenzen, it is as if there is an invisible hand of God that bounces all living beings away. Hanzo was bounced away and injured. Unfortunately, the disadvantage is that it has a 5-second cooldown. The other 5 pains, including Shura Deo and Hungry Ghost Deo, also took action. Each pain has a unique skill. Under the siege of Pain's 6 paths, Ibushi was blown up and Hanzo was killed. In less than 10 seconds from the time when Pain's 6 paths attacked, the ninja world's demigod fell. In the Rain Ninja village, Kakuzu and Scorpion looked at each other. The leader is really good at arranging, and it just happened to be the case with the light screen. Hanzo must have also looked at the light curtain, and he was probably on guard. Now, it will be more difficult to assassinate Hanzo. Chief, are you giving up the mission? Kakuzu asked Xiang Tiandeo. The action continues. Tiandeo said calmly. Hanzo will also have a light screen. Xia said. In the face of absolute strength, everything is meaningless. Today, Hanzo will die. Tiandeo said indifferently. When Pain's 6 paths appeared in U-Ninja village, Hanzo's fate was doomed and no one could change it. Is this just a coincidence? Xionin frowned and looked at Nagato. It is impossible that the being behind the light curtain saw Pain sneaking into the Rain Ninja village to assassinate Hanzo. But a lot of information about Pain's 6 paths was exposed. Hanzo must also have a light screen. And since Hanzo was not looking at the light screen, there must be a ninja in the Rain Ninja village who looked at the light screen and reported it to Hanzo. The problem now is that Hanzo has mastered a lot of information about Pain's 6 paths, and the difficulty for Pain to assassinate Hanzo has undoubtedly increased significantly. Nagato also looked ugly, and he felt heartbroken. Is it easy to transform the 6 corpses including Yahiko into Pain's 6 paths? He was about to attack Hanzo, so let him use the light screen like this. It would be better to wait until he assassinates Hanzo before exposing him. At this time, Nagato was already cursing in his heart. In addition, Nagato also had to think, is this just a coincidence? I hate light screens more and more. Kakuzu said with a cold face. For ninjas, information is extremely important. But how many people's information has been exposed by the light curtain? If the light curtain keeps appearing in the future, how many people in the ninja world will have their information exposed? Hikakuzu was one of the victims, and his local grudges were exposed. When information is leaked, it will be targeted. The Earth Resentment U is very powerful, but if it is targeted, Kakuzu's strength will be greatly reduced. In comparison, Scorpion is better, after all, he is playing puppet. To be honest, Xia didn't want to give up this mission. After all, the demigod's corpse was also a good material for him to make human puppets. In this way, he could have multiple trump cards. Chapter 29 Hanzo Falls. The Kingdom of Rain changes. Pen 6 Paths. The Power of the Samsara Eye. The Akatsuki Organization. In the building of a Megakure's ninja village, Sanshouiu Hanzo's expression was surprisingly solemn. He was once a demigod with powerful ninjas, but now he is hiding in the Rain Ninja village to protect himself. Witnessing the power of the 6 pens on the light screen, fear grew in his heart. The past events are vivid in my mind. Once upon a time, 3 children of the land of rain, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, founded the Akatsuki organization, determined to bring peace to this troubled country. After that, many people joined the Akatsuki, and as Akatsuki became famous, he was afraid, fearing that the expansion of Akatsuki's power would threaten his dominance. So, under the bewitchment of the Nabe Shadow in Konoha, he cooperated with the Nabe Shadow and deceived Akatsuki. He lied that he wanted to use Akatsuki's power to propose peace negotiations to the 3 major countries surrounding the Land of Rain. Yahiko agreed, but when he arrived at the meeting place, it turned out to be a well-arranged trap. In response to Akatsuki's conspiracy, the alliance between the demigods and the Nabe Shadow, and the cooperation between the Rain Ninja Elite and the Root Organization. Later, Hanzo threatened the life of Konan, who had been captured in advance. Yahiko asked Nagato to kill him in order to save Konan. The angry Nagato ran away and channeled the heretic demon. If Hanzo hadn't escaped quickly, he would have been killed at that time. So, what the light curtain revealed was, really? A prank? But when it comes to his own life, Hanzo cannot be careless at all. Maybe Pain's 6 paths really exist. At this time, he carefully analyzed Pain's 6 paths abilities and thought about how to deal with them. Let's just assume that Pain's 6 abilities revealed by the light screen are real. Analyze and think of ways to deal with it based on the known information, and you will be able to face Pain more calmly in the future. However, Pain has been exposed, so I guess there won't be any assassination attempts on him in a short time. However, the next moment Hanzo heard the sounds of fighting outside. There is an intruder. Oops! It's Pen, 6 Pen. And Kakuzu and the Red Sand Scorpion. 23. Hanzo's heart sank when he heard the sounds of fighting outside and the panic of the Omegakure Anbu ninjas. Pain is coming? And the earthly resentment Ujiaodu and the puppet genius Red Sand Scorpion? So, Kakuzu and Scorpio both joined Akatsuki? 6 pens were terrifying, plus 2 powerful ninjas, which made the elderly Hanzo panic. Although a lot of information about Pain has been analyzed, it is still difficult to deal with it. After weighing it in his mind, Hanzo wanted to run away. The pride of the demigod, the lives of his subordinates, in this life and death situation, Hanzo couldn't care less. Immediately, he formed a seal with one hand and performed the water teleportation technique. In an instant, he turned into a puddle of water and burst out of the window, using the rain to escape. On this rainy day, his water teleportation technique has greatly improved, and he can also use the rain to hide his whereabouts. However, in front of the Samsara Eye, Hanzo had nowhere to hide. Almost all the Omegakure ANBU ninjas responsible for guarding Hanzo were killed. After all, it was not just Pain who took action in the 6 paths, but also Kakuzu and Scorpion. Although there were many elites in the Omegakure ANBU who were Jounin, they were still vulnerable to Pain and others. Before leaving the Rain Ninja village, Hanzo channeled his spirit and came out of Ibushi. The next moment, Ibushi swallowed Hanzo in one gulp. Hiding in the belly of the Sanshou fish, Hanzo really wanted to use the counter-psychic technique, but he was still a step too slow. Standing on the steel pipe of a 10-meter-high building, Tiandeo stretched out his right hand and aimed at Hanzo, who was several hundred meters away from him. All things are attracted by heaven. This is also one of the abilities of the Samsara Eye. The holder of the Samsara Eye focuses on himself and attracts designated targets to his side. Although Tiandeo's Samsara Eye is just a projection, it does not prevent the use of this technique. Heaven can also freely determine the targets it attracts and change the intensity of gravity. This is actually just one of the basic abilities of the Rinnegan, controlling the direction of gravity, but it is still quite practical. Although they were several hundred meters apart, and despite the huge size and weight of the salamander Jingfu, it was still sucked over. Almost everyone in the Rain Ninja village saw Ibushi's huge body rising into the air and flying towards the sky at low altitude. Looking at Ibushi's constant struggle, it was obvious that he was not willing. Because Jingbushi was at a low altitude, many taller buildings collapsed. When he fell heavily in front of Tiandeo, Jingbushi was already seriously injured. Hanzo, who was hiding in Ibushi's belly, saw that the situation was not good and quickly escaped from Ibushi's body. At the same time, a large amount of poisonous mist spewed out from Jingfu's mouth. Hanzo then swung his chain scythe towards Tiandeo. Knowing that there was no chance to escape now, Hanzo had no choice but to fight. A black chakra rod appeared in Tiandeo's hand, blocking Hanzo's attack. I used to respect you very much, but I was wrong. You are just trash. It is really sad that this country is dominated by you. You have brought war to this country, but you can't calm it down. You are such a trash. From now on, Akatsuki will rule this country. Tiandeo said to Hanzo in an understatement as he blocked Hanzo's prepared attack. At this time, Shura Deo, Hungry Ghost Deo and Human Deo surrounded him. As for the animal realm and hell realm, as well as Kakuzu and Scorpion, they can't escape for the time being, but it won't take long. Now, 4 pains surrounded Hanzo, making it even harder for Hanzo to escape. Abandoning your subordinates at a critical moment is a hopeless piece of trash. How can a piece of trash like you change? The only option is to die. Even though a lot of Pain's information has been exposed, Hanzo also knows it, but in the face of absolute strength, everything is doomed. The poison of Sanshou Yujingfu cannot affect Pain. The old demigod can't even deal with Pain. After a fierce battle, the Rain Ninja suffered heavy casualties. The demigod fell. The huge Sanshou fish was also slaughtered. The surviving Rain Ninjas watched from a distance, and some wanted to avenge Hanzo, but the enemy was too strong. There are still people who long for peace, and Akatsuki might be able to bring peace to the land of rain. From today onwards, Akatsuki will rule this country. Tiandeo said loudly. Most of the Rain Ninjas chose to surrender, but a small number of Rain Ninjas chose to flee and wait for an opportunity to avenge Hanzo-sama later. The demigod's reputation has lasted for decades. There are still many die-hard fans of Hanzo in the Rain Ninja village. This is normal. Hanzo has too much influence in the Rain Ninja village. It's not like Hanzo's influence will be eliminated once he dies. It will take time next. Kakuzu and Scorpio are responsible for cleaning up some of the restless elements in the country. Hanzo the Sancho fish is dead. With the death of Hanzo, the land of rain also began to change. The rain stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone brightly. Such good weather is very rare in the land of rain, not many times a year. With the news that the 6 Paths of Pain, Kakuzu, and the Red Sand Scorpion had assassinated Hanzo, it caused quite a stir. More people have to think about it. When Pain assassinated Hanzo, Hanzo was killed by Pain on the light screen. Although it looked like a prank at first glance, the timing was too coincidental. It's hard to say that the being behind the light curtain is not paying attention to the ninja world. Thinking that the entire ninja world might be stared at by higher dimensional beings, many people frowned. But Jiraiya was on his way to the Rain Ninja Village. Chapter 30 Changing Tailed Beast. Seeing Pain's 6 Paths killing Hanzo on the light screen, Jiraiya felt uneasy. He once accepted 3 disciples in the land of rain, namely Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Because of Nagato's legendary reincarnation eyes that only the immortal of 6 Paths had, he once thought that Nagato was the child of destiny predicted by the great Toad Immortal. But it didn't seem to be the case, so he continued on his journey to find the child of destiny, collecting materials along the way. However, according to the information revealed by the light screen, Yahiko had long been dead, killed by Hanzo and Danzo's conspiracy, and Nagato transformed Yahiko's body. In addition to Yahiko, there were 5 corpses that were also transformed by Nagato. Among the 6 Pain, except Tiendeo, the other 5 also have extraordinary backgrounds. Jiraiya was thinking about Nagato and Konan, so he planned to go to the land of rain. Is Yahiko really dead? Died due to the conspiracy of Hanzo and Danzo? It is truly worthy of being, the darkness of shinobi. When someone in the ninja world does something bad and the murderer cannot be found, does it mean it must be Danzo? How many other bad things did that guy Danzo secretly do? Anger welled up in Jiraiya's heart. Counting the time, the light curtain will disappear soon, but it may last longer than last time. After channeling Gamma Bunta, Jiraiya sat cross-legged on Bunta's head. Toad hurried on, and he continued to pay attention to the light curtain in the sky. Naruto, I am the strongest Kazekage appears again. Tsunagakure village is severely short of water. Many lakes in the oases have dried up, and the water levels in underground rivers have also dropped. The 3rd Kazekage, who has not taken a bath for more than half a month, can't help but complain that he can't live this miserable life. There is a lot of water in the Kingdom of Rain. How can we divert the water to Suna Ninja Village? The 3rd Kazekage took several horseboys to visit Hanzo. Although Hanzo was called a demigod, he was only the leader of a small ninja village. Now, the shadow of the big ninja village came to visit him. He was flattered, and in the spirit of win-win cooperation, the meeting went very smoothly. A group of sand ninjas were ordered to arrive in the country of rain to help collect rainwater. Then, thousands of tons of fresh water pressed on Ibushi. The 3rd Kazekage far away in Sand Ninja Village channeled Ibushi, and thousands of tons of water appeared directly on Ibushi. Then, buckets of water were loaded at the Rain Ninja Village, and Hanzo channeled Ibushi over there. Those who looked at the light screen were almost stunned. Good guy, can psychics still be able to do this? This operation? In the sand-hidden ninja village, Luo Sha curled her lips and used a psychic beast to transport water? The idea is good, but the reality is not that simple. Hanzo, the undead, felt a little speechless. He shared his psychic beast with others, so I won't complain about it. But using Sanshao fish to transport water is really conceivable. Of course, it is not completely unfeasible, but the efficiency is far less. So high on the light screen. On the light screen, the Tsunagakure helped collect water. He was also grateful. Not only did Ibushi become the 3rd Kazekage's psychic beast, but he also gave the Tsunagakure ninja village a reward of 10 billion taels. Of course, the country of rain is not without its benefits, as problems such as stagnant water and waterlogging have been solved. We arranged for some sand ninjas to go to the country of rain to help with drainage and flood prevention, and received a reward. Sanchao Yujing Bushi also continuously transported water to the sand ninjas, which greatly alleviated the sand ninjas' water shortage. The people of Sunagakure Ninja Village worshipped the third Kazekage even more. Wind Shadow Building. The third Kazekage, after I have finished speaking, who agrees? Who opposes? All the senior officials of Sunagakure looked at each other. Just now, the third Kazekage proposed to exchange one tail for the 3 tails of the Kirigakure Ninja Village. To this, the short-sighted people hesitated. For example, the 2 siblings, Cho and Ebizo, did not have much power. The one-tail Shikaku is a powerful weapon of the Sand Village, but the Sand Village's sealing technique is poor. To be honest, the one-tail Jinkriki has many problems. In addition, the Kirigakure is in the land of water. Sending the one-tail to the land of water will also limit the combat power of the one-tail. In the desert, the one-tail is the strongest, while the 3-tail is only strong in the sea. If it is brought to the desert, how much will its combat power be limited? 30%? 50%? Finally, under the will of the third Kazekage, the replacement of the tailed beasts went smoothly. The first one went to the Kingdom of Water and was able to reclaim the sea and increase the territory of the Water Kingdom. The third one came to the Kingdom of Wind, which increased the water resources in the desert. As for the first and third tails suffering a little, it doesn't matter. For the development of the 2 countries, what does Koyaku-tailed beast have? For Konoha, Kumagakure, and Iwagakure, there are good and bad news. The good news is that the tailed beasts of Sunagakure and Kirigakure have become weaker, and they have become significantly weaker. The bad news is that the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Water, the development of the country has accelerated, especially in the Kingdom of Wind. Not only does it have a small amount of water escape ninjas, but it also transports water from the Kingdom of Rain. With the addition of the 3 tails, there is no shortage of water resources. With the increase in water resources, the number of oases has also increased. The area of the oasis is also increasing. In the Sunagakure Ninja Village, the one-tail in Gaara's body was already scolding him, asking him to go to the land of water to reclaim the sea and build land. This is no longer a human being. In the Kingdom of Water, in the blood mist, inside the body of the 4th Mizukage Tachibana Yagura controlled by Obito, the 3-tailed Isobutsuya wants to curse and let him go to the desert? Could it be any more wicked? Tailed beast. The strongest Hokage picked up his pipe, took a drag, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, thinking in his mind. According to the operation on the light curtain, it is still somewhat feasible. It is not impossible to use psychic techniques to transport water from the Kingdom of Rain to the Kingdom of Wind, but it is not as simple as the light screen. As for Sunagakure and Kirigakure switching tailed beasts, it is also feasible, but if the one-tailed goes to the Kingdom of Water and the 3 tails goes to the Kingdom of Wind, it will only cause the strength of the one-tailed and 3-tailed to drop significantly. Tailed beasts are an important force in the ninja village. Let's just say that in Sunagakure Ninja Village, in order to save water resources and reduce the strength of the tailed beast, it seems that this is not worth the gain. The third Kazekage's operation on the light screen was feasible, but if he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, made the decision, he would not agree. The daimyo of the Land of Wind and the Land of Water should have ideas. We can also help to prompt Sunagakure and Kirigakure to change their tailed beasts. Danzo walked out of the shadow behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Using a cane, Danzo came to Sarutobi's side. Sarutobi knew Danzo's plan. Weakening the tailed beast power of Sunagakure and Kirigakure is not a bad thing for Konoha. 24. For Sunagakure and Kirigakure, there are pros and cons to changing tailed beasts, and it is estimated that neither shinobi village will be willing to do so. But the daimyo of both countries should support changing the tailed beast. The country of water, Kirigakure Ninja Village. A huge pitcher plant emerged from the ground and appeared behind the masked man. Madara-sama, what do you think about the tail-changing beast? Black Zetsu asked. The environment limits the strength of the tailed beasts, and it is good for our plan to weaken the strength of the tailed beasts, but the current third-generation Jinchuriki is the Mizukage. If the tailed beasts are extracted, the Jinchuriki will die. The masked man said calmly. As for extracting the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki's body first and replacing it with a tailed beast seal, this is almost unrealistic. But Gojo Yagura can't die yet. However, the light curtain did provide him with an idea. Different environments will affect the strength of the tailed beast, and the tailed beast is controlled by several ninja villages and is a bargaining chip in the game of interests. Under the interests, it is not impossible to change the tailed beast. Chapter 31 Tongzi, you really deserve to die. The light curtain suddenly disappeared, and not many people in the ninja world were surprised by this. Many ninjas analyzed more information. It seems that the light curtain exists for a fixed time each time. It's hard to say whether it will appear again in a few days. The light curtain appears every few days? So, how many times will it happen? In addition, the 6 paths of pain appeared on the light screen to kill Hanzo. The 6 paths of pain also appeared in the Rain Ninja village to assassinate Hanzo. There were even more Kakuzu and Scorpion. Is this just a coincidence? Or, the being behind the light curtain has been paying attention to this ninja? This made the faces of 6 Paths Sage, Black Zetsu, and other Otsutsuki grow serious. The Country of Wind, Daiming Mansion. In the castle tower, the daimyo, who was called an idiot, looked at the 2 ministers in front of him. One was a fat minister, and the other was also a fat minister. Not only was the Tsunagakure ninja village lacking, but the entire wind country was short of water. Water has also become an important resource in the Kingdom of Wind. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind also knew that it was difficult to transport water from the Kingdom of Rain, and it was far from being as simple as the previous light curtain. However, the tailed beast seems to be very good. As for the tailed beast becoming weaker and affecting the ninja village's combat power, he didn't care. He had long been disappointed with Tsunagakure and wanted to give up. If it weren't for the worry that Tsunagakure was too extreme, he wouldn't have allocated funds to that group of useless ninjas who had been losing battles, and also given many missions. What do you think about the tail-changing beast? The daimyo asked the 2 ministers in front of him. The fat minister on the left shook his head. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is the youngest son of the 4th Kazekage. This is easy to say. I believe that for the Country of Wind and for the Tsunagakure ninja village, the 4th Kazekage would be willing to sacrifice a son, but the 3-tailed Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki, is the 4th Mizukage. The fat minister on the right also shook his head. The distribution of tailed beasts was decided by the 1st Hokage. Once it changes, I'm afraid it will be a big trouble. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind had no choice but to give up the idea. Indeed, both the 1st and 3rd tails now have Jinchuriki, and their identities are not simple. One is the son of the Kazekage, and the other is the Mizukage. In addition, the distribution of tailed beasts was determined by the ninja god Senju Hashirama. In addition, Tsunagakure and Kirigakure definitely don't want the power of the tailed beasts in the ninja village to be weakened. Due to various factors, changing the tailed beast is a bit unrealistic. Back when the tailed beasts were allocated, the 1st Kazekage should have traded 1 tail for 3. In Tsunagakure ninja village, some ninjas had such thoughts in their minds. There are a total of 9 tailed beasts in the ninja world. The strongest tailed beast is the 9-tailed 9 Llama. In Konoha, Tsunagakure, like Konoha, only has 1 tailed beast, the 1-tailed Shikaku, but Kirigakure has 3 tails and 6 tails, Kumigakure's 2 and 8 tails, and Iwagakure's 4 and 5 tails. Even Taki Ninja Village has a Nanao. It can be seen from this that when allocating tailed beasts, the strength of Taki Ninja Village is definitely not weak, and it is estimated that it is the 1st echelon below the 5 major ninja villages. Over the past few decades, every tailed beast has been involved in many interests. Therefore, it is too difficult to change the tailed beast. The live broadcast ends and settlement begins. Gain 399 points of chakra emotional value. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Mei Qian was stunned at first, and then cursed in his mind. Tongzi, you really deserve to die. Including the newly gained 399 points, the current chakra emotion value has accumulated to 999 points, and there is still 1 point left to upgrade the system. I originally thought it would exceed 500 points this time, but I was disappointed, not even 400 points. As a result, we have to wait until the live broadcast tomorrow to upgrade the system. Very unhappy. He is a terminally ill patient and does not have much time. He opened the system panel and looked at the 999 chakra emotion value, which could cure the cancer in his body 9 times, but he still held back. It's almost 1 o'clock, let's upgrade the system first. When the system reaches version 2.0, it will be able to live broadcast twice a day, and each time he can gain more chakra emotion points. Like this time, he only gained 2 points, but if the system is not version 399, but version 1.0, definitely more than 2.0 points. Also, version 2.0 of the system will also enable the NARUTO group chat function. Dog system, if you give me 1 more point you will die. After scolding the system for a while, Mei Qian closed the system panel. Pick up the phone and chat with the recently added netizens, then read novels and watch short videos. I'm hungry and order takeout. What a simple and unpretentious life. For him, the top priority now is to cure the cancer in his body. Once the cancer is cured, then cure all the other diseases in the body. Set a small goal and use the system to achieve an absolutely healthy body. As for raising the dimension of the NARUTO world to make the extraordinary appear in reality, or raising one's own dimension to go to the 4-dimensional world, these things were not considered. Interfering with the dimensions of the universe carries huge risks, and the civilizations that created the system have all failed in upgrading their dimensions. So, no need to think too much. He is not short of money now, it is enough to live on. He would be satisfied if he had a healthy body and lived a long life. In addition, I also hope that NARUTO world can give him more fun. Through the system panel, I know how long I can live, and I also have urgency in my heart. If the system suddenly breaks down, no one can fix it. I thought I could upgrade the system today so that I could do 2 live broadcasts tomorrow. By the way, I could enable the group chat function so that he could chat with some people in the NARUTO world by registering an account. Putting down his phone, he closed his eyes and began to analyze hard. I have broadcast live to the ninja world several times, and the chakra emotion value I harvested varies. Last time it was more than 500 points, but this time it was less than 400 points. The gap is a bit big. More analysis will also help you gain more chakra emotional value in the future. At this time, a call came from the mobile phone. I took a look and saw that it was an old classmate, Wang Dahu, whom I didn't keep in touch with on weekdays. After answering the question curiously, Mei Qian understood that he had called him at the class reunion. I was bored at home, so I agreed. High school classmates in a city gathered together. I checked the time, it was still early. In Binhai City, Mei Qian parked the car on the roadside in front of Kunpeng KTV. There were only about 20 people coming to the party this time. Some came by car, some took taxis, and some came on electric bicycles. Laoba Wangdahe greeted Mei Qian when he saw it. But it caused many people around to look at Mei Qian. Damn fatty, you've had enough. Mei Qian's face was filled with displeasure. Speaking of it made him depressed. He had a nickname in high school, Laoba, because his grades were often 8th in the class and his height was also the 8th. 8. Wang Daho is also the best friend with whom he had the closest relationship in high school. In high school, Wang Daho was relatively fat. Now he is even fatter, and his skin color is darker. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and gave one to Wang Dehu. Smoking and chatting. Through chatting, I learned that Wang Dehu originally worked as a security guard but quit his job to write a novel at home. You can also write novels. Mei Qian was surprised. In the past, Wang Dehu's compositions were not up to standard, and his choice of words and sentences were difficult to describe. Suddenly he wanted to write a novel, which was really surprising. When Mei Qian asked about the title of the book, Wang Dehu was embarrassed to tell him. Chapter 32, An old classmate is a street writer. Damn fat man, is this the novel you wrote? Mei Qian took the mobile phone, opened the browser, entered the novel website, and found the novel written by Wang Dehu. An old classmate with whom he had the best relationship wrote a novel, which surprised Mei Qian. Good guy, I've written 3 books and haven't signed a contract yet. The finished book, The God King of Gadai, has 27 words, has a 300 collection tag, but number 500 tag, 1099 recommendation votes, and 33 comments. Mecha Mangxian has 41 words. It has a tag of 500 collections, but number 1000 collections. It has 1755 recommendation votes and 38 book reviews. The one being serialized is The Great Demon's Immortal Treasure, 7 words, unsigned, 123 recommendation votes, 2 book reviews, unknown collection. Clicking on the catalog in the series and flipping through it casually, Mei Qian frowned. The total number of words created by Dead Fatty has exceeded 70 words. It is impossible that there is no progress, but... Anyway, Mei Qian can't stand it. It's no wonder that he hasn't been able to sign a contract. It would be strange if he could. I won't complain about the poor writing skills. Literary youth, giving away daughters, torturing the master. Anyway, I highly recommend The Poisonous Points. If I read the book reviews, almost all of them are scolding. You have such a good attitude. Mei Qian admired his old classmate a little. You don't understand. Writing novels is my hobby. It's just a side job anyway. I don't make a living from it. Wang Dehu shrugged indifferently. On the contrary, Mei Qian knew that Wang Dehu's family was in pretty good condition. They opened a large supermarket and his grandfather also had a large pension. As for this fat guy's main job, he is a food broadcaster. I think you can start a new book and write a Naruto fanfic. You have quite a big brain. If you write less poisonous things, you will definitely be able to sign a contract, and the results should not be bad, Mei Qian said to Wang Dehu. Putting aside the poor writing skills and various poisonous points, the novel written by Wang Dehu still has bright spots, at least the imagination is relatively big. 25. If this damn fat guy writes a Naruto fanfic, Mei Qian thinks it will be helpful to him. Asking me to write fanfiction? You are insulting me. The education I received since childhood does not allow me to write fanfiction. Wang Dehu looked serious. At midnight, Mei Qian also returned home. Sleep until you wake up naturally. Get up, brush your teeth, wash your face, and open the system panel. The number of live broadcasts available has changed from 0 to 1, and the live broadcast of Naruto World can be carried out again. However, Mei Qian is not in a hurry. Drink some milk and eat some bread to fill your stomach. Turn on the computer and read novels, focusing on the Naruto theme of the new book. At present, the system level is low, and the live broadcast to Naruto World can only be Naruto related. It is not possible to live broadcast animations such as One Piece, Bleach, Saint Seiya, and Dragon Ball to Naruto World. After all, it is the Hokage live broadcast system. Perhaps when the system version is higher, this restriction will no longer exist. It may also be related to the fact that he has smashed dozens of Naruto fan books. There are many more Naruto fan books on the website's new book list. Read the title first, then the introduction. As for book reviews, there aren't many reviews for new books, so I don't bother to read them. I'll read a few chapters first if I find them interesting. Suddenly, Mei Qian saw the pen name of Dead Fatty at the bottom of the new book list. Naruto, deceived 3 generations at the beginning? The damn fat guy really can't help but open a Naruto fanfic. I clicked on it curiously and took a look. Not to mention, apart from the poor writing style, there was nothing bad about it, or maybe it was because the number of words was still short. It's interesting. Mei Qian smiled. After all, you are an old classmate, so please support me. Since Dead Fatty's new book hasn't been signed yet, I can't give rewards or give monthly votes. I can only support it by recommending votes and giving good reviews. Log into the account, and there are 10 recommendation votes, all of which have been voted. I gave it a good review and also received 1,000 red envelopes. Each red envelope was $1, which was equivalent to destroying the leader, but the fat guy had no money to take it. However, readers need to vote to receive the red envelope. 1 red envelope and 10 recommendation votes. In just a few minutes, all 1,000 red envelopes were snatched up. Looking at the recommendation votes for Fatty's new book, there are already 10,085 votes. A small portion of them were cast by Mei Qian gang, and the rest were probably cast by Fatty himself. After a while, Fatty's new book appeared with a label of 300 collections, followed by 500 collections. There are also more and more book reviews. Damn it, the boss is here. That one said it was an official marketing account. The boss is a longtime Naruto fan. This book is going to be popular, and the big boss is interested in it. Big brush, the appraisal is completed, the junk book will not explain. The author of this book is just a fool. He has written several books. The last one was TJ. The boss is rich and willful. I am also writing a Naruto fanfic. It is much better than this. Why didn't you give me a few red envelopes? The sound of typing on the keyboard was heard as Wang Dehe finished writing another chapter. Last night at the class reunion, Mei Qian chatted with him a lot about Naruto. He wasn't interested at first, but as they chatted, he became a little interested. When he got home, his mind got excited and he opened a new book. Naruto fanfic. I uploaded a chapter I just finished. The word count of the new book has reached 1. But when he saw the collection of new books in the writer's backstage, Wang Dehe was stunned. 666? Let's look at the recommendation votes. Oh my god, it's over 10,000. 223 book reviews. For him, this result is too good. Could it be that someone else printed the wrong book? Wang Dehe muttered. After reading the book reviews, he realized that it turned out that a big boss took a fancy to his book and gave him 1,000 red envelopes. The boss is not short of money, and he also likes to watch Naruto fan fiction. There are a lot more Naruto fans on the new book list, and they are more or less in the favor of the big guys. But he didn't do it just to please the boss. As for being favored by a big boss, he was surprised, but also happy. This is being recognized. For a moment, Wang Dehe gained motivation and continued to code and update a few more chapters today. Since the boss recognized him, he could not let him down. I gave 1,000 red envelopes to an old classmate's new book, which is also a sign of support. If my old classmate can sign a contract for his new book, let's get him an alliance leader. The new book by an old classmate has too few words, so I just flipped through it and then lost it. Mei Qian also read the long version. Hospital. Although the system could cure cancer for Mei Qian, he had to upgrade the system first, so the chakra emotion points he had saved were useless. The hospital treatment could not cure his cancer, but it could more or less delay the disease. Your condition has improved significantly. The doctor looked at the medical records and said to Mei Qian. Mei Qian curled his lips, it was the system's credit. Using 100 points of chakra emotional value treatment, the cancer on his body got better. But it was impossible for him to tell the system. Then, the doctor asked Mei Qian to maintain a good attitude, but he did not think that Mei Qian's cancer could be cured. After all, it was a terminal illness in an advanced stage. A slight improvement was attributed to the hospital, but if it was cured, forget about it and strive for more. Live for a year and a half. But considering the patient's emotions, he didn't tell the truth. I won't come to the hospital anymore. Mei Qian was thinking that if he could upgrade the system today, he would use the power of the system to treat cancer in his body. If the hospital discovers that he has miraculously recovered from terminal cancer, he will become famous in just a few minutes. Chapter 33 Death of the White Fang Society. In just a few days, the structure of the ninja world has changed a lot. It is no secret that the leader of the Rain Ninja Village, Sanshou Hanzo, was killed, and the Akatsuki organization began to dominate the Rain country. And those who oppose Akatsuki in the Rain country are being dealt with quickly. Jiraiya, one of the Sunin of Konoha, came to the land of Rain and met Yahiko and Konan. Of course, the former was a corpse transformed by Nagato. Nagato, who controlled Pain's 6 paths behind the scenes, did not show up. Jiraiya-sensei, I'm sorry, sooner or later I will go to Konoha to take Shimura Danzo's life. Pain Tiendao said indifferently. Jiraiya was silent. It is not an exaggeration to say that Danzo's status in Konoha is lower than that of one person. The old man is too, doting on Danzo. If Nagato and Konan want to kill Danzo, Jiraiya will not stop them, but if they ask Jiraiya to help, Jiraiya can't do it now. Sighing, Jiraiya laughed at himself. He really failed. He couldn't catch Tsunade and couldn't bring Orochimaru back to Konoha. Minato died, Yahiko died, and Nagato and Konan fell into darkness. Hanzo is dead, but he deserves to die. As for Danzo, that old bastard, he is much darker than Hanzo. At this moment, the light curtain appeared again. As the light screen appeared more often, Jiraiya became calm and would not make a fuss. However, he still looked at the light curtain curiously. What will the light curtain reveal this time? At this time, I don't know how many eyes are watching the light curtain. Even the large number of undead souls in the Pure Land are looking at the light curtain. Hitaki Sakumo, the undead, was stunned. He was very surprised because he actually appeared on the light screen. Kakashi, who was somewhere in Konoha, was also stunned. On the light screen, in the Hitaki family, the man known as Konoha White Fang was teaching his son Taijutsu. Hitaki Sakumo, Nishi, today I will teach you Konoha's strongest Taijutsu. Kakashi, can you please stop calling me Nishi? Hitaki Sakumo, okay, Nishi, watch out, this is Konoha's strongest Taijutsu, the terrifying secret I created. Kakashi is also famous in the ninja world. Konoha is the strongest ninja village and is also known as the cradle of geniuses, but there are only a few geniuses who can grow up, and Kakashi is undoubtedly one of them. Kakashi graduated from the ninja school when he was 5 years old. After that, he became a Chunin at the age of 6, and then became a Jounin at the age of 12. In addition, he also created powerful ninjutsu, which shows his talent. But because of his father's suicide, Obito's death, and his own murder of Lin, as well as the death of his teacher and master's wife, Kakashi almost turned black. Fortunately, he did not turn black because of the will of fire, but his whole person also became decadent. It can be said that Kakashi has not practiced properly in the past few years and has wasted his talent. At this time, Kakashi's face twitched. The strongest taijutsu in Konoha? The secret created by his father? Could it be? At this time, the picture on the light screen changed. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura have all graduated and formed a team. It is Class 7. Kakashi leads the team. Now it is Kakashi's test against the 3 little ones. Kakashi took out 2 bells. Sasuke and Sakura immediately hid, covering their bodies with vegetation to hide their presence. However, Naruto acted recklessly, and then Kakashi displayed Konoha's strongest taijutsu. 1,000 years of killing, a terrible secret created by Konoha White Fang. When performing it, form a yin seal with both hands and launch an attack from behind the enemy, targeting the weak points of the chakra. Kakashi, the conscience of heaven and earth, his father taught him this trick, but he has never used it and has always disdained it. Will he use this trick on Naruto in the future? The light curtain is a prank, it must be a prank. But what will everyone think of him in the future? What a headache! Kakashi grimaced. Jiraiya knocked out Ebisu, and Naruto gave Ebisu a millennium kill. What stands out is a tacit understanding. Ebisu? It's over, let's look at him as Ebisu. Damn you, ahem, damn Naruto, the naturally evil nine-tailed brat. However, when he saw Naruto holding a kunai wrapped in a detonating talisman on the light screen and using the 1,000-year kill on Gaara, who was transformed into a half-tailed beast, his butt suddenly tightened. What an evil nine-tailed devil! 26. In the sand-hidden ninja village in the land of wind, Gaara, the first Jinchuriki, turned pale. Even the fat tanuki in Gaara's body was screaming and cursing, wanting to kill Naruto. Late at night, Konoha F4 secretly held a meeting to discuss the White Fang issue. Nabe Cage, Hiruzen, White Fang's secret technique is too dangerous and should be classified as a forbidden technique. Monkey, Ozang's words make sense. Yan, seconded. Koharu, seconded. Monkey, then there will be another Jonin meeting tomorrow. Although we have already decided, we still have to make a show of it. Danzo has a dark face, Ozang? The damn light curtain, and the existence behind the light curtain, could it be any more outrageous? However, there is one thing that is right about the light curtain. If anything happens in Konoha, F4 will discuss it and decide it. Holding a Jonin meeting is more of a show. Even smart Jounin understands. But there are also some stupid people, such as Kato Dan. But the light curtain's actions affected the hearts of people in Konoha. But the biggest headache was Hiruzen. Hitaki Sakumo's soul is not well in the Pure Land. He can now be said to be dead. However, others usually die first and then really die. How many years has it been since he died? Is it too much to give him a social death now? Cho was fishing by the small lake in the back of Sunagakure village. There was a click sound, and the fishing rod was broken by her. Konoha White Fang is damned. Being able to create a taijutsu like the Millennium Kill is obviously not a good thing. And her son and daughter-in-law were all killed by White Fang, and they might have died from this move. In other words, White Fang died early, otherwise she, the old woman, wanted to let White Fang feel it for herself, so she wrapped the kunai with a detonating talisman and applied poison to the kunai. At this time, the ninja world and the psychic beasts started talking. As for the undead souls in the Pure Land, they failed to gather together. What a terrible Konoha White Fang! Before, it was a pity that White Fang died early, but now I am glad that he died early. But White Fang's son inherited Konoha's strongest taijutsu. It seems that it has been carried forward. When encountering Konoha ninjas in the future, give priority to killing Kakashi. There is a reward on the underground black market. There is a reward of 5,000 taels for Kakashi's finger. Kakashi, 5,000 taels for each finger? That adds up to 5 taels. Do you want to take it? The target is a Jonin. It's hard for me to sacrifice my life for this little money. The bounty will definitely increase, so stay calm and wait. Rain Ninja Village. Jiraiya's face was full of embarrassment, and both Pain Tiendeo and Konan looked at him strangely. On the light screen, Jiraiya looked very wretched. How can it be repaired? My image is completely ruined. Damn it! You and I are irreconcilable. Jiraiya shouted in his heart. Everything on the light screen is fake, spreading rumors, and slandering. That's not what I'm like, Teacher Jiraiya quickly explained. However, the way Konan and Pain Tiendeo looked at Jiraiya did not change. Feeling shameless in front of his disciples, Jiraiya wanted to run away quickly. In addition, Jiraiya is also thinking about the future exposed on the light screen. But since the light curtain appeared, the future of this world has changed. Chapter 34 Orochimaru, Mutual Need. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the entire Rain Ninja village was covered by a curtain of water. Heavy rains are common in the land of rain. Although Uran village has a drainage system, not only many buildings have steel pipes, but there are also water pipes underground. Under the heavy rain, there is still water in many places in the village, and as time goes by, the water is getting deeper and deeper. In such bad weather, except for the guards at the entrance of the village and some ninjas on patrol, almost no one could be seen. Located in the high-rise building in the center of the village, there are Pain's 6 paths, Konan, Kakuzu, Red Sand Scorpion, and Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru also joined Akatsuki. Orochimaru wears a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, long black hair, long golden pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, blue Magatama earrings on both ears, and a ring on the middle finger of his right hand. There is a word empty on the ring. An exclusive ring only available to full members of the Akatsuki organization. It is also convenient to communicate with Pain through the ring. Jiraiya had been to the Rain Ninja village, but he didn't notice the presence of Orochimaru. It should be said that this skinny snake is very good at hiding. It is not difficult for Orochimaru to avoid Jiraiya's perception. There are only 3 genders in the ninja world, men, women, and Orochimaru. I want to learn all the ninjutsu, master all the truths in the world, and then become the ultimate individual. For me, the lifespan of the physical body is too short and too impermanent. Even if I am the Hokage, as long as I die, everything will be wiped out. The rotten wooden leaves exude the atmosphere of ignorance and have no value for viewing at all. They are like windmills that cannot rotate. In the past, I wanted to be the new wind that drives the windmills. One of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Lord Ling. Uncle Snake. Ant Snake. Leader of the Sound Ninja Village. Traitor of the Akatsuki organization. Quotations from Orochimaru. It seems that there is a traitor among us. The scorpion monster glanced at Orochimaru with a smile. Uncle Snake? Ant Snake? Haha, the 3rd gender in the ninja world. Kakuzu couldn't help but laugh. As for Orochimaru, he looked confused, and then his face turned dark. The White Fang Society died before, and Kakashi, Naruto, Ebisu and Gaara were all affected. Orochimaru still found it funny, but now he can't laugh anymore. Look at what's said on the light screen. What is the 3rd gender in the ninja world? But can it be male or female? So, has the future development of Fuzii reincarnation been successful? Transfer your spiritual soul into someone else's body to gain eternal life. But he had just joined the Akatsuki organization, and light screen said that he was a traitor to the Akatsuki organization. What did it mean? The 6 Pain, Konan, Kakuzu, and Scorpion all looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, aren't you going to explain? Konan said, her voice cold. The atmosphere suddenly became a lot more solemn. Pain has more murderous intent. But Orochimaru smiled and shrugged. When the leader assassinated Hanzo, it was exposed on the light screen. Now, I have joined Akatsuki. The light screen said that I am a traitor to Akatsuki. Once was a coincidence, more times, and then it was coincidences too far-fetched. After hearing Orochimaru's words, whether it was Nagato controlling Pain, Konan, Kakuzu, and Scorpion, they were all thinking. Even if everything on the light curtain is correct, that is the original future trajectory. From the first time the light curtain appeared, the future of all of us has changed. And I joined Xiao because Xiao has what I need. The organization's acceptance of me also shows that they need me and everyone needs each other. When Orochimaru finished speaking, the faint murderous aura on Pain also disappeared. As Orochimaru said, Everyone needs each other. Akatsuki accepted Orochimaru and gave him the status of a formal member because he needed Orochimaru's power. After all, Orochimaru's power cannot be underestimated. Orochimaru can play a big role in Akatsuki's next plan. As for Orochimaru's purpose in joining Akatsuki, he might be coveting the Rinnegan Eye, he might be interested in the earthly resentment U, or he might be interested in the third Kazekage. When it comes to loyalty to Akatsuki, Orochimaru has no loyalty at all, but how loyal are Kakuzu and Scorpion to Akatsuki? All Nagato wanted was to use Orochimaru. Even if Orochimaru betrays Akatsuki in the future, it doesn't matter. Short Book Street. Tsunade frowned, that guy Orochimaru was getting more and more perverted. Invading other people's bodies? Constantly replacing young bodies is also a way to live forever. But she wasn't interested. She didn't pursue immortality, she just used secret techniques to stay young. Immortality does not mean immortality. The thought of Orochimaru appearing in front of her as a woman made her feel chilly and almost gave her goosebumps. I knew Orochimaru was a bit perverted, but I didn't expect him to be so perverted. In the Kingdom of Rain, in a cave, Jiraiya, who was taking shelter from the rain, opened his eyes wide. Orochimaru on the light screen kept changing, from a man to a woman. The female version of Orochimaru is a bit beautiful. When he saw a female version of Orochimaru in a black silk skirt, Jiraiya's eyes went straight. The female version of Orochimaru did a hot dance. Jiraiya quickly covered his nose, he almost had a nosebleed. Suddenly, Tsunade felt a little off. By the way, this is a very good subject. Jiraiya suddenly became excited. Konoha. Anko lost her appetite while eating Anko balls. Orochimaru was her teacher, but he defected, abandoned her, and left a curse mark on her body. Because she was a disciple of the traitorous ninja, she received a lot of cold looks in Konoha, but fortunately, time passed slowly. But her hatred for Orochimaru was not small. But when she saw Orochimaru on the light screen, she was greatly shocked, but she almost lost her sight. The image of Orochimaru in her heart suddenly collapsed, and the image of a great pervert quietly appeared. Invading other people's bodies? We also need media. Could it be a curse seal? You know, Orochimaru left a curse mark on her body. In the future, will Orochimaru come to invade her body? Humph, if Orochimaru covets my body and dares to appear in front of me, I'll kill him. Anko thought to herself, her eyes becoming much colder. I suddenly regret taking Orochimaru as my disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered. He is the most respected Hokage, and has titles such as Doctor of Ninja World, Hero of Ninja, and Light of Konoha. However, the 3 disciples he taught made him a little disappointed. Tsunade and Jiraiya were just fine. Orochimaru mistakenly it hurts him to go astray. Now, what do the people in the ninja world think of Orochimaru? How about him who taught Orochimaru? It damages his glorious image. 27. Otherwise, looking for Azang to take the blame? Besides, Orochimaru will go astray, Danzo must also be responsible. However, Danzo has changed a lot these days, and it seems not easy to let him take the blame again. Guo Ying doesn't want to take the blame for him anymore. Danzo's consciousness is also low, his will of fire is not enough. My love for Konoha is not enough, I need to find time to do some serious work. While thinking about it in his mind, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to look at the light curtain. Chapter 35, Danzo was attacked again. In a forest on the edge of Konoha Ninja Village, Nabe Cage, half-body bandaged, was leaning on a cane and was about to go to the Hokage building. Although there were many venomous snakes and beasts in the forest, they did not pose a threat to him, and besides, there was no need for him to take action personally, as the root ninja under his command would take care of them. The light curtain hadn't disappeared yet, but he was thinking about contacting Orochimaru. Before Orochimaru defected, he secretly cooperated with him to conduct research on wood escape. In order to study the wood release, the cells of the first Hokage were used. It is incredible to say that after the death of the first generation, the cells are still powerfully active. He is worthy of being the god of ninja. With huge investment, the research on wood escape has also achieved considerable results. In addition to the Hashirama cells implanted in him, there was also a relatively successful experimental subject, who was originally a member of his root tissue, codenamed A. When he sent someone to assassinate Sandai, A was sent out by him. When Orochimaru defected, he also gave A the task of assisting Orochimaru in escaping. Later, A betrayed him. Being bewitched by Kakashi, A broke away from his roots and joined Monkey's ANBU, with the title, Tenzo. It's really infuriating. Konoha White Fang is a cowardly good-for-nothing, Kakashi is also a good-for-nothing, and A is a bastard. However, although A, now is Kakashi's subordinate Tenzo, is a successful experimental subject that fuses Hashirama's cells, his wood release is still far from comparable to Senju Hashirama. Embarrassingly, the wood escape he mastered was not as good as Tenzo's. If it weren't for the Sharingan suppression, he would have been corroded by Hashirama's cells. Suddenly, his expression changed, but he saw a burning detonating talisman not far away. Looking around again, there were dozens of detonating symbols scattered around, including branches, grass, shrubs. This was a carefully laid trap, but he was careless and stepped right into it. Boom! Dozens of detonating charms exploded almost simultaneously, and at the same time, several kunai attacked his back. With the teleportation, combined with the substitution technique, Danzo avoided the explosion of the detonating talisman, and also dodged several kunai, threw his cane, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Wind escape, vacuum waves. As the seal is completed, chakra is activated in the form of jutsu. Danzo was seen breathing out several kama-ita-like breaths from his mouth, which were very sharp and could not only cut off the opponent's body, but also cut off the opponent's chakra. Although this is only a B-level ninjutsu, Danzo is a cage-level powerhouse. Even if he uses it in a hurry, its power cannot be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, there was a mess within a few dozen meters, but the attacker was not exposed. Danzo's face turned gloomy. At this time, several root ninjas wearing animal masks arrived. For Genin, Danzo-sama's safety is the most important thing. A bunch of trash. Danzo snorted, his tone very dissatisfied. Although this is only the edge of Konoha, it is still within the scope of Konoha, and Danzo was attacked in Konoha. This is also Gen's incompetence. Fortunately, he always remained vigilant. Of course, he still had some means to save his life. Even if he was careless, he would only be slightly injured at most. Several root ninjas knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads to apologize. After scolding these root ninjas, Danzo found his crutch, turned around and walked out of the forest. A genin hurriedly followed Danzo. Suddenly, Danzo felt bad that he couldn't. The kunai passed by, leaving Danzo with a wound on his right shoulder. His head was almost cut off. Danzo was shocked and angry as he distanced himself in an instant. "Who are you?" Danzo's eyes were cold. Danzo was very annoyed after being attacked one after another. The root ninjas under his command were all well controlled and there was no way they could have assassinated him, so this must have been an impostor. Pretending to be a root ninja to assassinate him has to be said to be crazy. The genin who missed the sneak attack said nothing and escaped in an instant. "Chase me, life or death." Danzo gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a snake appeared not far behind Danzo. The snake spit out a scroll. "Orochimaru? What are you doing again?" Danzo frowned, but walked over and reached for the scroll from Shekau. Opening the scroll, a sealing spell was triggered. Although Danzo remained vigilant, he was still attacked. Suddenly, Danzo felt that the chakra in his body could not function. A technique to seal chakra? Danzo also has considerable attainments in sealing techniques. Konoha inherited the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The sealing techniques are far superior to those of other ninja villages. As a consultant of Konoha, Danzo can read through the sealing techniques in the village and learn a lot. In addition, he developed it himself and now also no need to panic. At this time, Kabuto appeared and cut Danzo's right hand artery with the chakra scalpel in his right hand. Taking out a kunao, Danzo blocked Kabuto's attack. Kabuto Yakushi. Danzo sneered, squinting his eyes. In this short period of time, Danzo was able to use a small amount of chakra. First, he detonated talisman traps and threw kunao, then pretended to be a root ninja, and then used the snake in Rika Cave to spit out the sealing scroll, and finally showed up to kill him. However, Danzo Shimura still underestimates him. He is a shinobi. In Konoha, he, Danzo, was under one person. Kabuto's strength is pretty good, but it's still far behind the decadent Kakashi. If Kabuto had been given a few more years, maybe he could be evenly matched with Kakashi. You dare to assassinate me with this little ability? You are naive. Danzo sneered. Kabuto came to assassinate him, he must have been affected by the light screen. Plus this time, the light curtain appeared several times. Many people have been affected by the light curtain. He had expected it, so when Kabuto came to assassinate him, he wasn't too surprised. However, Konoha's defense strength is still insufficient. Kabuto lurked to the edge of the village, but no one noticed him. It is intriguing to be able to use the snakes in Rika Cave to deceive him. The third generation needs a scapegoat, but Konoha does not need the 5.5th generation Hokage. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and smiled. Upon hearing this, Danzo's face darkened. Nowadays, Danzo hates hearing about the 5.5th Hokage, or the Nabe Cage. At first, I didn't understand what Guoying meant, but gradually I realized that he was just a scapegoat. You dare to assassinate me, you are a bit brave, but also very stupid. Danzo stabbed Kabuto with the kunao in his hand. Kabuto didn't have Susanna to resist the kunao in the hands of Uncle Hanhashi. In fact, Kabuto also knew in his heart that the assassination of Danzo was a failure. But Kabuto didn't retreat immediately, he wasn't quite ready to give up yet. During the battle, Danzo's bandage broke. Suddenly, 3 Sharingan eyes were exposed. Danzo's right eye was transplanted with Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan, but now it is a 3 Magatama and has not transformed into a kaleidoscope. Danzo's right arm was transplanted with 2-1 Magatama Sharingan. The reason why Danzo wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan was also to collect the Sharingan. At present, there are still many people in the Uchiha clan who have activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan. If a few more 3 Magatama Sharingan were transplanted into his arms, Danzo's strength would be greatly enhanced, and it would be easier to suppress the erosion of Hashirama's cells on his body. Chapter 36F collectively has a headache. Chapter 36F4's collective head is big. The root ninja, Anbu, began to track Kabuto. Kabuto lurked in the forest on the edge of Konoha to assassinate Danzo. Fortunately, he failed, otherwise the loss to Konoha would have been too great. After all, Danzo is really too important to Konoha. Hokage building. Konoha F4 gathered together, and everyone looked bad. Hiruzen, the village's defense needs to be further strengthened. Mito Katoen looked serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and nodded. It's not surprising that Kabuto would assassinate Danzo. During the Battle of Mount Kikyo, Konoha also adopted some orphans. Kabuto was one of them. Because he was adopted by the pharmacist Nono, he took the surname of pharmacist. To Kabuto, Nanoyu is the most important person. The orphanage in Konoha is Kabuto's home. However, due to Danzo's manipulation, Kabuto fell into darkness. Danzo didn't think he had done anything wrong. Whether it was Nono or Kabuto, they were just tools, and tools did not need to have self-awareness or emotions. As long as they obeyed orders and completed the task, that was all. In addition, tools also need to be useful, and useless tools have no value. So, what's wrong with Danzo? And Kabuto was so bold to dare to assassinate him. In addition, the 3 Sharingan transplanted on Danzo's body were all seen by Kabuto, which is also a problem. Currently, the Uchiha clan is one of the 2 most powerful clans in Konoha. Once the Uchiha clan finds out that he has 3 Sharingan transplanted into his body, there will definitely be a fuss. 28. Uchiha Obito presented a Sharingan to Kakashi, and the Uchiha clan was very dissatisfied. If it weren't for him, Monkey, and N and Koharu's mediation, the Uchiha clan would definitely take it back. But he also promised that after Kakashi dies, the Sharingan on his body will be returned to the Uchiha clan. Only in this way can the inherently evil clan be stabilized. During the battle with Kabuto, his Sharingan was exposed and was seen by several root ninjas, but this was not difficult to deal with. What's going on in the village? Monkey put down his pipe and looked outside in confusion. Through the glass window, I looked down at a large area of the village, but I saw that the village seemed a bit messy. Just as Monkey was considering whether to use the telescope technique to spy, an ANBU ninja came. Sandaime-sama, this is posted in many places in the village. The ANBU ninja knelt on one knee behind the monkey, holding a piece of paper in his hand. On the paper, Danzo was drawn, but Danzo's right eye and the 2 tattoos on his right arm where each Sharingan eye is very clear. After a glance, Danzo's face sank. Kabuto did it. The assassination attempt on him failed, and he escaped alone, avoiding the pursuit of Roots and ANBU, not to mention that he also posted portraits of Shimura Danzo everywhere in the village. This could explain why the village was suddenly in chaos. Kabuto is really awesome. It seems he still underestimated Kabuto. Taking the portrait from the hands of the ANBU ninja, Monkey glanced at it and his pupils shrank. At the same time, Mito Monahan and Koharu also saw the portrait. Suddenly, Monkey, Yan and Koharu all looked at Danzo. Azo, not only did you transplant the first generation cells, you also transplanted the Sharingan? And 3 of them. Monkey's eyes widened and he looked at his best friend in disbelief. As for Mito Minion and Koharu who moved to bed, they were also quite surprised. Azang? He was not used to Hiruzen calling him this, but now was the time to care about it. The first generation cells and Sharingan in his body can't be hidden anymore. It's useless to deny it, you can see it after taking off the bandages on your body. Danzo's portraits were posted everywhere in Konoha, and they were all exactly the same, as if thousands of copies of the same portrait were made and then scattered throughout Konoha. In a short period of time, many people saw it, including villagers, ninjas, and merchants. The whole Konoha almost exploded. This portrait is... It's Counselor Shimura. Danzo-sama. Is this Guoying? His right eye and right arm. Sharingan, 3 Sharingan. Danzo's right eye is a 3 Magatama Sharingan, and there are actually 2 1 Magatama Sharingan on his right arm. Danzo should still be able to use wood release. It seems that he has been transplanted with the cells of the first Hokage and the Sharingan. Somewhere in the village, Tenzo came behind Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai. Tenzo also held a portrait of Danzo in his hand. Danzo was attacked. The portraits scattered throughout the village should be from the person who assassinated Danzo. Kakashi also looked rare and serious. Knowing that Danzo was carrying the darkness of Konoha, it seemed that they still underestimated Danzo, who was far darker than they imagined. At this time, Kakashi touched his forehead protector, which covered a Sharingan eye. It was a gift from his close friend. To him, it meant far more than the Sharingan eye itself. Senior, who do you think assassinated Danzo? Tenzo was curious. Dare to assassinate Danzo is not simple. It's even more extraordinary to be able to escape unscathed. And if the secret of Danzo was discovered during the battle, it would be a bit incredible to have thousands of portraits scattered throughout the village while escaping. It should be someone who is familiar with Konoha and Danzo. Kakashi expressed his opinion. The assassination of Danzo must have been carefully planned. As for the portrait, it may be temporary. Analyzing in his mind, Kakashi made a guess. He thought it might be Kabuto, a genius who surpasses the Red Sand Scorpion. Although Kabuto is still young, genius cannot be judged by common sense. Yes, I have 3 Sharingan transplanted into my body. Danzo was silent for a moment before speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kaden, and Koharu all frowned. Danzo's secret has been exposed. At this time, everyone was a little confused. This matter is too involved, and if it is not handled well, Konoha will be in big trouble. The people who work in the Konoha Police Department are all members of the Uchiha clan, and at least they have the Megatama Sharingan. At this time, the police department was in a state of panic. Fugaku was not only the leader of the Uchiha clan, but also the head of the police department. At this time, he didn't look good. However, Fugaku had facial paralysis, so his face didn't seem to change much. A portrait of Danzo was placed on the desk in front of Fugaku. The key point is that Danzo's right eye is actually a 3 Magatama Sharingan, and there are 2 1 Magatama Sharingan on his right arm. In order to protect the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan created a caged bird curse seal. Although the Uchiha clan did not do this, their protection of the Sharingan was not weak. If Danzo really secretly transplanted 3 Sharingan eyes, the Uchiha clan would not simply let it go. I will ask clearly about this matter. Fugaku stood up and calmed his subordinates' emotions. The dozen or so people squatting on the telephone pole were wearing ANBU uniforms and animal masks. The Sharingan in Danzo's right eye belongs to Brother Shisui, right? As for the 2 Megatama Sharingan, they are somewhat insignificant compared to 1 Mangekyo. However, the problem now is that Danzo secretly transplanted 3 Sharingan. Chapter 37 Guoying, Everything I Do is for the Village. In the Hokage building, Danzo was leaning on crutches and looking out the window into the distance. Everything I did, was for the village. Danzo said calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mito Minion. Go to bed Xiao-chun. Good guy, you secretly transplanted the first generation cells and Sharingan, saying it was for the village? Azang, you are truly worthy of being the man who bears the darkness of Konoha. Teacher started researching wood release when he was here. Later, the Ninja World War broke out. Teacher cut off the rear to protect us and unfortunately died. At that time, Konoha was in trouble both internally and externally. Fortunately, we worked together to overcome the difficulties and let the village achieve success. One victory after another. Because the research on Mudun is a big sacrifice, I have to stop the research on Mudun, but I am not willing to do it. Konoha needs wood escape, so I secretly restarted the research on wood escape, and even cooperated with Orochimaru, and achieved some results. In order for the experiment to proceed smoothly, I even did not hesitate to transplant the first generation cells myself, but the first generation cells cell. Listening to Danzo's narration, Hiruzen and Koharu were silent. Danzo also loves the village in his heart. Look at the bandages on Danzo's body. The injuries covered by the bandages indicate that Danzo has made contributions to the village and shed blood. For the sake of the village, Danzo did not marry a wife, and he is still an old bachelor. Moreover, compared to the Sarutobi family, the Mitaman family and the Tendon family, the Shimura family is far behind. Azang is really in tears. Even if Azang has some faults, his merits outweigh his faults in the end. No one can deny his contribution to Konoha. Without Azang, Konoha would not be as strong as it is now. Hiruzen thought to himself. The first generation cells seem to be able to divide and reproduce infinitely, and contain incredible activity. After transplantation, the erosion of the body is terrible, but the Sharingan can suppress it. If it were not for the transplantation of the Sharingan, I might have become a tree. Danzo said expressionlessly. Duanzo must have been bewitched by Orochimaru too. Yan suddenly said. Hiruzen's old face twitched. His old friend was clearly letting Orochimaru take the blame. Let Orochimaru come if Nikage can't carry it. Danzo remained silent, neither admitting nor denying. Anyway, Orochimaru has long since defected, so it doesn't matter if Orochimaru takes the blame occasionally. Hiruzen was also silent. Orochimaru was his disciple. When he let Orochimaru go, he couldn't do it, but in his heart, Danzo was still more important than Orochimaru. For Azang, we can only throw the blame on Orochimaru. Transplantation of primary cells is not difficult to handle. The Senju clan has long since ceased to exist. Even Tsunade doesn't use the name Senju. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan in the forest were known as the two strongest clans during the Warring States period. They later joined hands to establish Konoha. However, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama defected due to their disagreement with their ideals, but the Uchiha clan chose to stay. In Konoha, when the first generation was alive, the situation of the Uchiha clan was relatively good. When the second Hokage came to power, it became increasingly difficult for the Uchiha clan. The Senju clan chose to fully integrate into the village and gave up the name Senju. However, after several ninja wars, it seems that only Tsunade is left of the Senju bloodline. Even if there are still, they are only a few civilians. So, as long as Tsunade doesn't have any objections, there's no problem. But Danzo also transplanted the Sharingan. It's impossible for the Uchiha clan to have no objections. Picking up the pipe, Hiruzen took another drag and blew out the smoke. In the smoke, he was thinking about how to stabilize the Uchiha clan. At the entrance of the Konoha police department, Fugaku walked out. A group of 7 people, 1 against 7, jumped down from a nearby telephone pole. 3 members of the police department followed behind Fugaku. They were Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inahina and Uchiha Tetsuka. All 3 of them had bad faces towards Itaki. After Shisui died, Uchiha and Yashiro interrogated Itaki, causing a very unpleasant situation. Yashiro was about the same age as Fugaku and was a jounin. Fugaku admired his talents. As for Inaba and Tetsuka, they are much younger than Yashiro. They can be called members of the police department and can be regarded as the elite of the Uchiha clan. Is father going to find Lord Hokage? Itaki was wearing an animal mask, his face could not be seen, and his voice was slightly deep. Taking a deep look at Itaki, Fugaku felt quite complicated. The eldest son was a genius, which satisfied him. However, the eldest son joined the ANBU, but failed to become a bridge between the clan and the village. This disappointed him again, but maybe you can't blame Itaki, he already tried his best. We can't control Danzo's transplantation of first-generation cells, but he also transplanted 3 Sharingan eyes. Lord Hokage must give us an explanation for the Uchiha clan. Yashiro said coldly. Itaki glanced at Yashiro, as well as Inari and Tekka. Skunk knew in his heart that his father was the leader of the clan. Now, Skunk was worried that his father was irrational. The Sharingan in Danzo's right eye must belong to brother Shisui. 29. As for Danzo, there are only 2 Megatama on his arms. In Skunk's view, once his father becomes irrational, the situation will be irreversible, and it is impossible for a clan to launch a coup. The Kyuubi rebellion a few years ago severely damaged the vitality of the village. For the name of the clan, for the peace of the village, Uchiha will never allow 1 against 7. Uchiha Itaki, was praised by the Sandame for having Hokage thinking when he was 7 years old. There are very few Uchiha who can join ANBU, and he, Uchiha Itachi, successfully joined. The Sandome valued him very much and trusted him, and he would never betray this trust. The tribe is too extreme. They only blame the higher UPS and the villagers, but never reflect or change themselves to gain recognition. They are all a group of narrow-minded and stupid people. In Itachi's eyes, in addition to his mother, Dudu also had his girlfriend Izumi Uchiha. Even his father was a little disappointed in his heart. Recognized by the Sandome and influenced by the will of fire, Uchiha Itachi broadened his horizons and was no longer limited to a small clan. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Danzo's transplantation of the Sharingan, Danzo was Danzo, and the Sandome was the Sandome. As for the light screen not recognizing the Sandome as the strongest Hokage, and saying that the Sandome did bad things and made Danzo take the blame, he considered this to be slander. "Follow me," Fugaku said calmly. Then, Itachi also followed Fugaku to the Hokage building. Along the way, many villagers avoided seeing people from the Uchiha clan, with disgust in their eyes. Nowadays, the reputation of the Uchiha clan in the village is not good. But when it was revealed that Danzo secretly transplanted the Sharingan, many people in the village were shocked. At this time, not only the Uchiha clan had people looking for the Sandome, but there were also people from some families going to the Hokage building, such as the Hyuga clan, the Inaraka butterfly, the Abarame clan, the Moonlight clan. Many people from ninja clans, big and small, came to the Hokage building. Before the ninjas arrived at the Hokage building, Danzo had quietly left, but Hiruzen and Koharu were still there. Chapter 38 Fugaku did not disappoint the third generation. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to be calm. As for Mito Kabuto and Koharu, I try my best to help my friends share the burden. Danzo ran away, leaving the three of them behind. But in fact, everyone knows that it is absolutely impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to hand over Danzo to the Uchiha clan. Although there are now 3 advisors in Konoha, in the heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo is the most important advisor. Even Mito Kadoyan and Koharu combined cannot compare. Nowadays, people from many families, large and small, come to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but in fact they only need to deal with Uchiha Fugaku. Let Mito Katoyan and Koharu deal with Hinata and others, while Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to talk to Fugaku alone. In the Hokage's office, the doors and windows were closed. In the huge room were Sarutobi and Fugaku. Sarutobi himself poured a cup of tea for Fugaku, which made Fugaku feel flattered. Then, Sarutobi smoked and Fugaku drank tea, but the atmosphere was not very relaxed. Sandome, did advisor Danzo really transplant the first generation cells and Sharingan? Fugaku took a sip of tea and no longer wanted to drink tea. But seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest third generation Hokage, sigh. Danzo also loves Konoha in his heart. He is willing to risk his life for the village. Since the death of the first Hokage, no one has wood release. Therefore, the second generation began to secretly study wood release. The third generation he spoke unhurriedly. Fugaku actually understood what Sandei said. After the death of Senju Hashirama, Konoha began to devote all the efforts of the whole village to research the secret technique of wood escape. However, the Hashirama cell transplantation experiments conducted on many test subjects were completely unsuccessful, and many more victims were added. So this research was forced to be banned. Orochimaru secretly studied the experiments of the first generation cell transplantation. He kidnapped many ninjas in the village and dozens of babies. Danzo was bewitched by Orochimaru and also transplanted the first generation cells. The terrible erosion was Danzo's, it's unbearable, but fortunately the Sharingan can suppress it. Although Danzo made mistakes, he was excusable. Everything he did was for Konoha. Fugaku was silent. I can give Uchiha another ANBU quota. In addition, after Danzo's death, his Sharingan will be recovered by the Uchiha clan. The third generation was silent for a moment and then spoke. After hearing what Sandai said, Fugaku certainly had no objection. Now, ANBU already has an Uchiha Itachi. If another Uchiha joins ANBU, Fugaku would certainly consider it a desirable thing. Don't worry, Sandame, I will take care of this matter. Fugaku stood up and expressed his stance. In response, Sandai nodded with a smile, believing that Fugaku would not let him down. When Fugaku left, Itachi quietly came behind Sandai and knelt down on one knee. I didn't expect Danzo to have a Sharingan transplanted. According to his explanation, the Sharingan can suppress the first generation cells, and he had no choice. If he hadn't transplanted the Sharingan, he wouldn't have been able to resist the erosion of the first generation cells. Speaking of which, Danzo was also bewitched by Orochimaru. Alas, I am ashamed that I failed to educate my disciples well. 1 against 7, you are a rare genius in the Uchiha clan in 10 years. You have the mind of Hokage at the age of 7. Itachi wore a mask, but his eyes looked at the third generation with reverence. Itachi was also happy to learn that the third generation had given the Uchiha family another ANBU quota. In this way, perhaps the gap between the clan and the village could be eliminated as soon as possible. Brother Shisui has always hoped that the higher UPS of the village will accept the Uchiha clan, but if the Uchiha clan does not make changes, it will be impossible to be accepted, but it is difficult to get the Uchiha clan to make changes. Even though he was the young clan leader and a member of the ANBU directly under the Hokage, he worked hard to change the clan, but in the end, he was disappointed by the clan's abilities. The clan members are conservative and unwilling to change, and even have the terrible idea of a coup. How can the Uchiha clan integrate into the village? Not long after, Itachi left. He wanted to return to the family, but he kept an eye on it. If there was any change in the family, he could report it to the third generation in time. In fact, Itachi already had the worst plan in mind. If nothing can be done, he can raise the butcher's knife against his clansmen on the condition of saving his younger brother. Nanga Shrine, this is the most important place for the Uchiha clan. Located near the Minamiga River. Since the Uchiha clan moved to the Nanga River, it has become closer to the Nanga Shrine. From the Warring States period to the present, Nanga Shrine has been a secret gathering place for the Uchiha clan. There is an ancient stone tablet in the basement of the shrine, which records many unknown secrets. The Sharingan can only see a little bit, and the kaleidoscope you can see a lot more, but to fully see it you need the Samsara Eye. At this time, the top leaders of the Uchiha clan gathered at Nanga Shrine again. The clan leader Fugaku, several elders, and the clan's elite jounin. This time, Itachi also participated. Speaking of which, since Itachi joined the ANBU, he rarely attended family gatherings. Clan leader, Danzo Shimura really transplanted the first generation cells and Sharingan, the elder asked seriously. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fugaku. That's right. Fugaku said expressionlessly. Suddenly, the crowd became excited. How can it be repaired? Danzo deserves to die. The Sandame must be asked to hand over Danzo. The Sharingan is a pupil technique exclusive to Uchiha and must be taken back. Itachi frowned and glanced at these angry tribesmen. One clan after another, the capabilities of these clansmen are too small. Fugaku looked at the clan members calmly, and after a while he spoke again. Then, according to Fugaku, Danzo was bewitched by Orochimaru. Danzo originally only transplanted the first generation cells, hoping to obtain wood release, also for Konoha, but Danzo overestimated himself, and he was completely unable to withstand the erosion of the first generation cells, so he had to transplant the Sharingan to transplant the first generation cells. Even Danzo, who is as powerful as Danzo, cannot resist the erosion of the first generation cells, but the Sharingan can suppress it. This is enough to show how powerful the Sharingan is. In the end, Fugaku just came up with an ANBU quota, and after Danzo died, the Uchiha clan would recover Danzo's Sharingan. When Fugaku finished speaking, at least most people had no objections, and the few who were still dissatisfied couldn't make waves. At this time, Fugaku was secretly relieved. The third generation was not disappointed. Kabuto assassinated Danzo and exposed the secret of Danzo's Sharingan, which only added some trouble to F4. The ANBU, and Jin, couldn't track Kabuto after all. After all, Kabuto is very familiar with Konoha, and when planning to assassinate Danzo, Kabuto considered an escape route. Regardless of whether the assassination of Danzo was successful or not, Kabuto could escape unscathed. But after this incident, Konoha's defensive strength is bound to be strengthened. In addition, the barrier team has been ordered to strengthen the barrier outside the village. At this time, several members of the Akatsuki organization appeared on the light screen: Pain Tiendeo, Konan, Kakuzu, and the Masked Man. Chapter 39. What? Zionin has million detonating talismans? Chapter 39. What? Zionin has 6,000 billion detonating charms? Kakuzu, I have received a few more orders recently, but the bounties are too low. The total is only 3,500 million taels. The organization is still short of funds. As soon as the situation changed, Zionin secretly embezzled public funds and purchased tens of thousands of detonating charms. Pain turned a blind eye. Konan single-handedly raised the price of detonating charms in the ninja world. In the U-Ninja village building, the masked man approached Xiaonan. I'm here to get back what belongs to me. The masked man said to Zionin in a deep voice. Your hollow can only last for 5 minutes. With 6,000 billion detonating talismans, you will die. Zionin said as he formed seals with his hands. Suddenly, the ground and walls were covered with stacks of detonating talismans. The explosion of 6,000 billion detonating talismans is simply spectacular. However, under the explosion for more than 5 minutes, the masked man did not die. Instead, he survived with Izanagi, and then killed Konan with one move. Izanagi, one of the ultimate eye skills of the Uchiha clan. Once activated, things that are not good for you within a period of time can be changed to have never happened, and only the things that are good for you can be turned into reality. The time of activation is according to each person's ability, but the Sharingan used will be blinded. Masked man, humph, you wasted one of my Sharingan, stupid woman, it's a good thing you didn't learn the art of mutually detonating talismans, otherwise you might have killed me. As the light screen was exposed, the entire ninja world suddenly became restless. Somewhere in the land of rain, Kakuzu wears a bamboo hat and looks ugly. What the hell? He worked hard to raise funds for the organization, but Zionin misappropriated public funds? No wonder the organization has been short of funds, but they don't know where to use them. Zionin quickly used them to buy explosive charms. But 6,000 billion detonating charms? Are you kidding me? Even if all the organization's funds are used to buy explosive charms, or even if the funds are doubled in the next few years, it will still not be enough to buy 6,000 billion. Are there 6,000 billion detonating charms in the ninja world? Is the light curtain too exaggerated? Also, the masked man Kenji Uchiha killed Konan? The masked man said he wanted to get back what belongs to him? 30. What in the Akatsuki organization belongs to the masked man? Kakuzu felt like his brain wasn't working hard enough. Although he has 5 hearts, he only has 1 brain. Earth Resentment U is still not powerful enough, if only he had 5 brains. Jiraiya leaving the Rain Ninja Village, what? Konan has 6,000 billion detonating charms. Konan's future fate is to be killed by that masked man. Who is Uchiha Kenji? A name I had never heard of before the light screen was revealed. Konan is also his disciple of Jiraiya. How can it be repaired? Tuzi was angry, and Guangmu said that he would kill Konan in the future. What did this make Nagato and Konan think? How can he, Uchiha Madara, control the Akatsuki organization? A huge pitcher plant emerged from the ground, half black and half white. Zetsu was distressed. After planning for thousands of years, I finally saw hope, but everything turned out unexpectedly. Ever since the light curtain appeared, I definitely felt like I couldn't control it. Fortunately, Obito's IQ was in arrears and he was completely blackened, but his heart was not shaken. I don't know if Madara Uchiha saw the light curtain in the Pure Land. I hope he won't be affected by the light curtain. Obito, what are you going to do next? Black Zetsu asked. Call me Madara. Tuza glared at Zetsu. Okay, Madara-sama. Bai Zetsu said. Even if Nagato and Konan are on guard against me, it won't be a big problem. Obito sneered. As long as there are people like him and Bito in the organization, he can also control Akatsuki behind the scenes. All it takes is Nagato to collect the tailed beasts. Obito is waiting to pick peaches. Hey hey! Rain Ninja Village. On the top floor of a high-rise building covered with steel pipes, the skinny Nagato was sitting in a wheelchair with a black chakra stick inserted in his back. At this time, Nagato was furious. The masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara actually killed Konan. This is unforgivable. 6,000 billion detonating talismans? The technique of using each other's detonating talismans. Zionin muttered to himself. But now she doesn't even have one detonating charms, only a few thousand. However, she plans to use Paper Escape to develop a detonating talisman. She has almost developed it. Once successful, she can convert the paper into a detonating talisman, but it will require her chakra to maintain it. At that time, the number of detonating talismans and how long it will last will be determined. Will be based on her chakra amount. But according to her calculations, even if the Paper Escape detonating talisman technique is developed, with her current amount of chakra, she will be able to convert hundreds of thousands of pieces of paper into detonating talismans at most, and the duration should not exceed 20 minutes. But it would be an exaggeration to say that she misappropriated the organization's public funds to purchase 6,000 billion detonating charms. Of course, she doesn't deny that she misappropriated a little bit of the organization's funds. In addition to buying explosive charms, I also bought some other things. As for whether she will be killed by the masked man in the future. What does the masked man want to retrieve? And she obviously wants to stop the masked man. Could it be that what the masked man said was Nagato's reincarnation eyes? Konan was also surprised. Nagato was stunned. His reincarnation eye? Masaka. All along, he thought that these eyes of reincarnation were born, but maybe someone else transplanted it into him. So, what's the purpose? Was he being used as a tool? There was also the masked man. He had always been suspicious that the masked man was Uchiha Madara. The legendary Uchiha Madara was Ashura in the ninja world and was known as one of the two mountains of the Warring States period, but the masked man had no grandeur. Light screen said the masked man's name was Uchiha Kenji. From this point of view, the masked man is not Madara Uchiha. But it must be the Uchiha clan. When he calmed down and thought carefully, Nagato vaguely felt that there seemed to be an invisible hand controlling everything. He hoped that he was overthinking. Are his fate, Konan's fate, and Yahiko just pawns of others? Being manipulated and played with by others, what kind of joke is this? He doesn't agree, never agrees. His pair of samsara eyes was not someone else's, it was born to him. He was the son of destiny that teacher Jiraiya said would bring changes to the ninja world. He, Nagato, is a god. Let this world grow. No matter how innocent a child is, he will grow up after experiencing pain, and the world is still a child to him, so he wants to make the world feel pain. Only by experiencing pain can he understand the preciousness of peace, and the world can get growth. Yahiko's path to peace has failed, and Nagato wants to use his own way to achieve peace. Peace is Yahiko's dream, and the method of achieving it does not matter. The result is the most important, the process does not matter. However, the light curtain said that the masked man will kill Xionin in the future, so we must be wary of this. At this time, Nagato had already planned to fall out with the masked man. Scorpion studied the red secret technique while paying attention to the light curtain. Light screen said that Xionin misappropriated public funds to buy 6,000 billion detonating charms, and he couldn't believe it. Also, did the masked man kill Konan? Kakuzu works hard to raise funds for the organization, but Konan secretly embezzles public funds? Is the organization also rotten? Chapter 40 Kakuzu, misappropriation of public funds is not allowed. Boom! A powerful chakra burst out from Kakuzu. At this time, Kakuzu was filled with anger. After joining the Akatsuki organization, he worked hard to raise funds for the organization. However, Xionin secretly embezzled public funds to buy an explosive charm? Suddenly, Kakuzu remembered that Kakuzu's tears had appeared on the light screen before, so, is this what it meant? However, he has no tears now, only rage. I think he is the powerful ninja who assassinated the first Hokage. Although he failed, he escaped unscathed in front of the god of ninja. He can live forever with the help of earth resentment, and the greatest meaning of his life is money. Managing the Akatsuki organization's money was his pleasure, but there was a worm in the organization, which he couldn't bear. However, Konan has a close relationship with the leader. Snort! The leader must give him an explanation, otherwise, he won't be able to defeat the leader with the Samsara Eye, so he can still find an opportunity to assassinate Konan. At this time, he felt a pulling force in the ring worn on the middle finger of his left hand, and the north on the ring glowed slightly. Using the ring as a medium, he can contact Zero, Pentiendeo, but cannot contact other code members. As for Pain, he can contact all code-named members of the organization. After looking around and ensuring safety, Kakuzu sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, Kakuzu's chakra was transformed into a missing wave. Pain used the ability of the Samsara Eye to receive the missing wave sent by the members of the organization, and amplified the missing wave and then appeared in a specific place in the form of an illusion. The spacious cave was dark, a Zen lamp glowed, and several humanoid phantoms appeared around the Zen lamp. Pain Tendo with a ring, 0, on his right thumb. Xionin, who wears a ring, white, on the middle finger of her right hand, is also the only woman in the organization. Orochimaru wearing a ring, empty, on his left little finger. Red Sand Scorpion wearing a ring, jade. Then there's Kakuzu. Chief, do you want to explain to me about your partner's misappropriation of public funds to buy explosive charms? Kakuzu's tone was very rude. 600 billion detonating symbols is nonsense. The organization's current reserve of detonating symbols is less than 6,000. What appears on the light screen is far from reality. Pain said lightly. I just want to know whether the organization's funds have been misappropriated by someone. Jiaoda was holding on to the question. The organization raises funds, and Xiaonan uses part of the funds to purchase detonating symbols. This is also to increase the organization's detonating symbol reserves, and it is not an embezzlement of public funds. Pain defended Xiaonan. From now on, every income and expenditure of the organization cannot go around me. No one is allowed to embezzle public funds. Kakuzu's attitude was very tough. If Pain didn't agree, Kakuzu would probably fall out immediately. Both Pain and Xionin hesitated. The Akatsuki organization is no longer what it used to be. Now, the Akatsuki organization controls the Rain Ninja Village and the country. Therefore, the finances of the Akatsuki organization are not small. The most important thing is that Xionin has been embezzling public funds for more than a day or two. Pain has always turned a blind eye. At this moment, Xionin secretly scolded Guangmian for meddling in other people's business. What was he blindly exposing? Kakuzu's attitude is now very tough. As for Orochimaru and Scorpion, they were just watching the fun. Okay, I promise you. After hesitating for a while, Pain agreed to Kakuzu. Kakuzu is not only very powerful, but also very capable of making money. If Kakuzu is lost, it will be detrimental to Akatsuki's development. Zionin didn't say anything, but she felt very unhappy. Now, she would not be able to embezzle public funds in the future, and she felt uncomfortable. The paper escape detonating talisman technique she developed has not yet been completed, and even if it is completed, some detonating talisman will still be needed. For example, if you want to copy a detonating talisman, how can you copy it without a detonating talisman? For example, one detonating talisman can be copied into tens of thousands of copies, so of course the more detonating talismans you have, the better. At this time, Pain changed the subject and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, there is a mutual detonation talisman among Konoha's forbidden arts, right? Orochimaru glanced at Konan and knew that he was interested in Konan's mutual use of detonating talismans. 31. If there are 6,000 billion detonating talismans and the technique of multiplying detonating talismans, it is scary to think about it. Orochimaru licked his lower lip with his long tongue, and smiled playfully. The technique of multiplying the detonating talismans is an A-level ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. It is listed as one of Konoha's forbidden techniques. This technique it can explode infinitely. Use the detonating talisman to continuously summon the detonating talisman. Once activated, it will cause concentration. Listening to what Orochimaru said, Zionin felt excited. She must learn the art of using detonating talismans on each other. In addition, once the paper escape detonating talisman technique is developed, accumulate as many detonating talismans as possible. 6,000 billion detonating charms? Humph, she was going to make more. However, it is still necessary to perfectly combine the art of paper escape detonating talisman and the art of mutually multiplying detonating talismans, which are not yet fully open. The most urgent task is to obtain the technique of mutually multiplying detonating talismans. Kakuzu and Xia were watching with cold eyes. According to what Orochimaru said, the technique of mutually detonating talismans is very powerful. For those who possess a large number of detonating charms, the power of this ninjutsu is unimaginable. However, since it is Konoha's forbidden technique, it is certainly not easy to learn. But Orochimaru is one of the Sunin of Konoha, a disciple of the strongest Hokage. Before becoming a rebel ninja, Orochimaru's status in Konoha was not low. He was once a popular candidate for the fourth Hokage. Even the Nabekage supported Orochimaru to become the fourth Hokage. However, the third Hokage realized that Orochimaru had evil intentions, which also supports Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru must have mastered some of Konoha's forbidden arts. However, forbidden arts cannot be learned casually. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, after Senju Tobirama, Minato Namikaze was not the only one who learned it, but Minato was the only one who succeeded in learning it and carried it forward. Since Zionin was interested in the art of mutually detonating talismans, Pain wanted to help her get it. It doesn't matter whether Orochimaru has learned the art of mutual detonation talismans, it's enough to have the training method. So, Orochimaru, do you have a way to practice the technique of mutually multiplying detonating talismans? Pain asked. Not yet. Orochimaru replied with a smile. I'll give you a mission. Get the method of practicing the technique of mutually multiplying detonating talismans as soon as possible. Pain. No problem. Then, the colorful bright patterns on the bodies of several phantoms became unstable, and each of them was offline. It's not too much to exchange the technique of mutually exploiting detonating talismans for 3,000 billion detonating talismans. Orochimaru chuckled. Since Konan has 6,000 billion detonating charms, it's very kind of him to share half of them with Orochimaru. Of course, Xionin definitely does not have 6,000 billion detonating charms now. Orochimaru was not in a hurry. Hundreds of billions of detonating talismans attracted him, but the Samsara Eye attracted him even more. Yes, he coveted Pain's reincarnation eyes. The legendary eyes that only the 6 Paths Immortals have. How many mysteries does it contain? It really made him curious. However, the power of the Samsara Eye is too powerful. He has seen it before, and he cannot match it now. Since the strength is not enough, then you need to use your brain. Chapter 41 Deidara failed to defect. That's cool, this is art. Outside the Iwagakure ninja village, Deidara was filled with excitement. Seeing the explosion of Xionin's 6,000 billion detonating symbols on the light screen, he couldn't help but shout art. To him, art is explosion. The explosion of hundreds of billions of detonating symbols is simply the ultimate art. This kind of art is what he pursues. The Iwagakure ninja village located in the land of Earth is surrounded by rocky mountains. Although it has strong defenses, making it difficult for enemies to invade, it also makes it difficult for Iwagakure to communicate with the outside world. Although Deidara is still a child, he is recognized as a genius by the village. He graduated from the ninja school early and devoted himself to pursuing art. He caused many explosions in the village and caused a lot of trouble to the village. Therefore, he was driven out of the village to live alone. In the village, he is known as the clay modeler, who can make explosive clay and use special clay to create various explosives. The danger level is constantly increasing. Now, he had a bold idea, that is, to become a rebel and join the Akatsuki organization. Iwagakure has nothing to miss. Only the Akatsuki organization has the art I pursue. Deidara thought to himself. At that moment, Deidara grabbed a ball of clay from his bag and shaped a bird. Chakra circulated, his hands formed seals, and under the influence of his ninjutsu, the bird made from the detonated clay expanded. A giant white bird appeared in front of him, lifelike and vivid. When Deidara jumped on the back of the giant bird spread its wings and was about to fly high. However, before the giant bird flew 10 meters, Deidara felt heavy. Then, he, and the giant clay bird he was riding on, were petrified. Damn old man! Deidara turned his head and saw a short old man with rosacea floating in the air. It was Deidara's teacher, the third Tsuchikage Onoki. Now, Onoki has performed earth release, the weighted rock technique. This technique has the effect of petrifying the enemy, increasing the weight of the enemy, making it difficult to move. It can also increase the weight of oneself or a companion to increase the strength of the attack. It is a very practical ninjutsu. Although Deidara was a genius, he was still completely inadequate in front of Onoki. Old man, aren't you afraid of slipping away? Deidara laughed loudly. After all, Onoki is getting old, and he often loses his temper. Just last month, Onoki performed a super heavy rock jutsu, which resulted in his back slipping and causing him to lie in the hospital for several days. Deidara, you brat, are you going to become a rebellious ninja? Onoki was very angry. Knowing that Deidara would not stay calm, he kept an eye on him. When the light screen appeared, he paid more attention to Deidara. So, Deidara was about to defect, and he rushed to stop him immediately. Nowadays, Iwagakure is also a bit out of touch. In several great ninja wars, Iwagakure also suffered heavy losses. It's hard to cultivate a genius, but you can't let him go. After all, Iwagakure is not Konoha. Konoha is known as the cradle of geniuses and has never been short of geniuses, but Iwagakure is different. Old man, I want to join the Akatsuki organization and pursue art. Deidara's eyes were firm. However, under Onoki's earth release ninjutsu, Deidara's giant clay bird was completely unable to fly and fell directly. Boom! The giant clay bird exploded as soon as it hit the ground, and Deidara distanced himself first to avoid being affected by the explosion. Follow me back to the village. Onoki said. The brat dared to defect. He was so cowardly that he must be punished. Deidara didn't give up and wanted to resist. With a cold smile, Deidara grabbed another piece of clay from his bag. I saw that Deidara had mouths on the palms of both hands. These two mouths also had tongues, chewing clay. In addition to having mouths on both hands, Deidara actually has another mouth on his chest. That's right, he has 4 mouths, which is also related to the ninjutsu he practiced. Seeing that Deidara still resisted, Onoki became a little more serious. However, Onoki did not make the bleeding escape. The elimination of blood successors is the existence that exceeds the limits of blood successors. Dust release is produced by combining the changes in 3 chakra properties. This was developed by the second generation Tsuchikage Mu, which combines wind, fire, and earth. If Onoki used dust release with all his strength, Deidara would be able to separate Deidara into his atomic state in minutes. But asking Onoki to destroy his beloved disciple into ashes with his own hands, he couldn't do it. Many people in the Uegakure ninja village heard the explosion coming from outside the village. It must be that boy Deidara again. What is brother Deidara doing again? Little Black Earth asked curiously as he ran out of the village. Huangta snorted coldly. Kitu also ran outside the village. Several ANBU ninjas also came outside the village. Under Noki's release, Deidara and Noki fought for several minutes. In the end, the explosive clay was used up and there was not much chakra left. Take Deidara away and lock him up first. Onoki said to the ANBU ninja who came over. Xiao Kuratsuki arrived just in time and was anxious when he heard that Deidara was going to be imprisoned. Starting with Hanzo the Sancho fish, I destroyed Konoha. The concierge Yu died unexpectedly, traveled to the world of Naruto, and became the leader of the Rain Ninja Village, Sancho Hanzo. What? The second ninja war has already broken out? The Konoha Sunin have reached the land of rain? Will you be defeated at the start? A Naruto fan novel appeared on the light screen. The core can be seen from the title of the book. The timeline is the Second Ninja War. He traveled through time and became Sancho Hanzo, led the rise of the Rain Ninja Village, and first destroyed Konoha. Suddenly, the ninja world was buzzing with discussions again. Some people expressed that they would rather watch the strongest Kazekage, especially those from Tsunagakure's side. Konoha. Amir Hanzo, destroying our Konoha? Arrogance. Although Hanzo is called a demigod, the 3 disciples of the Sandame were able to fight him back then. If the Sandame took action himself, he would definitely defeat Hanzo. It's definitely another piece of brainless wisdom, and it's not in line with reality at all. The strongest wind shadow becomes more and more outrageous the more I watch it. We are the strongest ninja village in Konoha. We are full of talents and strong people. It's just a Rain Ninja Village and a mere Hanzo. I want to see how to defeat our Konoha. Maybe just start with divine power and reduce the dimensionality. Hey, I'm still not sure about the high-dimensional world and the low-dimensional world. I don't agree with it. Pure Land. Hanzo, undead? He is already dead, what is the light curtain doing? Watching the strongest Kazekage, the third Kazekage was hacked. Will he still be hacked after his death? However, there are actually fan novels about him that time travel into him. Does this also indicate that Hanzo is very popular? And recognition of his strength? Ever since Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama died one after another, he, the demigod of the ninja world, has drifted away and felt invincible. He wanted to make the Rain Ninja Village the 6th largest ninja village, but he overestimated it. In the Second Ninja World War, U Ninja Village was completely defeated. Nowadays, U Ninja Village is dominated by the Akatsuki organization, and it is unknown where the future will go. Chapter 42 Outrageous? The strongest Hokage was slapped in the face. 32. The Second Ninja War was raging in the Kingdom of Rain. At the time when the war was in full swing, Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Ninja village, sneaked into the Kingdom of Fire alone, raided Konoha, and single-handedly defeated Konoha, which was recognized as the strongest ninja village. Boom! The explosion of the detonating talisman sounded from all over Konoha. Looking around, Konoha's large and small buildings collapsed and caught fire. The fire became more and more intense. On the Hokage Rock, Hanzo stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at the panicked Konoha. Gentlemen stood respectfully behind him, overlooking the shattered Konoha. Gentleman also had excitement in his eyes, a great revenge had been avenged. Suinu is a trap master. He was born in Kajiro village in the Kingdom of Mountains. In this ninja war, Kajiro village and Konoha fought, and he was able to compete with Konoha. However, because the main force of Kajiro village went out, they were attacked by Konoha. And the strength is greatly reduced. As a last resort, Kajiro village and Konoha signed an armistice agreement. In fact, it was just a delaying tactic. Instead, they sent gentlemen to sneak into Konoha and set up detonating symbols everywhere in Konoha. Once the main force of Kajiro village arrived, they would annihilate Konoha in one fell swoop. However, the plan failed to keep up with the change, and Yangyan village was attacked and destroyed by Taki Ninja village. As a time traveler, Hanzo also used the detonating talismans that Xianwang placed everywhere in Konoha, so that he could defeat Konoha by himself. Suinu, who was wandering somewhere in the ninja world, was stunned. Good guy, it's been almost 30 years, and the detonating talismans he set up all over Konoha have been exposed. He originally planned to go to Konoha to detonate those detonating talismans in a few years. Although it would not be enough to destroy Konoha, it would still cause Konoha to suffer. After the destruction of Kajiro village, he, the Jounin of Kajiro village, wandered around. The grandson he cared about most had died long ago. Of course, he had a lot of hatred for Konoha in his heart. He planned to plan carefully for a few years and make Konoha suffer more losses, but he didn't expect the light curtain to come. This is not good now. Konoha. Isn't this outrageous? I know the country of mountains. It's a small country. What the hell is Yanjian village? I've never heard of it at all. During the Second Ninja War, did our Konoha fight against any Kajiro village? Why didn't I know? Can a small ninja village compete with our Konoha? I don't know. Sneaking into our Konoha and setting up detonating symbols everywhere? Does this mean our Konoha's defense is gone? With Hinata's Byakugan, why can't you see the clues after so many years? So, the light curtain is just nonsense. Yes, if it is true, after all these years, the village has not noticed at all? Are you kidding me? The Byakugan can see through. The Hyuga clan has never opened its Byakugan in the village for so many years. The light curtain is getting more and more outrageous. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Katoen, and Koharu Kohara were sitting around the desk. That is to say, the pot shadow is not there, otherwise F4 will be all together. There is no way. Guoying is under a lot of pressure now, which is understandable. Cage Flame Village? It seems to have existed, and it was indeed destroyed in the Second Ninja War. But to say that it can compete with our Konoha is simply a joke. As for the ninjas from Cage Flame Village sneaking into Konoha, they are still setting up places everywhere. Explosive talisman, this is even more nonsense. Xiao Chun slammed the table and said coldly. Mito Manabu nodded, he had the same view as Kohara who had gone to bed. After taking a puff of cigarette and blowing out the smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out the window. I don't believe it either. Although they all don't believe it, what if it happens? Therefore, it is necessary for the Hyuga clan to carefully inspect all parts of the village with their Byakugan. The ANBU handed over the task assigned by the third Hokage to the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hyazu. Although Hinata also felt that the light screen was too stretched. But since it is a task assigned by the Sandame, the Hyuga clan must complete it seriously. At present, the clan and branch families of the Hyuga clan began to be scattered throughout the village. Rizu opened his eyes and inspected his family's land first. Under the Byakugan's perspective, most of the Hyuga clan's territory can be seen at a glance, and the areas that cannot be seen are blocked by barriers. The ninja clan all have their own heritage. In order to protect the clan's heritage, setting up barriers is a common method. In addition, there are large barriers set up by the barrier team in many places inside and outside the village. The Byakugan can see most of Konoha, but not all of Konoha. Nani? This. Cold sweat broke out on Rizu's forehead. Under Byakugan's perspective, the detonating talisman was actually hidden in the building of the Hyuga clan. When I found one detonating talisman, following the connection, I quickly found the second one, and then the third one. Finally, a large number of detonating symbols were found scattered throughout the village, connected to each other, forming a net covering the entire Konoha. If these detonating symbols explode together, to Konoha, the light curtain is not nonsense. Everything. It's all true. But this also makes everyone incredible. The Nine Tails Rebellion a few years ago caused considerable damage to Konoha, and the village was rebuilt afterwards, but no clues were found. Keijiro Murakami Ninpo? Trap Master? Terrible organizational achievements. Fortunately, the light curtain was exposed, otherwise if these detonating talismans were detonated one day, Konoha's losses would be huge, probably no less than the Nine Tails Rebellion. The matter was so important that Hizu quickly headed to the Hokage building. Sandame. Seeing Hizu's solemn face, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and already had a guess in his mind. Mito Kato and Koharu, who had transferred to the dormitory, also listened to Nizu's report. What was exposed on the light screen was actually real. It's incredible. Of course, there is still a difference from the light screen. At least the number of detonating symbols is not as exaggerated as on the light screen. It is about 13% of the detonating symbols on the light screen. But once it is detonated, it is enough to cause huge losses to Konoha. In addition to being shocked, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little embarrassed. He still didn't believe it, but this time he was slapped in the face. In addition, I was also sweating. If Taki Ninja Village hadn't destroyed Keijiro Village, Keijiro Village's main force raided Konoha, and the detonating symbols placed all over Konoha were detonated again, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This was an oversight on the part of the Hokage. The Hokage is loved and recognized by the villagers of Konoha and has the responsibility to protect Konoha. However, he made such a big oversight. It was the dereliction of his duty by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Mito Monahan and Koharu, who was sleeping in the dormitory, looked at each other. Hiruzen was not the only one who was slapped in the face. It was thanks to Taki Ninja Village back then, and this time, it was thanks to the light curtain. Although it was unpleasant to see Hanzo destroying Konoha alone on the light screen, it was a huge profit to be able to eliminate a potential major crisis in the village. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the Hyuga clan and ANBU to work together to remove the detonating talismans hidden throughout the village. Then, the Mitaman clan and the Tendon clan also contributed. There is also the Uchiha clan, the root organization. Xianwang looked helpless. Even if he rushed to Konoha now, it would be useless. When he arrived at Konoha, the detonating charms he had set all over Konoha in the early years would have been lifted. In addition, he would not be able to sneak into Konoha so easy. All I can say is that Konoha is really lucky. Of course I am not willing to give in, but there is nothing I can do about it. Chapter 43 Tobirama, Monkey, you are ready. Chapter 43 Tobirama, Monkey, you are promising. In the Pure Land, Thousand Hands Tobirama, the souls of the dead, looked dissatisfied. What is the monkey doing? He just hoped that the light screen was a prank. Can a small shinobi village with little reputation compete with Konoha? Can you also sneak into Konoha and set up a large number of detonating symbols? More importantly, Konoha hasn't discovered it in 30 years? If this were true, he would be very disappointed with the monkey. What are Denso, Mito Kitanen, Koharu and Akimichi Tifu, the evil Uchiha clan, and the Byakugan Hyuga clan doing? Just a trap ninja from Keijiro village, rubbing Konoha's face on the ground? How can it be repaired? After paying heavy sacrifices, Konoha once again won the war, and the ninja world also ushered in a brief peace. After the war, after some consideration, Sarutobi Hiruzen generously exempted the defeated ninja village from compensation, and gained the respect of the defeated ninja village. Tobirama, humph. Kumigakure and Konoha signed an armistice agreement. When Kumigakure's envoy came to Konoha, he took advantage of the dark moon and high winds to sneak into the Hyuga clan's territory, and abducted Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the clan leader Hyuga Hizu. Hitsuji chased and killed her. Thief! The shameless Kumigakure counterattacked and asked Konoha to hand over Nizu. In fact, he was unwilling to give up on Byakugan. Ninbyu came to the Hyuga clan in person. Akatsuki expressed his righteousness and hoped that Hinata would put the overall situation first. On that day, Nizu planned to commit suicide. At that time, his twin brother Hyuga Hisashi stood up. Hisashi, the obligation of the branch family is to protect the clan family, but this time I am protecting my brother. For me, this is the last freedom. Hinata Hizu was silent, feeling sad in his heart. Hinata Niji gritted his teeth. Tobirama, undead monkey, you are coming out. In the Hokage's office, Sandai and Danzo are having a secret conversation. Danzo, Hiruzen, don't hesitate. White Fang's prestige is too high. He is now called the Hokage half-sleeve. The prestige of the three ninjas cannot match him. He has become a threat to you and me and must be eliminated. The third generation sighed. Hitaki Sakumo, undead? Is that so? But when I think about it carefully, it feels wrong. Danzo, Hiruzen, the Uchiha are too extreme. The teacher said that they are a naturally evil clan. Sandame, I can only suffer for Uchiha. Third generation, I think Minato can serve as the fourth Hokage. Danzo's voice, Hiruzen, don't think I don't know. Namikaze Minato is easy to control, but you just don't want to delegate power. Orochimaru will not become your puppet, but that boy Minato. Confessions of the third generation, although I smoke, use the telescope technique to spy on women's bathhouses, and teach the disciples of the three forbidden ninjas, I am still the strongest Hokage in history. The teacher is not as good as me, and I am called the god of ninjas. The first generation can't compare to me, and Minato is even more of a little Kurami. Like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves, not only Konoha, but the entire ninja world, including the Pure Land and the psychic world, were all talking about it. The amount of information revealed by the light curtain is too large. The third generation can be said to be at the forefront. At this time, the third generation in the Konoha Hokage building panicked, and the pipe in his hand fell to the ground without realizing it. We cannot say that everything exposed by the light curtain is wrong. At least part of it is true. Regardless of the second or third ninja war, Konoha was the victorious country and was supposed to receive a large amount of compensation, but he was exempted from a large amount. Kumigakure did kidnap Hyuga Hinata. Even Kushina was kidnapped when she was a child, but Minato saved her in time. But to say that Danzo forced White Fang to death and he let it go is nonsense. As for suppressing Uchiha, it's Danzo who still has good intentions towards the Uchiha clan. The young Uchiha clan leaders are all members of his ANBU. Doesn't this explain it? 33. However, it is true that the ninja school promotes that Hiruzen Sarutobi is the strongest Hokage. He often uses the telescope technique to peek into the women's bathhouse, that's right. As for the disciples he taught, 3 forbidden ninjas? Okay, I can't get rid of this pot. Jiraiya, Yellow, Tsunade, Gamble, and Orochimaru, Poison, as ninjas, all have quite a problem. Now, what should everyone think of him? Is he bearing Xiong's shame? Where does this put his face? It is true that one's integrity is no longer preserved in his later years. Let Azang take the blame? But Azang has changed a bit, and it's difficult for him to take the blame. Moreover, the blame this time is a bit big, and Azang can't bear it either. Senju Hashirama, Undead Tobirama's vision is bad. After reading the evaluation of Sarutobi Hiruzen on the light screen, Senju Hashirama didn't have a good impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Inability? Jealousy? The strongest Hokage in history? Really surpassed him? Uchiha Madara, Undead Hasalama, I am right, you are on the wrong path, your brother is stupider than you. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in Konoha village. In the forest on the edge of the village root organization base, Danzo was secretly happy. At this time, Hiruzen's prestige must have dropped significantly, and he would even have no shame to continue to be Hokage. If Hiruzen resigned, who would be the fifth generation to hide? Little Naruto's mind went blank. He moved his eyes away from the light screen and looked at the Hokage rock. There are now first, second, third, and fourth generations on Hokage rock. The first Hokage is known as the God of Ninja. The second Hokage developed many forbidden techniques and dominated the ninja world. His reputation is not small, but he is not as good as the third Hokage. Looking at the light screen, Kyuubi looked like a little chicken in front of the first Hokage. And when Sandai was young, could he crush Kyuubi? The fourth generation Mu died trying to seal the Kyuubi. What did the third generation, the strongest Hokage, do? In the past, he felt that the third Hokage was kind, powerful, and widely recognized by everyone, but now, the tall image of the third Hokage in his heart began to collapse. The gap between imagination and reality is a bit big. At this time, Naruto also heard some people around him questioning. There were also people who defended the third Hokage and retorted. But what is certain is that the prestige of the third Hokage is declining rapidly. Uchiha Itachi couldn't accept what the light screen said. The Sandame mentioned on the light screen was far different from what he knew. He has always admired the third Hokage. And the third Hokage's recognition of him made him even more excited. But if the third Hokage is really what the light screen says, he is not worthy of his respect at all. However, as the number one genius of the current Uchiha clan, he still has some judgments. At least it is true that Kumagakure kidnapped Miss Hinata. And Hinata Hisashi is indeed dead. It is not a secret that the third Hokage is called the strongest Hokage, it is in the ninja school textbooks. After the students of ninja school graduate, the leading teacher will also say that the third generation is the strongest Hokage. So, does the third generation really surpass the first and second generations? It was easy for the first generation to deal with the Kyuubi, but could it be done for the third generation? There is no doubt about the power of the second generation Hokage. It is not necessarily true that the third generation has surpassed the second generation. In addition, based on what the light screen exposed again and again, coupled with his own thinking, Brother Zisui's matter may not be as simple as he thought. And the family may not be as narrow-minded as he thought. Some of my inner thoughts began to waver. Chapter 44, What's the point of this power if it can't protect Kakashi? Righteous? In the belly of the god of death, Minato Namikaze, the undead, was silent. The Sandame supported him to become Hokage because he was easier to handle than Orochimaru. As for him being a little constrained after becoming Hokage, is it too much to say that he is a puppet of the Sandame? He still has some subordinates. At most, he wanted to change the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan so that the Uchiha clan could fully integrate into the village, which probably caused dissatisfaction among some of the higher UPS in the village. However, with his efforts, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village has improved a lot. The situation was originally good, but the Nine Tails rebellion suddenly broke out. Once he died and 3 generations returned to power, what would become of the village? Also, how is Naruto doing? The Jinhyuriki's situation was not going to be too good, he knew that. The first 9-tailed Jinhyuriki is the wife of the first Hokage and the princess of the Uzumaki clan. She is in a good situation and is respected and recognized by everyone in Konoha. As for the second generation Kyuubi Jinhyuriki, it is Kyukina. With Mito-sama, Tsunade, and him taking care of her, Kyukina's situation is not bad. As for Naruto, the Sandame promised to take good care of him. However, after seeing the light screen, he was also shaken. Did the third generation take good care of Naruto? Also, I don't know how Kakashi is doing now. Obito is dead, Rin is dead, and he and Katsuna are both gone. I hope Kakashi can cheer up. Is it over yet? The masked man was angry again, and he appeared on the light screen again. Because of the light curtain, his plan had to change. Now, are there any secrets about him that are going to be exposed again? Also, what does light screen mean when he says he is Uchiha Kenji? Under the night, with the moonlight shining, the masked man appeared out of thin air. This is time and space ninjutsu. If you can't protect Kakashi, what's the point of this power? The masked man murmured to himself. Obito? The original bodies of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu? Kakashi in Konoha also widened his eyes. This? What the hell? Rumors, damn light screen is spreading rumors. Obito jumped angrily. He won't protect that loser Kakashi. Obito, is this the bond between you and Kakashi? Inside the giant pitcher plant behind Obito, White Zetsu's true form chuckled. Black Zetsu looked at Obito strangely. The plan was to kill Nohara Rin and successfully turn Obito into a black man. If it was Kakashi who died back then, would Obito have darkened even more completely? Obito gave one of his Sharingan to Kakashi. When Obito awakened the kaleidoscope, Kakashi's Sharingan also became a kaleidoscope. However, Kakashi did not have the blood of the Uchiha clan and could not master it yet. Oh, it's not that difficult for Obito to take back Kakashi's Sharingan. But he didn't take it back. Black Zetsu thought thoughtfully. Even though Obito belittled Kakashi, he actually still cared about it in his heart. It would be bad if Kakashi guessed your identity. Black Zetsu said suddenly. That idiot wouldn't have guessed it. Obito said coldly. Uchiha Obito's name is on the Konoha Memorial Monument. Konoha also gave Obito the title of hero. Protect me. Kakashi shuddered, feeling uncomfortable all over. That masked man must be the culprit behind the Nine Tails rebellion. What are your thoughts on him? Also, not familiar. A spoof? Yes, the light curtain is definitely a spoof. Soon, an ANBU ninja arrived. Kakashi, the Hokage asked you to go. Kakashi was not surprised by this. The masked man triggered the Nine Tails rebellion and caused a lot of losses to Konoha. There were many people in the village who hated the masked man. And with the sudden exposure of the light screen, Kakashi may be a breakthrough. While thinking about it, Kakashi rushed to the Hokage building. At this time, there were many people inside the Hokage building, and even more people outside. The third generation's prestige was greatly reduced, and the problems began to appear. Kakashi did not take the usual route and entered the Hokage's office through the window like Jiraiya. Sandame, you want to ask me about my relationship with the masked man? To this, I can only say that I don't know him. The light curtain is definitely nonsense. Kakashi said calmly. Now, Kakashi is the only one in the Hotaki family. Father committed suicide. Obito and Rin were also dead. Especially Lin, she still died at his hands. Although it was Lin who took the initiative to hit his Reikari at that time, but Lin was begging for death, it was he who killed Lin with his own hands. Obito gave him a Sharingan. I hope he can protect Lin, but he betrayed Obito's trust. Seeing his master's wife giving birth to Naruto and witnessing the birth of a little life, he just had some sunshine in his heart, but both his teacher and his master's wife died. The teacher's children were often bullied, and he wanted to take care of him, but the Sandome did not suggest it, and Danzo and other advisors were even more opposed. 34. Uchiha Kenji? Besides Uchiha Obito, are you friends with other Uchiha? Sandome thought for a while and asked again. Kakashi shook his head. He knew many Uchiha, but the only one he could call his friend was Obito. Could he be Obito's friend? Sandai was thinking. Immediately, the third generation asked his secretary to get Uchiha Obito's information. Looking through Obito's information, you can learn about Obito's interpersonal relationships. Kakashi didn't say anything, but he was still very clear about Obito's situation. Obito had a grandmother, but she passed away long ago. As for Obito's clan members, their relationship with Obito is not that good. Obito was a weakling in the ninja school, and was looked down upon by the proud Uchiha clan. Later, when he went to the battlefield, Obito opened his Sharingan, and his strength improved a lot. However, Obito's strength is secondary, mainly because his character is an anomaly among the Uchiha clan. As for the Uchihas that Obito had come into contact with, they were either dead or in the village, so they could be ruled out. But to talk about the bond between the masked man and Kakashi, it really confused him. Could that masked man be someone I know? Kakashi thought to himself. The masked man is definitely not Madara Uchiha. Konan said to Nagato. Nagato agreed with Konan. If I can't protect Kakashi, what's the point of this power? And although I have the Rinnegan and powerful power, I can't protect Yahiko. Nagato sighed. Zionin was also sentimental when he heard the name Yahiko. In addition, Konan also feels guilty. If he hadn't saved her, Yahiko would not have died. However, Konan is now worried about Nagato. On the one hand, Nagato is in very bad shape right now, and he doesn't know how long he can last. On the other hand, based on the analysis of the information revealed by the light screen, Nagato's reincarnation eyes might belong to Uchiha Madara, who transplanted the reincarnation eyes into Nagato. So, what is Uchiha Madara's intention? If the masked man who calls himself Madara is not Uchiha Madara, then who is he? This made her feel uneasy. We can only wait until we find the masked man and ask him clearly, or wait for the masked man to show up on his own initiative. At the same time, Nagato also had a lot of ideas. Chapter 45, Finally, I can upgrade the system. Chapter 45 It's finally time to upgrade the system, version 2.0. At the entrance of Konoha village, Genma's team were also looking at the light curtain. Is the masked man related to Kakashi? Daiwashi was full of surprise. They looked at the captain Shiranui Genma in unison. I have to ask Kakashi. Shiranui Genma has long brown hair, a blue hat, a blue tight combat uniform, and a green ninja mail on the outside, and he says holding 1,000 books in his mouth. Team Genma once served as the bodyguard of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. After Minato's death, the 3rd generation came back to power, but the 5th generation has not been elected yet. Today, the 3rd generation is still strong, and it is not a problem for him to work for the village for another 10 years. At this time, Shiranui Genma seemed lazy, but his heart was not peaceful. A lot of information revealed on the light screen made him think deeply. There were some issues that he had never thought about before. When he calmed down and thought about them carefully, his cognition was subverted. It doesn't matter that the title of the 3rd generation's strongest Hokage is not worthy of the name, but a conspiracy to drive White Fang to death? He gave up after being threatened by Kumagakure and actually wanted to hand over the leader of the Hyuga clan? Maliciously suppressing the Uchiha clan? As he thought about it, Shiranui Genma also frowned slightly. Maybe he was overthinking it a little bit. But, the image of the Sandame in his heart is not that great anymore. As for the masked man, he should be the culprit that caused the Nine Tails rebellion. If it hadn't been for the Kyuubi rebellion, the Yandame and his wife would not have died. He also admires the fourth Hokage very much. But the masked man is too mysterious, and he also masters the weird space and time ninjutsu. Will Kakashi be a breakthrough? If Kakashi could figure out the identity of the masked man, it would be much easier to deal with him. Kakashi had just left the Hokage building and soon felt that he was being watched. He turned around and saw a pink eye squatting on a telephone pole standing not far away. Itaka stared at Kakashi with a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes. In a blink of an eye, Itaka was in front of Kakashi. Although Itaka was wearing an animal mask, Kakashi recognized him immediately. Besides, there is only one Uchiha in ANBU now. Itaka, are you okay? Kakashi asked lazily. Senior, do you know who the masked man is? Itaka asked directly without mincing words. I don't know. Kakashi shook his head. He didn't lie to Itaka, he really didn't know. However, Itaka was dubious about Kakashi's answer. Itaka's intuition was that the masked man and Kakashi must be related. But if Kakashi doesn't know it, but there is a relationship, this will be a headache. Has anyone in your Uchiha clan been named Kenji? Kakashi suddenly asked. No. Itaka. Ever since the light curtain said that the masked man was named Uchiha Kenji, Uchiha Itaka had checked the family's genealogy, but from the first generation of ancestors to the present, no one named Uchiha Kenji had appeared. Itaka guessed that Uchiha Kenji was an alias. Being able to control the Kyuubi clearly means possessing a kaleidoscope. There was a scene of the masked man fighting the fourth Hokage on the light screen. The masked man's fighting consciousness was obviously not as good as that of the fourth Hokage, that is, he relied on his weird time and space abilities. So, the masked man's kaleidoscope technique is about time and space? Itaka came to Kakashi to get more information, but he was disappointed. Konoha was originally founded by the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, but the Uchiha clan is now marginalized. There are many reasons for the current situation, and Uchiha Madara's defection was one of the reasons. The Nine Tails Rebellion was also a reason. The Nine Tails was controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan. This was seen by many ninjas in the village. It was inevitable that they would be suspicious, wary, and suspicious of the Uchiha clan. As a result, the Uchiha clan was marginalized and suppressed. The proud Uchiha clan couldn't bear it anymore, and the clan's voices wanting to launch a coup became louder and louder. Even though Fugaku is a dove, he can hardly hold himself back. The situation can be said to be on the verge of getting out of control. But as the light curtain appeared again and again, the situation changed and became confusing. At this moment, the light curtain in the sky disappeared out of thin air. Not surprisingly, it will appear again in a few days. The live broadcast ends and settlement begins. Gain 417 points of chakra emotional value. The electronic synthesized sound sounded in Mei Qian's mind, but it was a prompt from the system. At the moment, he opened the system panel. It shows that the chakra emotion value remains at 1416 points. The system can be upgraded with 1000 points of chakra emotion value. Upgrade the system. Mei Qian had an idea. System starts version update, upgrade, 1%, 2%, 3%. Internet speed is a bit slow. It's not a one-click upgrade, so it's hard to give it a good review. However, after the upgrade, the number of live broadcasts per day will be 2, which means that you can live broadcast once more today. In addition, the 2.0 version of the system will also enable the group chat function. During the live broadcast, a chat group will appear on the canopy of Naruto World. After several live broadcasts, I don't know how much the world of Naruto has changed. I'm curious. After waiting for several minutes, the system was finally upgraded. Version update completed, version 2.0 system has been opened. The Naruto group chat function is loading, 1%, 2%, 3%. It will take a few minutes for the Hokage group chat to open. Mei Qian was not idle either. He read the introduction to the Hokage group chat and gained an understanding of this function. The root organization base is very dark. In the dark depths, Danzo sat on a stone chair. The two root ninjas respectfully obeyed Danzo's orders. Go and bring Kakashi to me, Danzo said calmly. As soon as Danzo's order was given, the genin left instantly. Danzo's subordinates are all elites, and they perform tasks neatly and without any sloppiness. What stands out is efficiency. Those who were not efficient have long been eliminated. Only when you enter the root organization will you feel what darkness and cruelty are. All root ninjas have the consciousness and understand that they are tools, and Danzo-sama is the one who uses tools. Of course, this does not mean that there is no dissatisfaction, but even if there is dissatisfaction and unwillingness deep in the heart, the arm cannot twist the thigh. A was lucky enough to break away from his roots and join the ANBU directly under the Hokage. 35. Not long after he and attack is separated, Kakashi faced two root ninjas again. Needless to say, he knew that it was Danzo who wanted to see him. It's really troublesome. Kakashi was helpless. Kakashi really doesn't recognize that masked man. But the amount of information revealed on the light screen was a bit large. It was said that he and the masked man did not know each other. Not many would believe it. By the way, Kakashi has one eye exposed, and the masked man also has one eye exposed. And the Sharingan he covered up was given to him by Obito. It's not like the masked man is Obito. This is absolutely impossible. Obito's crane tail. Besides, Obito would definitely not kill his teacher and his wife and destroy Konoha. You know, Obito's dream is to be Hokage. Excluding Obito, Kakashi really couldn't think of anything else. As for going to the root organization to meet Danzo? Sorry, Kakashi, he refuses. Chapter 46, Naruto Group Chat. Obito was dumbfounded. Konoha, the clang of Kunao. A battle of ninjutsu. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Kakashi's hands formed three seals in an instant, which were Sai Haisu. The next moment, Kakashi pressed his right hand on the ground, and the earth chakra poured into the ground, forming an erected earth wall. By the way, there were several dog heads on the earth wall. This is a B-level ninjutsu, and when Kakashi performs it, it has good defensive power. He saw that the root ninja's attack was blocked. Danzo wanted to see Kakashi and sent the genin to notify him, but Kakashi refused to see Danzo, so the genin fought against Kakashi. Now, two root ninjas were attacking Kakashi, one on the left and the other on the right. Although they were 1 against 2, Kakashi was not at a disadvantage. Of course, without using the Sharingan, Kakashi was still a little stressed. The members of the root organization are all elites, and Danzo's cronies are even more elite among the elite. Kakashi could guess Danzo's purpose in wanting to see him. Before the battle on Kakashi's side could be decided, a team of police officers arrived. The police department is also responsible for security in the village. Uchiha Taiho's face was serious and completely businesslike. Kakashi can also give face to the police department and cooperate with the work of the police department, but the root ninja does not take the police department seriously. And these two root ninjas also understood that it was impossible to bring Kakashi to see Lord Danzo. If the mission fails, you can only go back and accept the punishment from Lord Danzo. What? The light curtain appears again. Not long after the light curtain disappeared, it appeared again. I thought it would take at least a few days for the light curtain to appear again. So, was it a miscalculation? After the light screen appeared this time, there was an interface for the Hokage group chat on the light screen. Anyone in this world who possesses chakra can join the Hokage group chat. Even the undead from the Pure Land can join the Hokage group chat. It's just that the Naruto group chat is now level 0, and the number of group members is limited to 100 people. Activity is generated through group member chat. When the activity reaches 100%, the Naruto group chat can be upgraded to level 1. At that time, the number of group members will be increased to 200. In an instant, there were thousands of people applying to join the group. As long as you stare at the light screen, concentrate your thoughts, mobilize your chakra with all your strength, and think about joining the Hokage chat group, you can apply to join. By the way, the nicknames in the group are all real name. Only the personal activity level exceeds 1,000 million points can you change the nickname once. If you want to help others change their nickname, you not only need the consent of others, but also consume up to 1 activity point. Billion points. The country of water, Kirigakure Ninja Village. Obito has been single for a long time, and his hand speed is relatively fast, ranking 22nd, but he gave up because he joined the group under his real name and it was difficult to change his nickname. The nicknames of living beings entering the group are white, while the nicknames of the undead are black, making it easy to distinguish. And the chat group can be seen by the entire ninja world. So, once he joins the group, wouldn't the entire ninja world know that Uchiha Obito is still alive? And because of the light screens, rumor making. Everyone knows that the masked man and Kakashi have a bond. Then, it is easy to analyze that the masked man is Obito. For the time being, he doesn't want his identity to be exposed, which will affect many of his subsequent plans. Therefore, although I was still interested in the Naruto chat group and wanted to join the group, I still gave up. Senju Hashirama joined the Naruto chat group, Uchiha Madara joined the Naruto chat group, Senju Tobirama joined the Naruto chat group. Uchiha Obito joins the Naruto chat group. The 100 group members were full in a short time. The rest of the applicants failed to join the group. Masked Man Obito was dumbfounded. What the hell? He didn't even join the group. What's going on with Obito Uchiha in the group? Black Zetsu and White Zetsu both looked at Obito. It's not me. Wearing a mask, you couldn't see Obito's expression, but needless to say, you knew it must be bad. Obito is alive. The nickname of Obito in the Hokage chat group on the light screen is black, indicating that he is an undead. What on earth is going on? Even Heiju couldn't figure it out. It's fake. Obito is fake, and everything else must be fake. This must be directed and acted by the being behind the light curtain. Hey! Obito sneered. Fake? Black Zetsu fell into deep thought. It's not hard to figure it out either. There are 57 undead members in the group, and 43 are alive. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen failed to join the group, but Nabe Cage did. In addition, Orochimaru also joined the group, followed by the fourth Raikage and the third Tsuchikage Oniki. Not many of the people who join the group are powerful ninjas, but there are also some who are not very powerful, such as Nohara Rin. It wouldn't be that difficult for Heiju if the investigation was clear. At that moment, Heiju also used the art of Mayfly. The Mayfly technique is a unique ninjutsu. This technique can integrate one's body with the vegetation of the earth, thereby achieving the effect of high-speed movement. After integrating with the earth, it can also intervene in the plants that exist in the ground. A network of organic matter, such as roots and underground water flow, moves to any place at high speed, and can cut off all breath during activation. As Black Zetsu activated the Mayfly technique, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin. Obito looked at the nickname of Nohara Lin in the Hokage chat group on the light screen. The nickname was Black, which meant that the members of the group were undead. Nohara Rin, Obito, are you joining the group too? Surprise.jpg. Seeing Obito and Lin chatting enthusiastically in the Hokage chat group on the light screen, Obito's face turned livid with anger. But because he was wearing a mask, Obito's gloomy expression could not be seen. How could Kexia pretend to be him and chat happily with Lin? It's so abominable. If he had known this would happen, there would be no way he would have given up the opportunity to join the group. When the Hokage group chat is opened, as the group leader, a ray of Mei Qian's spirit joins the group. On the surface, he is the same as the group members, but he is actually the group leader and has a lot of authority. As for pretending to be Uchiha Obito, it was just a temporary idea. Knowing that Obito is still alive, and since the nicknames in the group are all real names, Obito will definitely not join the group, so he pretends to be one. The situation was just as Mei Qian thought, Tuzi really didn't join the group. But I didn't expect Nohara Lin to join the group. There are too many powerful undead in the Pure Land, such as Hanzo, Mito and Hyuga Tenin. In comparison, Nohara Rin is too weak. Maybe it's Nohara Rin's luck. Lin discovered that there was Obito in the group and started chatting. Mei Qian, the fake Obito, couldn't ignore him, so he could only chat with Lin for a few words, but he didn't expect that the conversation became more and more enthusiastic and he couldn't stop at all. I guess Tuzi is still watching at this moment, and I don't know how Tuzi is feeling. Konoha. Kakashi's hand speed was slow and he was the 117th person to apply to join the group, so he failed to join the group. Now seeing that Obito and Lin had successfully joined the group and were chatting happily in the group, Kakashi also had a smile on his face. Kakashi, my lifelong rival, I won this time. Metkai ran over with a smile. He successfully joined the Hokage chat group on the light screen, but Kakashi did not. Chapter 47 Uchiha laughs wildly at the old cripple of the four heroes. Fake, all fake. Ha ha ha. You can't fool me, I won't believe it. The masked man saw Obito and Lin chatting happily in the Hokage chat group on the light screen, and his emotions got a little out of control. In laughing wildly, the masked man exudes a terrifying murderous aura. Staring at the light curtain angrily. Evil light curtain. He wants to destroy this evil screen of light. The divine power is activated, would escape, Kunao. However, he couldn't get close to the light curtain at all. Although it seemed to be only a few hundred meters away, even if he flew several hundred meters into the air, the distance from the light curtain did not get closer. It looks like a few hundred meters, but it's actually a different dimension. He tried his best but couldn't get close to the light curtain, let alone destroy it. But when he saw the Hunden teasing Lin who was pretending to be him in the Hokage chat group, his mentality collapsed. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama. Madara. Hasalama. 36. Horse. A deep bond. Uzumaki Mito. How about she leave? Senju Tobirama, idiot big brother, evil Madara. Metkai, the first generation, the second generation. What makes Metkai somewhat regretful is that his father, Metday, was not included in the group. Not only did his father not join the group, Kakashi's father, Hitaki Sakumo, also failed to join the group. After all, there are only 100 places available, so those who are quick will get them, but those who are slow will not. We can only wait until the Hokage chat group reaches level 1, and there will definitely be more group members by then. Being able to chat with Senju Hashirama, Madara felt like he had been given a shot of blood, and his whole body became energetic. However, what Madara was confused about was that there was Obito in the group. Seeing that Obito has a black nickname, it means he is also an undead. Obito is his Uchiha Madara's chosen tool. Could it be that Obito died because he failed to live up to expectations? Without Obito and only Black Zetsu, can the plan still succeed? Therefore, without bothering to chat with Hasalama, Madara began to chat privately with Obito. You can chat privately in the group, but the activity level increases slowly. The group announcement said that the chat group can be upgraded when the activity reaches 100%. The group is currently at level 0. As for the number of people that the level 1 chat group can accommodate, it is 200 people. The number of people in a level 1 group is double that of a level 0 group. Similarly, the number of people in a level 2 group is 400, and the number in a level 3 group is 800. And so on. But in fact, what is needed for group upgrade is not activity level, but chakra emotional value. The reason why Meichien creates activity is just a cover. When the activity can reach 100%, it is completely up to Meichien. If Meichien does not want to upgrade the group, then the group activity is only 99% at most, and it is impossible to reach 100%. As for the chakra emotion value required to upgrade a level 0 group to level 1, it is 300 points. With the remaining chakra emotion value of Meichien, it is enough to upgrade the Hokage chat group, but it is more important to treat his terminal illness than upgrading the Hokage chat group. His plan was to upgrade the system first, and then use the chakra emotional value to treat diseases. First, he would have an absolutely healthy physique. If a person eats whole grains, even if he maintains good exercise, his body cannot be absolutely healthy, and there will be more or less problems. The system clearly showed that Meichien's physical problems, big and small, could be solved as long as he had chakra emotional value, allowing him to have an absolutely healthy physique. Of course, even if he has an absolutely healthy physique through the system, he still needs the system to help him maintain it, which also requires the consumption of chakra emotional value. If it is not maintained, it is impossible to maintain an absolutely healthy state for an hour. Nowadays, it feels pretty good to be active in the chat group pretending to be Obito. Uchiha Madara initiated a private chat. Do you accept it? Obito, accept it. Madara, Obito, what's going on? You are dead. What's going on with Project Eye of the Moon? And my eyes? Madara has too many doubts. Obito, Madara, don't be afraid after hearing what I'm going to say. Madara, humph. I won't be afraid. Obito, strictly speaking, I am actually Obito from the future. Madara, the future? Obito, because of the emergence of the light curtain, the timeline has changed, and the trajectory of fate has been broken. The me who exists in the future appears in the present under the turbulence of time, and has joined this chat group. As time goes by, there are more future characters appearing in this chat group. Black Jew can fool Madara, and so can Heichien. After listening to Obito's explanation in the group, Madara was stunned. Future? Timeline changes? I don't know how serious it is. The meaning can still be understood. Of course, Madara was not convinced all of a sudden. Since this person in the group is Obito from the future, what happened in the future under the original destiny path? Has Madara been resurrected? How did Obito die? Was Project Eye of the Moon a success? Is there everlasting peace in the ninja world under the infinite Tsukuyomi? With too many doubts, Madara couldn't help but ask. Obito, the Eye of the Moon plan was considered a success. I used Nagato to secretly control the Akatsuki organization. The heretic golem also successfully absorbed the 9-tailed beasts and synthesized the 10 tails. I became the 10-tailed Jinhyuriki. 2 Sage of 6 Paths launched the 4th Ninja War. But I failed. As for you, you were resurrected and became the 10 Tails Jinhyuriki after me, but you were plotted by Black Zetsu. He was not your will at all. He was the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the younger brother of the Sage of 6 Paths hibernating for thousands of years. Everything is his conspiracy. After Otsutsuki Kagaya revived, the Child of Destiny defeated her and sealed her again. The ninja world also ushered in peace. As for you and me, we are just losers. Madara's mind went blank. According to the plan, he should be resurrected first, and then he would become the 10 Tails Jinhyuriki. This kid Obito became the 10 Tails Jinhyuriki? It seems that he is unwilling to be manipulated by him and has some ideas. But Obito failed, he was resurrected and became the Ten Tails Jinhyuriki after Obito. Although there were some changes in the plan, it was not a big problem. But Black Jew plotted against him? Black Zetsu is not his will, Uchiha Madara? Is it the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths? Madara, ha ha ha, do you think I would believe this kind of nonsense? Well, another great Uchiha laughs, online. Obito, believe it or not is your business, but that's the fact. Believe it or not, the Eye of the Moon project brings not peace, but the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Madara couldn't accept it. Is the path to peace he has been pursuing wrong? Is it Heizetsu's conspiracy to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya? This means that his plan, Uchiha Madara, will not only fail to bring peace to the ninja world, but will also push the ninja world into the abyss of destruction. In contrast, even though Senju Hashirama's road to peace has many problems, his contribution to the ninja world is still great. Is he not as good as Hashirama? Madara, impossible, absolutely impossible, I don't believe it, it's all fake, ha ha ha. Mei Qian was too lazy to talk to Uchiha Madara. Continue chatting with Lin. A huge pitcher plant emerged from the ground, and both Black and White Zetsu frowned. Especially Heiju, will his 1,000-year plan come to naught because of the light curtain? Chapter 48 Naruto's life experience exposed. Pretending to be Obito, Tomikan was very active in the Hokage chat group, not only chatting with Lin, but also with other members. Madara dived, and Hashirama he couldn't even get a response. Yumiko didn't completely fool Madara. Although he was not Obito in the future, Black Zetsu was the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and finally plotted against Madara. This is all true. It just looked like Madara couldn't accept it for a while. It's no wonder that Madara's dream that he worked hard for many years was shattered, and it's no wonder that his mentality collapsed. The live broadcast on the light screen is also going on. Konoha 47, the fourth generation of Hokage Namikaze Shumen. In a warm room, there were not only Minato and his wife, but also Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, who was Minato's teacher. I saw that Katsuyuki was already pregnant. Jiraiya, Minato, have you decided on the child's name? Minato, Jiraiya-sensei, I plan to name my child Namikaze Dazzling Spiral Great Uzumaki Naruto Menma, what do you think? In the stomach of the god of death, Minato, the undead, scratched his head. The light screen was really messing around, but Namikaze Dazzling Spiral Large Uzumaki Naruto Menma? It sounds pretty good. Somewhere in the ninja world, Jiraiya's face twitched. Light screen, you really understand Minato. Pure Land, Kuyukina, undead. Kuyukina, idiot, this name is too ugly. I think I'll just call you Naruto. Jiraiya, Naruto? The protagonist of Jiraiya's first novel The Legend of the Strong and Perseverant Ninja is named Naruto. Minato, okay, the child will be called Naruto. Konoha, how stunned are you, Naruto? The Yandame's child is also called Naruto? The Nine Tails Rebellion, when Jinchuriki Kyokina gave birth to a child, was also the time when the seal was at its weakest. Although Konoha had established a suspicious formation and set up a powerful barrier, the masked man still attacked Kyokina, and everything turned out to be the worst. Bad direction development. In the end, Minato and his wife died. Minato split the Nine Tails in two, and sealed half of it into his own son. The Minato couple asked the third generation to take good care of Naruto. The third generation said that they took good care of Naruto. Not many people in the village knew that Naruto was actually the son of the fourth Hokage. He was not called Namikaze Naruto, but Uzumaki Naruto. By the way, the third generation's wife Sarutobi Biwako is also dead, killed by the masked man. The third generation can live a life without shame or boredom with Danzo. In the Hokage's office. Danzo, Hiruzen, leave Minato's child to me, and I will train him to become Konoha's most powerful weapon. Sandame, no, this is Minato's child. I promised Minato and his wife that I would take good care of this child. Danzo, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Sandame, I am the Hokage. Boom. Guoying slammed the door and left. The voice of the third generation, let Minato's child be called Uzumaki Naruto. As for the legacy left by the Minato couple, the village was destroyed by the Nine Tails, and it will cost money to rebuild. Naruto is still a child, and it is not good to have too much money. I will take care of him first. Nezuko was stunned. He was the son of the fourth Hokage? He couldn't help but look up at the Hokage rock and the Yandame rock statue. His dad? Is this his life experience? At the same time, the entire Konoha was not peaceful. Uzumaki Naruto is not a demon fox? He is actually the son of the Yandame. 37. The Yandame couple sacrificed themselves for the village and sealed the demon fox in their son. It was hard to accept that there were many people in the village who usually bullied Naruto. As Naruto's life story was exposed, it could be said that it caused a huge uproar. Of course, there will still be a small number of people in the village who will not approve of Naruto even if they know his background. But there will also be many people who will identify with Naruto because he is the fourth generation's son, but this kind of identification is not what Naruto wants. A large group of people in the village stood up and asked the Sandame to come out and speak clearly. The old man is not kind, he must be a big head now. Sarutobi Asuma, who was hiding somewhere in the village and secretly smoking, muttered. The third generation is not easy, not only the wife died, but also the eldest son and daughter-in-law, leaving only a grandson, Konohamaru. As for the third generation's youngest son Sarutobi Asuma, he doesn't have a girlfriend yet, let alone getting married. However, Asuma fell in love with Yui Kurane when he was in ninja school and has been pursuing her, but he hasn't caught her yet, but he will not give up. There was also a lot of discussion in the Hokage chat group. Kushina really wanted to live and beat up the third generation old man. The third generation promised to take good care of Naruto, did he do it? Mito Kadoyan and Koharu stood up first. The Sandame is also good for Naruto. Compared to other Jinchuriki, Naruto's life is pretty good. Mito Kadanen said. Concealing Naruto's life experience is all for Naruto's good. Koharu also said when he went to bed. Under the explanations of Mito Kabuto and Kaden Koharu, some people understood. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also appeared. The third generation did not deny that Naruto was the fourth generation's son, and also admitted that he had promised the fourth generation couple to take good care of Naruto. As for Naruto, he hasn't had a good life these past few years, but he is a Jinchuriki after all. Danzo wanted to train Naruto into a tool, but the third generation stopped him. Isn't this good enough for Naruto? Others have ill intentions towards Naruto. He visits Naruto from time to time, gives Naruto money, food, and drink, and cares about Naruto. These are not fake, right? As for not handing over the Minato couple's inheritance to Naruto, how old was Naruto? Besides, it's hard to explain a large inheritance to Naruto. Being able to leave a large inheritance to your children must not be an easy status. Right. Therefore, you must understand the painstaking efforts of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto, you won't blame me for hiding your life experience, right? Sandai touched Naruto's head. I forgive you. Naruto. Good boy. Sandai smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair again. Every time he saw Naruto's hair, the third generation thought of Minato. Minato's death is also Konoha's loss. Naruto's mood was still very complicated. He had admired the Yandame in the past, but he didn't expect it to be his father. But his parents sealed the nine-tailed demon fox inside him. If he doesn't have a demon fox inside him, he's not a Jinchuriki. From now on, I will not only be Uzumaki Naruto, I will also be Namikaze Menma. Naruto's brain circuit is difficult to figure out. It is the number one surprise. Everyone else has the same name, but he has two names. After all, names and titles are different. Namikaze Menma. The third generation was also stunned. Sounds pretty good too. As long as Naruto likes it. As for how to call Naruto from now on, it's okay to call him Naruto, and it's okay to call him Menma. However, Naruto's face was filled with questions the next moment. Because the third generation did not take good care of Naruto, Naruto was bullied by the villagers since he was a child. Rotten vegetable leaves, rotten eggs, stones, were thrown at Naruto. There were also many children in the ninja school who bullied Naruto. He had no partners and no family. A person sitting alone on the swing in front of the ninja school. Naruto, he has turned black. Naruto, from now on, my name is Menma Uzumaki, and I want to make Konoha feel pain and let the world feel pain. Chapter 49. Either incompetent or bad, choose one. Uzumaki Menma is filled with 9 tails chakra, forming a chakra coat, standing on the Konoha Hokage rock, overlooking the village below indifferently. Pain can make children grow. This Konoha, this world, is just a child in my eyes. If I want the world to grow, I must let everyone know what pain is. Feel the pain. Experience the pain. Accept the pain. Understand the pain. The third Hokage came with a group of ANBU ninjas and surrounded Menma. Sandame, Menma, your thoughts are too extreme. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go. Brush. Many eyes fell on Naruto and the third generation. Naruto was at a loss. Some ninjas looked at Naruto with unkind eyes. Is that the future based on the original destiny trajectory on the light screen? In other words, Naruto will turn dark in the future? Will it harm Konoha? But it is not difficult to see that the light screen is not serious, and it is most likely a prank. The land of rain, the rain ninja village. Nagato's eyes widened. Uzumaki, Menma. Nagato muttered to himself. Menma's philosophy on the light screen was almost exactly the same as Nagato's. Nagato has grown beyond mortals through the pain of infinite existence, and has transformed from a mortal into a god. Yes, this is his own idea. And he wanted to put an end to the war in this war-torn world, and believed that this was God's mission. Therefore, he wants to collect the 9-tailed beasts to synthesize the ultimate weapon. If there is a war in the future, the ultimate weapon will kill thousands of people in an instant. At that time, everyone will be afraid, including the ninja village and the country. Everyone will know the pain, and this fear will create restraint, and there will be no more wars. Konan is very aware of Nagato's dream and has always supported it. Now, Konan turned to look at Nagato. As for Nagato, his eyes were fixed on the light screen in the sky outside the window. Uzumaki Menma. He has the same dream as me, both hope to achieve peace. There was a hint of joy in Nagato's tone. Real pain is not something that ordinary people can understand. Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki Menma? The 9 tails Jinhyuriki? It seems that we need to pay more attention in the future. The light screen seems to be a prank. Besides, it is the 9-tailed Jinhyuriki after all. Konan said. She knew that Nagato must have the idea of absorbing Naruto into the Akatsuki organization. But she felt it was inappropriate. In her opinion, the light curtain was a prank. Even if what appears on the light screen is true, has Naruto turned dark now? Besides, Naruto is the 9-tailed Jinhyuriki of Konoha after all. Once Naruto joins Akatsuki, Konoha will not give up. Now is not the time to start a war with Konoha. Nagato didn't say much, but he had a plan in mind. Boom! In the Kyuubi Chakra and MT Mayaboku Sage mode, Menma burst out with terrifying power, directly crushing the third Hokage, and the entire Hokage rock collapsed. The ANBU suffered heavy casualties, and then, large and small in the village the ninja clan besieged Menma, with the Sarutobi clan being the largest. Menma's strength is fully activated, and all kinds of powerful ninjutsu are dazzling. The Raise Nan, an A-level ninjutsu, was inspired by the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato from the tailed beast Jade. It took him 3 years to develop it. It is also a Muji ninjutsu. Big Tama Raise Nan, Super Big Tama Raise Nan, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, Big Tama Raise Nan, Raisin Round Pill, Spiral Suction Pill, Spiral Puzzle Star, Maru Release, Come to Hey 8 Jet Black Yasri Style, Maru Release, Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance, Roar 3 Postures, Roar 6 Postures, Roar 9 Postures. Somewhere in the ninja world, Jiraiya was stunned. What the fuck? Minato developed the Raise Nan and used it to his advantage. But isn't Maruntun a bit too unorthodox? However, seeing the light curtain gave him a lot of inspiration. Minato successfully developed the Raise Nan and shared the training method with him, and he learned it. Like the Spiral Shuriken or something like that, he can definitely try it. Minato's eyes glowed in the Death God's belly. Maru escape? It was too much for his liking. Naruto? No, it should be Menma, he is indeed his son. Just. It seems like Menma is a little too extreme. Forget it, what's wrong with him? He is already dead, so there is nothing he can do about it. The 3rd generation was lying on the ground, vomiting blood, and was already dying. Menma stepped on the 3rd generation's face, leaned down, put his right hand on his right knee, and said with a joke on his face, forcing White Fang to death, because Kumigakure forced me to just let the Hyuga clan sacrifice and suppress the Uchiha. Concealing my life experience, appropriating the inheritance left by my parents, secretly weakening the ninja clans in Konoha, secretly developing your Sarutobi clan, letting Danzo go, and treating yourself, either you are incompetent or you are bad. Choose one. For a time, the entire atmosphere of Konoha changed. No, the atmosphere of the entire ninja world has changed, but the atmosphere of Konoha has changed the most. More and more people in the village are questioning the 3rd generation. Maybe the light screen is just a prank, but if you think about it carefully, it actually makes sense. There is no need to brag about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha won several ninja wars. Of course, F4 cannot be said to have failed to make contributions, but more importantly, it was the sacrifices of many ninjas and civilian ninjas. Since the founding of Konoha, many ninja clans, large and small, have joined. Today, some ninja clans no longer exist, and some ninja clans have declined. The Senjua clan has integrated into the village, but how much of the Senjua bloodline is left? Uchiha was also suppressed to the point of despair. On the contrary, the Sarutobi family is developing very well. The Mitaman family and the Tendon family were originally just small families, but now they are also prominent ninja clans in Konoha. On the contrary, the Shimura clan in Nabecage did not develop much. But it is not an exaggeration to say that the Mitaman clan, the Tensho clan, and the Shimura clan combined are not as good as the Sarutobi clan. Will of Fire? Haha. 38. In fact, it's not that no one realizes it, it's just that they are unable to change it. Even Sanday's youngest son, Asuma, can't stand it. Little Naruto also stared blankly, he was shocked by just the Raise Nan, and the series of powerful ninjutsu developed based on the Raise Nan shocked him even more. But, Maru escape? I am so embarrassed that I can dig out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room under my feet. Menma trampled the 3rd generation under his feet, and what he said completely overturned Naruto's worldview. He clearly felt that the 3rd Hokage was very kind, which was great. But the light screen belittled the 3rd Hokage. Logically speaking, he should be angry when he saw the 3rd generation being belittled, but strangely, he couldn't get angry at this time. I feel like something is stirring deep inside my heart. Hiruzen, you are wrong. It seems that you should have handed Uzumaki Naruto to Danzo back then. Koharu turned to the 3rd generation with a gloomy face. Mito Minion has a similar view. Regardless of whether what is on the light screen is true or false, it is a big blow to the prestige of the third generation. The status of the third generation is unstable, which is also not good for Mito Kaden and Koharu. At this time, almost all the eyes of everyone present were focused on the third generation. Naruto was still at a loss. Chapter 50. Well, it was my incompetence that caused all this. Little Naruto was a little scared. After all, he is still a child. Although children in the ninja world are all precocious, the current scene is a bit big. Both advisors stared at him unkindly. Even though he is the son of the fourth Hokage, Mito Manabu, and Koharu's attitude towards him has not changed much. This is not surprising, after all, his life experience is a secret to others, but not to the top management of Konoha. And the clan leaders of the ninja clan, such as Uchiha, Hinata, Akimichi and Nara, also know about his life experience. Therefore, before his life experience was exposed by the light curtain, some people in the village knew that he was the fourth generation's son. Seeing that he was not doing well, some people wanted to take care of him, but gave up due to various reasons. Not long ago, he gave himself a second name, Namikaze Menma. As a result, Menma also appeared on the light screen, although it was Uzumaki Menma. The light screen said that he had darkened and changed from Naruto to Menma. Then, Menma was still very powerful and caused Konoha to suffer tremendous pain. What would the third Hokage think? Will he be killed directly? Or lock him up? Just thinking about it made him scared. Now, everyone is waiting to see how the third generation will handle it. Mito Kadoyan and Koharu, who was transferred to the dormitory, were also worried. If Hiruzen didn't handle this situation well, the consequences would be disastrous. Now, the people in the village have begun to lose heart, and the team is not easy to lead. Under the gaze of everyone, Sandai sighed and smiled bitterly. Okay. It was my incompetence that caused all this. Even if we kill Naruto, will the problem be solved? Therefore, after weighing it in his mind, the third generation admitted his incompetence in public. Hiruzen, you. Yan and Xiao Chun both had anxious expressions on their faces. You don't need to say any more. Sandai waved his hand to stop Yan and Xiao Chun from continuing. Yes, his abilities as Sarutobi Hiruzen are indeed limited, not as good as the second generation, let alone the first generation. But he has always adhered to the will of fire in his heart. He is also able to sacrifice for Konoha and the seedlings in the village. As for him being in power for so many years, he certainly has selfish motives. Who in the world doesn't have some selfish motives? But in his own opinion, as the third Hokage, at least his merits outweigh his faults. Maybe there is something wrong with him, but it is definitely not as bad as the light screen says. As for Naruto, he would not kill him, hand him over to Danzo, or imprison him. As it has been in the past, it will remain the same in the future. ANBU will continue to monitor, cross out, and protect Naruto. As for the inheritance left by the Watergate couple, they were basically used to build the village. When the daimyo allocates funds to Konoha next year, you can consider giving some of it to Naruto. Of course, Naruto was still too young after all, so it wouldn't be good to give him a large amount of money all at once. The most important thing is that Naruto needs to be educated well, and Naruto cannot be allowed to grow crooked. Now that Naruto's life experience has been exposed, changes must be made to Naruto's protection and education. In addition, Naruto should avoid using the name Menma in the future. It's not that he doesn't like to hear it, but he doesn't want Naruto to be burdened. This is all for Naruto's good. Yes, that's the situation. The light screen has maliciously belittled me, and may also have deep malice towards Konoha. Everyone must make their own judgments and not be deceived by the light screen. The third generation said to the people around him with a serious face. He, the third Hokage, was slandered. This is a trivial matter, yes, it is a trivial matter. How can it be, ahem? The third generation did not deal with Naruto and let everything continue as usual, which surprised and moved Naruto. He felt the kindness of the third generation grandfather again and felt the will of fire. Yes, the light curtain is all lies. He didn't turn black. Although he has an additional name, Menma, his dream is still to be Hokage. Rather than saying that he wanted to be Hokage, he actually wanted to be recognized by the whole village. In his opinion, only the Hokage can be recognized by everyone in the village. It's not surprising that there are also smart people. Now that everyone is watching, it would be wise for the three representatives to be nice to Naruto. If Naruto were killed directly, the Kyuubi would also die. Although it would be resurrected in a few years, it would be troublesome to capture the Kyuubi and find a suitable Jinchuriki. The key point is that whether he kills Naruto or imprisons him, it is not appropriate for the third generation. In the third generation, he is just incompetent, he is definitely not bad. At this time, Sandai was thinking about Danzo. It is necessary for Ozangdo to take some of the blame. In the root organization base, Danzo showed no expression on his face. On the light screen, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, the third generation's wife, Sarutobi Biwako, died, and he actually said that Hiruzen could live a life with him without shame or boredom. This made others think of him, Shimura Danzo, he was a tolerant person. How can it be repaired? When Danzo saw Uzumaki Menma's strength on the light screen, his face was full of disbelief. Nine-tailed chakra coat, sage mode, and various Raise-Nan series ninjutsu. What kind of height will that kid grow to in the future? As for light screen's disparagement of Hiruzen, he almost laughed out loud. It would be nice if Hiruzen's reputation was ruined, but he couldn't continue to be Hokage. It's time for Danzo to be the Hokage. The incompetent Hiruzen cannot lead Konoha back to the strength of the first generation, or even stronger than then. Only Danzo can lead Konoha to strength. The teacher must have regretted appointing Hiruzen as Hokage. If the teacher had chosen Danzo back then, Konoha would definitely not be what it is today, and it would have been extremely powerful. Hiruzen was incompetent and too weak. With his understanding of Hiruzen, understanding would definitely admit incompetence. Now, everyone in the village will know that Hiruzen is incompetent. Even outside the village, there must be countless people who would say that Hiruzen is incompetent. He wanted to see if Hiruzen had the nerve to sit in the position of Hokage. He, Danzo, must become the fifth generation. 5.5th generation Hokage? Cannot exist. Next, Hiruzen will probably ask him to help take the blame, but Hiruzen will probably be disappointed. He, Danzo, refuses to take the blame. The third generation winked at Mito Manabu next to him. After many years of tacit understanding, Mito Kaden suddenly understood the meaning of Sandai. This is to ask Danzo to come quickly. There are many scapegoats that Danzo needs to shoulder. The third generation can't leave now, but Mito Minion escapes quietly, and then goes to find Danzo. Xiao Chun moved to bed to help cover. It's not like no one saw it, but they all turned a blind eye. After all, F4 still has the power. Even if the third generation steps down under pressure and replaces Hokage, even if he is not a puppet, he will not be much better than a puppet. The Naruto chat group was also very lively. Group members also paid attention to the live broadcast on the light screen. Madara, Hashirama, your brother is blind, right? The Hokage of Konoha is really worse than the last. Tobirama, evil Uchiha Madara. Izuna, Senju Tobirama, shut up and show some respect to my Nissan. Hashirama opened his mouth to laugh, and a sense of silliness came out, which eased the atmosphere in the group. Of course, Hashirama was not stupid, and his IQ was always online. Kuyukana, are 3 generations of old men so bad? Although I don't have a good impression of the third generation, I don't think it's as rubbish as the light screen says. Chapter 51 Jiraiya, what does it mean to almost survive? Miyamu Mountain is one of the 3 holy places in the psychic world. A group of toads, large and small, stared closely at the light curtain in mid-air. It can be seen that the light screen is a spoof, but it may also have elements of truth. However, even if it is real, it is still the future of the original destiny, and since the light curtain first appeared, the future of the ninja world has changed. Therefore, the original fate can be used as a reference. Gamabunta was also surprised. Uzumaki Naruto, the Yandame's son? Under his original fate, Mirai actually learned the Sage mode of RMT Miyaboku. Little Jiraiya also learned the Sage mode, but his Sage mode is not perfect. The one on the light screen used the perfect Sage mode. 39. So, it was little Jiraiya who brought Naruto to MT Miyamoto to learn celestial arts in the future. Nine tails and celestial beings are so powerful. Is the third Hokage really who the light screen says he is? I also feel that light screen has a deep prejudice against the third Hokage. This has nothing to do with us. At this time, the picture on the light screen suddenly changed. The dragon shall return to the sea will not welcome me as I came, the fallen leaves shall return to their roots, the leaves shall not welcome me, the three immortals, the clouds and cranes shall return to the sky shall not welcome me, the wonderful tree immortals, the fierce tiger shall return to the mountains shall not welcome me, the great hero. As soon as this opening statement came out, everyone understood that it was Jiraiya, one of the Sunin of Konoha who was broadcasting live. For a time, many people in the ninja world curled their lips in disdain. Fairy? Hero? Just that lecherous Jiraiya? In Rain Ninja Village, Jiraiya is fighting Pain Six Paths. With no intelligence at all, he is completely at a disadvantage. The black chakra rod penetrated Jiraiya's back, nailing Jiraiya to the concrete floor. Jiraiya's throat was also shattered, blood was vomiting from his mouth, and he also lost an arm. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Nani? Nagato and Konan in the Rain Ninja Village couldn't believe it either. I killed Mr. Jiraiya. Nagato was surprised. In Tansha Street, Tsunade's face was gloomy. Although he has never accepted Jiraiya's pursuit, Jiraiya is also an important partner in Tsunade's heart. Even Orochimaru, who was hiding in a dark corner of the ninja world, had a murderous intent in his eyes. Pain killed Jiraiya? Even though it was his original destiny, Orochimaru couldn't completely ignore it. Things that he had discarded as useless began to take shape again. Jiraiya, you idiot! Orochimaru snorted coldly. Jiraiya is already in a near-death state, his consciousness begins to blur, and past scenes flash through his mind quickly. At the same time, Jiraiya's inner confession, ninjas live in a world where how you live is not important, but how you die is important. What embodies the value of a ninja is not what you do while alive, but what you do when you die. Looking back now, thinking about it, my life story is all a failure. There are always close calls, almost marrying Tsunade, almost retrieving Orochimaru, almost saving the teacher, almost seeing NARUTO becoming Hokage, almost surviving. Hey, what do you mean by almost surviving? Jiraiya jumped. What the hell? Why was he so close to Jiraiya? Almost married Tsunade? He really dared to say this, was he even close? Also, who can be the Hokage? Real or fake? However, was his original fate to be killed by pain? Now he knows that the 6 paths of pain were all transformed from corpses, projecting the abilities of the Rinnegan. Among them, the Deva path was transformed from Yahiko's corpse, and the one controlling pain behind the scenes was Nagato. It would be more accurate to say that his original destiny was not so much to be killed by pain, but to be killed by Nagato. Being killed by the disciple he taught, his life was really a failure. Also, almost saved the teacher? What does this mean? The menma on the light screen looked like a prank, maybe there was a little bit of truth in it. But this time, it feels like there are very few elements of spoofing. Therefore, it is a spoiler of the original fate path. A disciple kills his own teacher, this is a terrible world. The masked man sneered. Only the illusion that envelops the entire world can create lasting peace. Infinite monthly reading is the most feasible path to peace. The Eye of the Moon plan must succeed, but Resurrection Madara has another story. He turned to look at the Mizu Cage building. The fourth Mizu Cage was controlled by his illusion. Back then, Kirigakure sealed the three tails into Lin's body, and planned to release the three tails after Lin returned to Konoha, and use the power of the three tails to destroy Konoha. For the sake of the village, Lin chose to die. Kakashi wanted to protect Lin, but accidentally killed Lin. Even though he knew that it was Lin who bumped into Kakashi's rakery, Obito still hated Kakashi's incompetence. War, pain, this world is so bad. True peace is impossible to achieve, and it's also without Lin. But it is possible to create a peaceful world of illusions, a world with Lin. This is also his dream. He felt a little guilty for killing his teacher and his wife. However, if the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, in the peaceful world of illusion, everyone will be happy, and the teacher and his family will also be happy. So, it's all worth it. Originally, he also hated teacher Minato a little in his heart. The teacher was always a step too slow and failed to save him in time. This was okay, but why couldn't he save Lin? Why does the teacher known as Yellow Flash always have to be a step slower? After controlling the fourth Mizu Cage, he was able to harm the Kirigakure ninja village and avenge Lin. Seal Kirigakure, cut off contact with the outside world, and create a terrifying environment, known as the Blood Mist Village. He felt happy watching the Kirigakure ninja village struggling in pain. Even if Kirigakure is outplayed by him, it doesn't matter to him. However, the fourth Mizu Cage is a perfect Jinhyuriki. Although the three-tailed beast can almost be said to be the weakest tailed beast, it is still a tailed beast after all, and the amount of chakra cannot be underestimated. Therefore, it is necessary to strengthen it from time to time. The genjutsu on Mizukage's body prevented the fourth Mizu Cage from losing control. After exerting his divine power, his body entered a different space, and when he came out again, he was in the Mizu Cage building. However, he had just strengthened the seal on the fourth Mizu Cage. Zabuza, Inagaki Kisame, Terumi Mei, and a dozen Kiri ninja appeared. Uchiha Kenji, you killed the fourth Hokage and his wife, and you also used genjutsu to secretly control our Kirigakure Yandere. You deserve to die. Terumi Mei had an angry look on her face. Zabuza and others also had anger in their eyes. Obito was a little depressed, he was careless this time. The secret manipulation of the fourth Mizu Cage was exposed. Now that he has been exposed, he can only fight. The fourth Mizu Cage controlled by him took action against Zabuza and others. A big battle started inside the Mizu Cage building. In this battle, Obito was not without frustration. A lot of his information was leaked because of the light curtain. Information is very important to ninjas. To make matters worse, the fourth Mizu Cage also woke up. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Obito decided to get out of the way. Chapter 52 Kakashi? He's an ungrateful piece of shit. The Country of Water, Kirigakure Ninja Village. After a battle, the entire Mizu Cage building was severely damaged. The fourth Mizu Cage Goda Kibanayagura, who was controlled by the kaleidoscope illusion, regained consciousness. Thinking that Kirigakure was shrouded in terror because he was controlled by the masked man, Yagura chose to die to apologize. Terumi Mei serves as the fifth Mizu Cage. When Yagura was about to commit suicide, Mei Terumi and several others stopped him. Of course Yagura is responsible for Kirigakure being like this, but he can't be entirely blamed. The most disgusting thing is the masked man. I deserve to die, but if I don't kill the masked man, I'm really not willing to do it. Let's just say I'm dead to the outside world. I will act as an ANBU ninja from now on. From now on, the only meaning of my life is to kill the masked man. Yagura temporarily gave up his plan to commit suicide. After killing the masked man, he would commit suicide to apologize. Seeing Kirigakure now, Yagura felt extremely painful and blamed himself. As a shadow, it is also his incompetence that he can be controlled by illusions. Everyone in the village trusted him, but he made everyone suffer. It was he who failed everyone's expectations. In Konoha, Kakashi was walking on the street, but there were many people around him pointing at him and talking in low voices. The curious Kakashi used his shadow clone to confuse everyone around him, but his true body was lurking. No one noticed Kakashi's true identity. As the distance got closer, Kakashi could hear what everyone was talking about. He is Kakashi. Kakashi. The boy from the Hotaki family must have been a genius since he was a child. He has quite a reputation. He is still the Yandame's disciple. If you ask me, he's an ungrateful loser. Ungrateful? Trash? How do you say this? The Yandame was not bad to him, right? The Yandame and his wife died to protect the village, leaving an orphan. Kakashi doesn't know Naruto's identity? Did he take care of one or two before? It's impossible for the Sandame to be inaccurate. Let him take care of Naruto. If Kakashi secretly took care of Naruto before, the Sandame would not have stopped him. Yes. I think it's Kakashi's own problem. The fourth generation was really blind to accept him as his disciple. Although he is a genius, he is also an ungrateful waste. He is not as good as his father. Overhearing everyone's conversation, the laziness on Kakashi's face disappeared. The whole person was frozen in place. In the eyes of others, Kakashi is just an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. If Naruto's life experience was exposed early, many people would rush to take care of Naruto. And he, as a fourth-generation disciple, had never taken care of Naruto. I am really sorry for the teacher and my wife. In order to protect Naruto, the third generation concealed Naruto's life experience. Danzo, Mitomanen and Koharu all objected to his contact with Naruto. 40. But if he was under pressure, he could take care of Naruto, but he didn't. But it was the third generation who enlightened him. The Jinhyuriki are all in a miserable situation. Maybe Naruto's childhood was not happy, but weren't other Jinkyuriki miserable? Just say that Gaara from the Tsunagakure ninja village next door is the son of the fourth Kazekage, but because he became a one-tail Jinhyuriki, his childhood was even more miserable than Naruto's. Therefore, by concealing Naruto's life experience, Kakashi did not take special care of Naruto, which may not be a protection for Naruto. As for now, many people in the village do not understand. Kakashi didn't explain this either. Ninjas should bear the pain and move forward. He doesn't care what others think of him. But I couldn't help but care what Naruto would think. Of course, even if Naruto blamed him, he could understand. Kakashi, my lifelong enemy, let's have a youthful competition. Stand on your head and circle the village 100 times with one hand. A passionate voice came. Then, Metkai appeared in front of Kakashi's shadow clone. Metkai was seen dressed as usual, with a cap ahead, thick eyebrows and a resolute appearance. He was wearing green tights and a forehead protector on his waist. He called himself the proud blue beast of Konoha. Kai's ninjutsu is mediocre, and his genjutsu is not good either, but he is an expert in taijutsu. Kai didn't think much about it. He was watching the light screen while exercising, and happened to see Kakashi, so he rushed over and proposed a competition. The fake Obito and Umikan are active in the Hokage chat group. It feels amazing to be able to interact with some people in the Naruto world. In the eyes of others, everyone is a member of the group, but in fact, Mei-chien is the group leader. Of course, the group owner has some authority. For example, to upgrade the level of a chat group, only the group owner can do this. In addition, the group owner can kick group members out of the group, and can also bring new people into the group, provided that the group is not full. Now that the group is full, there is no way to recruit new people. Moreover, you can also learn the skills of group members. The group leader can learn the ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, blood inheritance limit, blood inheritance elimination, blood inheritance snare, etc. of the group members. You can also learn the skills of group members in seconds by consuming chakra emotional points. Nowadays, a ray of Mei Qian's spirit is in the Pure Land, and he is considered an undead soul. However, the Pure Land cannot actually trap him. He can leave completely, but once he leaves the Pure Land, he is just a mass of consciousness. As for the nickname in the chat group, the group leader can change it at will, whether it is undead or not. Now pretending to be Obito, he chose undead mode. When the live broadcast ends, this ray of my spirit can stay in the Naruto world, but according to the time here, 10 points of chakra emotional value will be deducted every day, but if I have a body, I only need to deduct 1 point of chakra emotion every day. The emotions are worth it, Mei Qian thought secretly. There is one dimension difference, and the time flow rate of the two worlds is quite different. The existence time of the light curtain is not entirely in proportion to the time of the two worlds. In reality, a live broadcast of Naruto world lasts only 10 seconds, but in Naruto world, the light curtain exists for a long time. Without live broadcast, a few hours in reality is only a few days here. The comparison of time between the two worlds is not complicated, but with the appearance of the light curtain, time becomes somewhat disordered. After all, it is understandable that the power of the three-dimensional world intervenes in the two-dimensional world, causing time to be disrupted. Although the live broadcast has not ended yet, Mei Qian has already thought about it, and his spirit will stay in the world of Naruto. In order to consume less chakra emotional value, he needs a body. It seems that there are many Baiju sleeping. You can consider choosing a Baiju to use, Mei Qian was thinking in his mind. Although Maikin's spirit is in the Hokage chat group, he can also peek into a part of the ninja world, and he focuses on Konoha. Konoha was a little messy. F4 is all over the place. Kakashi was also under pressure. Little Naruto's mood was complicated. As for whether the skunks will massacre the Uchiha clan next year, it's hard to say. But Obito needs the Sharingan, and so does Nabe Cage. If the Uchiha clan is immortal, how can we collect a large number of Sharingan eyes? Without a large amount of Sharingan, Izanaga can't use it casually. As for Nabe Cage, Hashirama cells were transplanted and he needed more Sharingan to suppress it. Chapter 53 Naruto, I forgive you. In the Naruto chat group, there are some who are diving and some who are active. Tomikan, pretending to be Obito, was peeking at Konoha. Uchiha Madara initiated a private chat with him again, but wanted to ask more questions, but he did not accept it. For now, I am too lazy to talk to Madara. Under Mei Qian's peak, Konoha was unobstructed. Naruto doesn't look like he's going to turn dark at all. This made Mei Qian a little disappointed. Naruto must have been Pua for a long time. In addition, Asura's chakra is probably also playing a role. Hashirama is the reincarnation of Asura chakra, and so is Naruto. Not to mention, the personalities of Naruto and Hashirama are indeed somewhat similar. It is obviously impossible to say that this has nothing to do with Asura chakra. Konoha. Wherever Naruto went there was a crowd of people surrounding him. As Naruto's life experience was exposed, many people in the village also reversed their views on him. If the Uzumaki Menma on the light screen hadn't scared many people in the village, more villagers would have shown kindness to Naruto. But even now, Naruto was so excited that tears came down his face. Ever since I had memories after I was born, I have always faced indifferent looks from others. Lonely, hated by everyone. You can't buy anything with money, but there are a lot of rotten vegetable leaves, rotten eggs, and pebbles. But he didn't understand why everyone hated him. Now, he understood that he was a Jinchuriki, and the terrifying nine-tailed demon fox was sealed in his body. Some people in the village did not understand what a Jinchuriki was, thinking that he was the incarnation of a demon fox, and even complained that the village's senior officials did not order his execution. There are people who hate him even though they know he is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto, I used to. I was really, in short, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I hope you can forgive me. An aunt who had been full of malice towards Naruto in the past apologized to Naruto with regret. Both her son and daughter-in-law died under the claws of the Nine Tails. Her daughter-in-law was still pregnant at the time, so she was full of hatred for the Nine Tails. She used to think that Naruto was the incarnation of a demon fox, so she was full of malice toward Naruto. But after seeing the light screen, the aunt also understood that Naruto was innocent. Naruto is the son of the fourth generation and the vessel that seals the Nine Tails. The Yandere is the hero of the village. Moreover, Kyuubi was sealed in Naruto's body and was full of hatred for Naruto. Kyuubi would only be happy if everyone bullied Naruto. As the aunt apologized to Naruto, one person after another apologized to Naruto. I forgive you, I forgive you. Naruto said. Today was Naruto's happiest day. He knew that his parents were heroes of the village, and some people in the village were friendly to him. This made Naruto so excited that he wanted to cry. In addition to civilians, there are also ninjas who appear in front of Naruto, such as Kakashi, Yui Kurane, and Iruka. Kakashi felt guilty for not taking good care of Naruto, and felt sorry for his teacher and his wife. Yui Kurane's father, Yui Himabi, was a jounin of Konoha. He stood up during the Nine Tails Rebellion and unfortunately died. As for Iruka, his parents were also killed in the Nine Tails Rebellion. The masked man manipulated the Nine Tails to cause destruction in Konoha, but caused many tragedies. Mito and Kushina are both Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and they are both complete Nine Tails. Their situation is much better than Naruto's. Although Naruto is also a nine-tailed Jinchuriki, he only has half of the Nine Tails chakra in his body. Because of the Nine Tails Rebellion, too many people in the village gnashed their teeth in hatred of the demon fox. As the rumor spread that Naruto was the incarnation of the demon fox, everyone began to express their disapproval. Of course Naruto had a bad attitude. If the third generation hadn't asked Anbu to protect Naruto and limit the rumors in the village, Naruto would have been beaten to death by the angry villagers. In the eyes of the ignorant villagers, Naruto is the incarnation of the demon fox, the son of the demon fox, and a monster. In short, he deserves to die. The Sandame didn't kill Naruto. It was so kind. Today, many people feel ashamed. In the past, it was totally wrong. Even after getting Naruto's forgiveness, many people still wanted to compensate Naruto. F4 gathered quietly. Danzo looked at the third generation, Hiruzen. Uzumaki. Naruto has another name. He chose it himself, let's call him Namikaze Menma. The third generation was expressionless, but his heart was not at peace. The Menma that appeared on the light screen could not be removed from the mind of the third generation. Otherwise, let's hand Naruto over to Danzo. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki must be under control. If he loses control, the consequences will be disastrous. Mito Katoen supported handing Naruto over to Danzo this time. Mito Katanen, one of Konoha's top 3 consultants, F4's number 3, is Konoha Totosho, and it is said that he also has cage-level strength. Xiao Chun, who went to bed, had the same view. Danzo raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This time, Yan and Koharu were on his side, so it was time for Hiruzen to compromise. The nine-tailed beast is the strongest tailed beast. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki has great potential. This is a terrifying force. If Danzo controls this power, it will be easier to become Hokage, and he will be able to deal with other ninja villages in the future. I also have a big support. I promised the Minato couple that they would take good care of Naruto. Now that Naruto's life experience has been exposed, Naruto will move to the Sarutobi clan after a while. The third generation said calmly. This was not a discussion, but a decision. Decide. Yan and Xiao Chun both frowned. Danzo's smile stiffened. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo almost roared, showing his anger. That's enough, Azang, I am the Hokage. Sandai put down his pipe and said coldly. With a sullen face, Danzo turned and left. And Yan and Xiao Chun looked at each other, both feeling helpless. The bond between Hiruzen and Danzo has never changed. Now that Hiruzen has made his decision, Azang can't change it, and neither Koharu nor him can change it. Looking at Danzo's back angrily leaving, the third generation looked deeply. Having been friends for decades, would he not be aware of Danzo's little thoughts? If the nine-tailed Jinhyuriki is really handed over to Danzo, I don't know what Danzo will do. It is possible to assassinate him, the strongest Hokage, again. He was also dissatisfied with Danzo. He was already very indulgent towards Danzo. 41. After Minato died, Danzo sent someone to assassinate him, but he didn't pursue it when he returned to Konoha. Was he weak and could be bullied? He is a tough guy. As a result, Danzo actually felt that he was weak. What made him most angry was that Danzo was now unwilling to take the blame for him. Guoying is incompetent. Danzo who can't take the blame for him is not a good Danzo. I hope Danzo can reflect on this. The Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, the Abarame clan, many ninja clans in Konoha have their own ideas. Some ninjas are considering changing to Hokage. It's time for the village to have a fifth Hokage. Tsunade or Jiraiya would be good as the fifth Hokage. Of course, it's not easy to reveal it directly, it needs to be done secretly. The prestige of the third generation has plummeted, and the number of people supporting him in the village has also decreased. The Uchiha clan, which has been suppressed, is preparing to launch a coup. The Hyuga clan, Hichizu, thought of his younger brother Hyuga Hisashi, and was also dissatisfied with the village's higher UPS. Uchiha and Hinata are still two of the most powerful families in Konoha. Although together they cannot influence the Hokage, their influence is not small. Chapter 54, Clap your hands and shout whatever you want. In the 13th year of Konoha, Tsunade was still a cub and liked to cling to her grandfather. Hashirama also doted on little Tsunade and taught her to gamble. However, Tsunade's gambling luck was comparable to his. As Tsunade began to refine chakra and learn ninjutsu. Hashirama, Tsunade-chan, is it so difficult to learn ninjutsu? Seeing his granddaughter struggling to learn a ninjutsu, Hashirama scratched his head, a little confused. Tsunade pestered Hashirama to teach her. After all, Hashirama is the first Hokage and the god of ninja. In Tsunade's opinion, he is the most powerful ninja, unrivaled. So, as long as he teaches her, she will definitely become a powerful female ninja easily. However, Tsunade thought well, but the reality was a little different from what she thought. Hashirama was very happy to teach Tsunade ninjutsu. Look at it! Hashirama clapped his hands, and an A-level ninjutsu was released. Then, he clapped his hands again, and another ninjutsu was released, but this time there was only a B-level ninjutsu. To put it simply, Hashirama just clapped his hands and shouted whatever he wanted. Hashirama, Tsunade-chan, have you learned it? Tsunade, I'm a waste of time. Everyone who paid attention to the light screen had their eyes widened. When Hashirama appeared on the light curtain, everyone paid close attention. But seeing Hashirama teaching Tsunade ninjutsu made people speechless. The activation of ninjutsu requires sealing, right? The god of ninja activates ninjutsu by clapping his hands? That's okay, otherwise why would he be called the god of ninja? Mortals need to form seals, but gods certainly don't need it. As for Tsunade, there is a ninja god who can't even teach her step by step. This child is not very smart at first glance. The problem is definitely not with the god of ninja anyway. The god of ninja teaches ninjutsu step by step. What kind of opportunity is this? Can't learn? Then you should look for the reasons more from yourself. In the Pure Land, Hashirama, the undead, was active in the Hokage chat group and paying attention to the live broadcast on the light screen. At this time, he was scratching his head in embarrassment. When Tsunade was a child, he taught her how to practice ninjutsu, but was this what the light screen said? Probably, maybe not. Short Book Street. At this time, Tsunade's face turned dark. Light curtain, you are enough. Shizune on the side looked at Tsunade strangely. In addition, the image of the first Hokage in Shizune's mind has also changed. It turns out that there are two kinds of ninjas, one is the first generation ninja, and the other is the ordinary ninja. The former only needs to clap his hands to activate ninjutsu. Don't blame her for Tsunade-sama's failure. It would be the same as anyone else, not even as good as Tsunade-sama. No wonder the first generation didn't have any disciples. Shizune muttered in her heart. For a superstandard existence like the first generation master, most people would only become useless as his disciples. To compare, the second generation Hokage brought out several disciples, so is this the difference between the first generation and the second generation? Konoha. At this moment, too many people in the village looked adoring. As expected of the first generation. The man who is called the god of ninja is well deserved and worthy of his name. Compared to the third generation, the first generation is the strongest Hokage. It turns out that Tsunade-sama received guidance from the first generation when she was a child, but she couldn't learn it. The first generation is Tsunade-sama's grandfather. It is normal for him to give guidance to Tsunade-sama in her cultivation. It's not that Tsunade-sama is stupid, it's really. So that's the problem with the first generation, right? No, how can that be possible? There were a lot of discussions in the village. The power of the first Hokage is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The Kyuubi is the strongest tailed beast, more powerful than the other 8-tailed beasts combined, but the first Hokage said that the Kyuubi can use 999 hands. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunin of Konoha, Konoha's medical ninja system was almost built by Tsunade. She has both strength and beauty, as well as wisdom. However, she is such a being. The first Hokage taught her, but she could not learn. Meeting. It is not a question of whether the first Hokage should accept a disciple or not, but what kind of genius is qualified to become a disciple of the first generation. Fugaku, who was at the Konoha police department, thought of Uchiha Madara. That gentleman doesn't seem to have any disciples. No wonder Madara is as famous as the original. Although Madara was defeated in the battle at the Valley of the End, Hashirama's victory was not easy. Moreover, not long after the battle in the Valley of the End, the first generation died. Maybe it was the bond. After killing his best friend with his own hands, the first generation felt hopeless. So, is this the existence of supernormality? As for him, the current leader of the Uchiha clan, although he accidentally opened the Manjiki Sharingan during the Third Ninja War and also possesses the legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan, he is self-aware and can compare with Hashirama on the light screen. He is far behind. Even Menma and Pain who appeared on the light screen were stronger than him. Having a kaleidoscope doesn't mean you're invincible. However, the 3 Megatama Sharingan is at least a Jonin, while the Manjikyu is a cage-level strength. If he were to fight against the Sandame, he wouldn't have much confidence in winning, but against Danzo, Mitokado or Koharu, he would have a lot of confidence in winning. When Shisui was alive, the clan had 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. If they had launched a coup unexpectedly and controlled the Kyuubi, the chances of success would have been over 30%. As for now, if Uchiha launches a coup, not only will the clan be destroyed, but Uchiha's name will not be preserved, Konoha will also suffer huge losses, and war will probably ensue. For the sake of the overall situation, one clan must not launch a coup. If the situation gets completely out of control, before the hardliners take action, they can only. In the Naruto chat group. Madara, Hasalama, you are still the same idiot as always. With your granddaughter's qualifications, if you don't teach her how to form seals, what ninjutsu can she learn? Learn shit. Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, show some respect to my Nissan. Hashirama, you must remember that there are some people in this world who cannot reason with you. There is a name for such people, and that is genius. Tobirama. Is there a problem? Completely fine. Superstandard beings like Hashirama and Madara are the real geniuses. As for Kakashi and others, although they are also called geniuses, they are all pseudo-geniuses, and they can only be seen in Hashirama's eyes. Obito at Uchiha Madara, the king of dance, don't you want to say a few more words? Madara, Obito, what did you call me? Let me reorganize the language and think about it before speaking. Obito, Madara reached out and grabbed a ninja by the neck. Do you want to dance too? JPG. Ban, how can it be repaired? The masked man who had not yet left the Kingdom of Water was thinking deeply. Did Madara mistake the impostor for him? Madara shouldn't be easily deceived. Is there another me? But how is that possible? The masked man looked at the members of the Hokage chat group. Some of them were undead, so he didn't mention them. As for the living ones, he considered using genjutsu to control one so as to communicate with Madara. He had to figure out the fake guy who was teasing Lin in the chat group. Now the question is which one to control. How about Konoha's Metkai? Chapter 55 Hashirama, can that Kyuubi thing kill people? In the Hokage chat group, except for Umikan who pretended to be Obito, everyone else was a member. The 99 group members are divided into two types, one is living creatures and the other is undead. It is not limited to humans, but also aliens can join the group, such as the immortals from the three holy places. The live broadcast of the Light Curtain continues, but the group is always very lively. Just like Senju Tobirama kept asking Metkai about the situation in Konoha. Even though Hashirama said that the dead should rest in peace and should not interfere with the living world, he could not let go of Konoha. Except for Metkai, there are still some surviving Konoha ninjas in the group. As the group leader, Meichien also knew that many group members were chatting privately. At this time, Senju Tobirama in the Pure Land must have a dark face. Tobirama had high hopes for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be the third Hokage, but now it seems that he is disappointed. The picture on the light screen changed again. Pure Land, in the belly of the god of death, 3 Hokages gathered together, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Hashirama looked at Minato in surprise. Minato's cloak had 5 eye-catching characters written on it, 4th Hokage. The 4th generation of Konoha. Hashirama was very happy, but he didn't expect to meet him in the stomach of the god of death, which made him doubtful. 42. Hashirama, Yandame, how did you die? Minato, seal the Kyuubi to death. Upon hearing Minato's words, Hashirama's face was filled with surprise. Can that thing that seals the 9 tails still kill people? Watergate. Not only was Minato on the light screen silent, but those who were looking at the light screen didn't know what to say either. Listen, is this human talk? The 9 tails is the strongest tailed beast after all, why don't you lose face? The 9 llamas sealed in Naruto's body were already cursing. No, Yinjue, who was also in the stomach of the god of death, couldn't help but curse. Minato couldn't even care about Shuoken anymore, his face was full of helplessness. Ju Lama still has a big temper. During the 9 Tails rebellion a few years ago, the masked man used the kaleidoscope eye technique to control the 9 Tails, and used the power of the 9 Tails to cause considerable damage to Konoha. In order to protect the village, Minato stepped forward and unfortunately died in the end, but before he died, he used the ghoul seal to seal the Kyuubi, and then used the 4-symbol seal to seal the Yang Kyuubi into Naruto's body. The complete Nine Tails has yin and yang attributes. The one in Naruto only has yang attributes, but Minato has yin attributes. Although their attributes are opposite, the tempers of the two Kyuubi are still different. Minato smiled bitterly. Sure enough, he was far behind the first generation. The original Kyuubi could be easily crushed by 999 hands, but he risked his life to seal the Kyuubi. Kyuubi has a lot of resentment towards the first Hokage. The curse became more and more unpleasant, and Minato couldn't help but frown. However, Kyuubi has a bad temper and he can't control it. The souls of the 3 Hokages are playing poker in the stomach of the god of death. Serious poker, Minato shuffled the cards, and then the 3 of them divided the cards. Hashirama had good luck, and the big and small kings brought 4 twos. Hashirama, call the landlord. Minato, rob the landowner. 3rd generation, don't grab it. In the end, it was Minato who snatched the landowner. Minato came first with a combo, but Sandai didn't want it, and Hashirama just exploded with 4 twos. Minato, I'm sorry. 3 with 1, 3 with 2, consecutive pairs, planes. Hashirama only had 4 cards left in his hand. He directly threw down the big and small kings, followed by an ace, and only a small 3 was left. This is sure, Minato didn't have any bombs in his hand. However, the 3rd generation kept a small bomb. Thinking to win more, the 3rd generation threw the small bomb without hesitation, and then threw a 3 to Hashirama. Hashirama gritted his teeth. No. 3rd generation? You don't want little 3? Played off? Minato lamented that it was thrilling and he almost lost. Fortunately, the 1st generation had pig teammates. There is also a card ninja world, but the playing cards that appear on the light screen are still different. And watching the 3 Hokages playing poker on the light screen, it was easy to understand the rules. For a time, many people in the ninja world became interested in the playing cards on the light screen. Tsunade's eyes lit up. She was very interested in the playing cards on the screen. With a wave of her hand, Tsunade gave Shizune time to get a deck of playing cards like the ones on the light screen, and she wanted to play a few games. At the same time, Hashirama in Pure Land also became interested in the playing cards on the light screen. The light curtain continued, and the 3 Hokages were happily playing cards in the stomach of the god of death. Comparing Hashirama's gambling luck with Tsunade's, whether he was a landowner or not, he couldn't win. Yinjue couldn't stand it any longer and wanted Hashirama to get out of the way so that he could play with it. However, seeing the 998 hands behind Hashirama, and the fact that Hashirama was shuffling the cards with both hands, it was really 1,000 hands, and it followed his heart. Seeing that Hashirama was not easy to bully, Kyuubi turned to look at Sandai and Minato. Kyuubi, pick the soft persimmon and pinch it. Then, he saw the 9 tails sweeping towards the 3rd generation. The 3rd generation was shocked. He just barely resisted the 9 tails, and the 9 tails sat on his face. 3rd generation? Isn't this too much? Is he reluctant to be old? How will everyone in the village view him in the future? What will people outside the village think? His reputation in the ninja world. There is no guarantee for the evening festival. For a moment, Kakashi's dogs shook their heads at the mention of the 3rd generation. Everyone can see the ill will of the light curtain towards the 3rd generation. Many people who admired the 3rd generation were angry, but there was nothing they could do about the light screen. There are also many people who have a bad impression of the 3rd generation. Fewer people recognize the 3rd generation. Somewhere in the village, Mito Kadini and Koharu, who had been transferred to the dormitory, were walking side by side. Hiruzen's prestige has plummeted, and he may no longer be able to hold the position of Hokage. Maybe it's time to consider the issue of the 5th Hokage. Danzo wants to be Hokage, but after all, few people in the village agree with Danzo. Also, Danzo is a little too extreme. Hiruzen has a soft character, he is generous and takes good care of his old friends. But if Danzo becomes Hokage, he will inevitably have all the power, which is not a good thing. Moreover, Danzo has a dark personality and his current reputation is not very good. I think Jiraiya is the most suitable to be the 5th Hokage. Koharu whispered as he went to bed. Although Tsunade is not bad, she is too straightforward. In addition, although Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first generation and was named the Princess of Konoha by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, with a distinguished status, she suffers from hemophobia and is not suitable to be Hokage. After much deliberation, with regard to strength, identity, and character, Jiraiya is the most suitable person to be Hokage. Mito Manabu also nodded. However, the key to this matter was for Hiruzen to nod. Danzo's opinion cannot be said to be completely unimportant, but it is not the key. After all, Hiruzen is the Hokage. After discussing it, all that's left is to find a time to have a good talk with Hiruzen. Hiruzen was already quite old, and it was time to retire and enjoy some happiness. Wouldn't it be nice to retire early so that Hiruzen can still take care of his grandson? As for Hiruzen's style, it is impossible to restore it to what it was before the light screen first appeared. The top priority is to stabilize the overall situation of Konoha. There are already undercurrents in the ninja world. With the appearance of the light curtain, the situation is very unclear. The village cannot be in chaos. After another moment, the light curtain in midair suddenly disappeared. After waiting for a while, the light curtain did not appear again. And as the light curtain disappeared, of course the Hokage chat group also disappeared. Chapter 56 Baiju Away. Somewhere in the ninja world, in a huge space deep underground, there are densely packed white zetsus sleeping, tens of thousands of them at a glance. This underground space is also protected by multiple layers of barriers, so it would not be easy for Obito's divine power to sneak into it. A ray of Meichien's spirit sneaked into this space. Baiju is a special kind of life form. As far as he knew, white zetsu and black zetsu were one and the same. In addition, white zetsu was divided into two types. One was the human who was possessed by the infinite Tsukuyomi in ancient times, and the other was cultivated by Madara using Hashirama cells. Of course, no matter what kind of white zetsu it has something to do with the sacred tree. The white zetsu that Madara cultivated with Hashirama's cells is an Uzumaki-faced guy who likes to study poop. As for these sleeping white zetsu, they are all humans who were possessed by the infinite Tsukuyomi in ancient times. Uchiji thought to himself. I randomly selected a baiju that sold relatively well and started to fight for it. Surprisingly smooth. On the one hand, Baizetsu is in a deep sleep. On the other hand, there is the powerful spirit of Meichien. After all, not to mention white zetsu, even if they are as powerful as the Otsutsuki clan, they are only creatures in the two-dimensional world, while Omakin is a human in the three-dimensional world. Even if it is just a ray of spirit, it is no small matter to seize the body for dimensionality reduction. When the spirit of Meichien entered the body of a baiju, the body seizing process was completed in just an instant. A certain baiju who was sleeping suddenly opened his eyes. Uzumaki White Zetsu's name is Fei, and my White Zetsu will be called Away. Uzumaki, no, it should be White Zetsu Away, muttered to himself. Although the level of this baiju is not as good as that of baiju's main body, with a ray of high-dimensional spirit integrated into it, it cannot be restrained by baiju's main body. If it is shielded, it will be impossible for baiju's body to sense him. The next step is to become familiar with the ninjutsu you currently master. Needless to say, there is no need to say much about Baizetsu's abilities. In the Naruto chat group, I checked the skills of many members and learned a little bit. As for what to do next, let's have some fun for ourselves. The long-term goal is to make the ninja world his shape. Dominating the entire ninja world will help him maximize the emotional value of chakra. A few minutes later, Away used the mayfly technique. Passed through the multi-layered barrier and left this underground space. Although it was the first time to use the mayfly technique, there were no mistakes. In just a few minutes, I just became familiar with the current ability, but it will take some time to use it perfectly. What's wrong? Black asked in confusion. Baiju's main body frowned. It seems that there is something wrong with the sleeping Baiju. Baiju's body is not sure. Just now, Baiju's body had an inexplicable feeling. Black Ju thought about it for a moment and decided to rush to the underground space where Ten White Ju was sleeping. The Ten Baiju is an important part of the plan and cannot be missed. But even if we rush there with all our strength, it will still take at least half an hour. When I came to the earth, I looked around and saw that there were dense trees and leafy branches all around, and the ground was full of green grass. 43. Breathing the fresh air, Awei's mood improved a lot. Baiju's perception is really strong. Even if chakra appears 10 kilometers away, he can sense it. The general Baizetsu has weak combat effectiveness and can only be used for reconnaissance. However, Baiju Fei, who was cultured in Hashirama's cells, is extremely powerful in combat. Now, Baiju Awei is added. With Baizetsu's special physique and array of high-dimensional spirit for the ninja world, the effect is quite astonishing. Chakra is a combination of mental and physical energy. But in fact, the chakra of all ninjas in this world comes from the sacred tree. The sacred tree was planted by the Otsutsuki clan in ancient times. Ordinary white Zetsu's chakra is relatively limited. However, due to the integration of array of high-dimensional spirit, chakra began to soar. Now, Awei feels that the chakra in his body is getting stronger and stronger. As for Senjutsu chakra, although it is known that it is a combination of spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy, there are considerable risks in practicing it. Besides, there is no method to practice immortality in the three holy places. Black and White Zetsu came to the underground space. Seeing that the densely packed Baizetsu were all sleeping, Baizetsu's body found that one Baizetsu was missing. One is missing. Heiju was also surprised. There are only two possibilities, one is that someone sneaked in and stole a Baizetsu, and the other is that a certain Baizetsu woke up from his sleep and left. But with ordinary Baizetsu's ability, he wouldn't be able to leave in a short time. Therefore, it can be ruled out that a certain white Zetsu woke up and left, then someone must have sneaked in secretly and stole a white Zetsu. Who could it be? Heiju wondered. This underground space is not easy to access, and there are many layers of barriers. It is not easy to sneak in without destroying the barriers. Could it be Obito? Baiju asked. It's possible. After careful analysis, Heizetsu felt that Obito was the most suspicious. But what is Obito's purpose in doing this? An ordinary white Zetsu disappears, this is a small matter. But behind this matter is definitely not simple. Heiju has been having a big problem recently. He has been planning for thousands of years and has everything under control, but he did not expect that the light curtain would appear. Because of the light curtain, his plan also changed. Madara, as well as Obito, were more or less affected by the light curtain. Who knows how many more times the light curtain will appear in the future? Even if the light curtain no longer appears, the few times it has appeared have stirred up the turmoil in the ninja world and changed the minds of Madara and Obito. If this continues, will his good plan still succeed? But whether the plan is advanced or changed, it will affect the whole body. Therefore, there is a big nod. Perhaps, you can use light curtains. Acting in the name of light curtain may have unexpected effects. But since it is very likely that Obituo is here to take away a white Zetsu, we need to ask Obituo for details. Oh, will Bito discover some secrets we have hidden? Baiju asked again. There are many secrets about white Zetsu, and only a small part of what black Zetsu revealed to Obito. Impossible. Black Zetsu sneered. Madara was deceived by him. How could that idiot Obito find out? Uchiha's brains are all abnormal, but they can be exploited by him. Everything is to save my mother. After walking out of the forest, Wei saw farmland, rivers, and a small village in the distance. The way he looks now will probably scare people. After thinking for a while, he used a disguise technique. If you collect 99 types of chakra in the Naruto chat group, you can change it into 99 types. Baizetsu's disguise technique is different from ordinary transformation techniques. By absorbing other people's chakra, it changes into the same chakra as it is. Even the most familiar people or perceptive ninjas cannot recognize it. Like Madara, Hashirama, and Tobirama, they are all undead in the Pure Land, but their chakra can also be collected in the Hokage chat group. Therefore, if Wei pretends to be Hashirama now, Tsunade will only call him Grandpa when she sees him. Chapter 57 Tuzi, Wait for Me. A small incident happened in the Kingdom of Water, and the Kirigakure ninja village changed to a Mizu Cage. The era of the 4th Mizu Cage has ended, and the new 5th Mizu Cage is Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei is good at using water release ninjutsu, and has 2 blood succession limits, namely melting release and boiling release. He became a Mizu Cage when he was less than 20 years old. After all, he was still too young. In terms of strength, Terumi Mei is still not as good as Yagura. Although the blood mist policy was over, Kirigakure was also severely damaged. Therefore, whether it is the strength of the Mizu Cage or the overall strength of the Kirigakure ninja village, it can be said that it is at the bottom of the 5 major ninja villages. The culprit behind all this is the masked man. Therefore, Kirigakure knew that Yagura was controlled by the masked man using genjutsu, and everyone hated him with gnashing teeth. Of course he hated the masked man the most, but he also hated Yagura's incompetence. As the shadow of a village, he was manipulated by others. What is this if not incompetence? But it was not honorable after all, so it didn't spread and only a few people knew about it. Inside the Mizu Cage building, a meeting was taking place. Convene a 5-cage conference. Master Yuan looked at Terumi Mei. Genshi is the elder of Kirigakure and has the same power and status as Mizu Cage. He will be consulted on important matters in the village. All the Kirigakure Jainin also looked at Terumi Mei. The masked man controlled the Kyuubi to attack Konoha many years ago, and has secretly controlled our 4th generation of Kirigakure for many years. If we let it go, we don't know what else will happen. We must combine the power of the 5 major ninja villages to destroy the masked man. Terumi Mei crossing his hands in front of him, he said calmly. Master Yuan also looked solemn. It does. The masked man alone deserves to be damned for putting Kirigakure in so much pain. But with Kirigakure's current strength, it would be difficult to deal with the masked man. It would be a wise move for the 5 major ninja villages to join forces. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Genshi supported Terumi Mei's proposal. All the Jounin also expressed their support. Then, the next step is to facilitate the 5 Shadows Conference. As for the location of the meeting, it was chosen to be in the Kingdom of Iron. It also requires Mifune from the Iron Country to come forward. In this world of ninjas, the Kingdom of Iron retains the tradition of samurai, and Mifune is a general of the Kingdom of Iron. He is known as the legendary Iai Slayer Master. He fought against Hanzo during the Second Ninja War, although he was defeated. But Hanzo also recognized him and gave him the antidote, otherwise he would have died from the poison of Sanshou fish. At this moment, Kirigakure also started to get busy. Terumi Mei took a guard and rushed to the Iron Country. There are also Kirigakure heading to Konoha, Tsunagakure, Iwagakure and Kumagakure. In a relatively depressed town in the Land of Fire, Obito walked out of the Kamui space. He planned to rest in this town before heading to Konoha. He planned to sneak into Konoha and use kaleidoscope illusion to control Metkai. Metkai joined the Hokage chat group. After controlling Kai, when the light curtain appears again, we can communicate with Madara through Kai and figure out the fake. However, not long after Obito appeared in this town, Wei in the izakaya noticed it. Tsuki, wait for me. Away came out of the izakaya and stretched out his hand to stop Obito in an Urkin style. Now that you have encountered it, there is no need to avoid it. Obito turned his head and saw Kai. Metkai. Away ran and jumped and was in front of Obito in a blink of an eye. But Obito narrowed his eyes. What did you call him just now? Soil? But if you feel it carefully, this is Kai. White Zetsu. Obito suddenly became wise and thought of Zetsu's disguise technique. Away, am a Baiju. Away changed back to his white Ju form. Obito looked at Wei carefully. It's not the real white Zetsu, nor is it a Fei, it's just an ordinary white Zetsu. But it doesn't look like ordinary. Tuzi, where are you going? I happen to be bored too, maybe I can help. Away's face was full of smiles, very sunny. Since he wants to dominate the entire ninja world, it is necessary to use Obito. As White Zetsu, it was easy to get close to Obito and gain a little trust from Obito. And it wouldn't be too difficult to fool Obito, right? When Obito was a child, he was a Kenji, but now, he is a Kenzo. Madara can fool Obito, Black Zetsu can fool Madara, why can't he, Wei, also fool Obito? I'm Uchiha Madara. If you call me anything else, I'll kill you. Obito warned. Soil? What the hell is this name? Okay, Tuzi. Away. Suddenly, Obito released a murderous aura. Feeling Obito's murderous intent, Away also shivered, hiss, it's a bit cold. However, Away is not afraid either. The worst that can happen is to abandon your current body. There are so many sleeping ordinary Baizetsu, let's change them. 44. In fact, Away wanted to compete with Tuzi to understand his current strength. You want to die? Obito's tone became cold. I bet you can't kill me. Away smiled playfully. To Obito, this was provoking him. Since this Baiju named Away is seeking death, let him be granted his wish. In just 2 seconds, Tuzi made 6 seals, pressing Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Away clapped his hands together and performed the powerful fireball technique. Nanny. Tuzi was also surprised. The 2 fireballs faced each other, but they were evenly matched. It seems that my current chakra level is not lower than that of Tuzi. Away thought to himself. Away's chakra is still increasing continuously. After a while, it won't be a problem if the amount of chakra exceeds Obito. Boom! The 2 fireballs collided and exploded, causing considerable damage to the surrounding buildings. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The ordinary people around were scared away. Jumping up, Tsuchiko threw a few kunai with his left hand and threw out the chain with his right hand. The Uchiha clan's kunai throwing technique is also considered excellent, but Soko's kunai throwing technique is not very good. It is much worse than the exquisite kunai throwing of 1 against 7. Would release Mu Liubi. Away clapped his hands together again. A wooden wall appeared in front of Away, blocking several of Tuzi's kunai. Tuzi? I only know that there is an earth flow wall, so how come there is a wood flow wall? What's even more unpleasant is that there is a big funny sign on the wooden wall, which is probably mocking him. How's it going? Isn't it a very good flow wall? This is my newly developed ninjutsu. Next, I plan to develop a water flow wall, a fire flow wall and a wind flow wall, and then combine them into a super flow wall. Away smiled while hiding behind the wooden wall. He said. Boring. Tuzi curled his lips. The chakra properties are different, and the effects of ninjutsu are also different. There is a big difference between the wood flow wall and the earth flow wall. But I have to admit that this wooden flow wall still has merits. Tuzi's chain went around the wooden wall and was about to wrap around Away. Away quickly blended into the ground with a mayfly technique. Almost instantly, Away appeared behind Tuzi. When Away wanted to give Tuzi a heartache, Tuzi's body became weak. Shinwei is really a bug, no wonder it is restricted from the beginning to the end. If you start with 2 divine powers, then you won't be limited to 2 divine powers after you reach the 6 realms. What a nonsense! Chapter 58, Stop pretending, let's show off, I am also Madara's backup man. The Sharingan can be said to be the eye that reflects the soul. The lowest level is the first Megatama Sharingan, followed by the second Megatama and the third Megatama, and above the 3 Megatama is the Manjaki Sharingan. Once the kaleidoscope is turned on, not only the power of the eyes is greatly enhanced, but also special abilities, which are related to the owner's mind. For example, Itaka's kaleidoscope abilities are Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu respectively. Shisui is a different god and is known as the most powerful genjutsu. Fugaku's kaleidoscope ability seems to predict the future. As for Obito, it's Kamui. Kamui is a unique pupil technique unique to Obito's Manjikyu. It is very powerful. It can be said to be an advanced time and space ninjutsu. Its ability is essentially to transfer any object back and forth between real space and alien space. At this time, Obito's body was switching between reality, and his position was also changing. When attacked, Obito becomes insubstantial, but when he launches the attack, he turns into a physical entity. This is just a single divine power. If Obito takes back the Sharingan on Kakashi, he will be much stronger than he is now with the twin powers. Regarding Kamui, Aoi knew more than Obito. According to the evaluation of the Book of Formation, this is an eye in the divine realm that transcends cause and effect and the horizon. The Book of Masters commented that the power of the left eye is a different dimension in the field of vision, an extremely confusing space pupil technique. The twin divine powers can even open passages to several other spaces from Kaguya Otsutsuki's home space in a short period of time. The dual divine power can also play a huge role in dealing with tailed beast jade or seeking jade. Although the Manjaki Sharingan is powerful, it also consumes a lot of pupil power. If it is used too frequently, it will cause blindness. Only by upgrading to the Eternal Manjaki can it be used frequently. But the Eternal Kaleidoscope requires the fusion of 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes, and it requires close relatives, such as brothers, sisters, father, and son. For example, Itaki opened the kaleidoscope and had Shisui's kaleidoscope in his hand. But even if both of Shisui's kaleidoscopes were in Itaka's hands, Itaka couldn't fuse his own kaleidoscope with Shisui's because he and Shisui, although Shui belongs to the same clan, he is not considered a close relative. But if Fugaku gave Itaka the kaleidoscope, it would be possible to fuse the 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes. As for Obito being able to frequently use the kaleidoscope, this is related to the presence of Hashirama cells in his body. I have to say, Hashirama cells are really a good thing. Because of the Hashirama cells in his body, Obito not only frequently uses the kaleidoscope to avoid blindness, but he can also use some wood escape ninjutsu. In terms of chakra content, Aoi is not weaker than Obito now. However, in terms of combat experience, Aoi is far behind. After all, Obito has experienced too many battles, big and small. He has been on the battlefield, killed Jonin, and fought head-on with Yellow Flash. Fortunately, I downloaded the combat experience of 99 members of the Hokage chat group, and through the actual battle with Obito, I quickly understood it. This white Zetsu. Obito was secretly surprised. This Baiju is even more powerful than Afei. When they first fought, I found that Aoi lacked combat experience, but in just a short period of time, he had grown a lot. In addition, this Aoi seemed to know him very well. Weird. Obito thought. The fight had been going on for a few minutes, but Obito hadn't used all his strength and still had a lot of reservations. With his hollow ability, Obito is invincible. Kunao throwing, fire escape ninjutsu, shuriken, chains. Suddenly someone came close, and a long wooden thorn appeared on Obito's hand, but it was a cutting technique. The cutting technique is one of the wood release ninjutsu. Once activated, long wooden thorns will grow on the arms of the user. When they penetrate into the enemy's body, they will continue to branch and grow, piercing the enemy's body from the inside. It is quite cruel. Obito's attack was as fast as lightning, but Away still managed to avoid it. Tuzi, let's stop fighting. As soon as he pulled away, Away quickly stopped. Because Obito was wearing a mask, we couldn't see his expression, but there was hostility in his eyes. Okay, I'll stop pretending and tell you straight up. I'm also Madara's backup. Wei shrugged and said to Obito with a grin. Upon hearing Away's words, Obito's pupils shrank. Madara's backup plan? As far as Obito knew, Black Zetsu was Madara's will. As for Nagato, he is just a pathetic pawn. Madara's samsara eye was only temporarily placed on Nagato. The Rinnegan that does not belong to Nagato, Nagato simply cannot exert the full power of the Rinnegan. ABI is very special, he is a white Zetsu cultured by Madara using Hashirama cells. But this Away turned out to be Madara's hidden backhand? Obito felt uneasy. Then why did you appear in front of me? Obito asked doubtfully. I didn't notice this Away at all before, and it's really not right that he suddenly appears. Madara-sama arranged for me to hide in the dark just for the sake of protection. Once there are variables in the plan, I will appear. From the first time the light curtain appeared, the plan actually had variables. Now, the variables have become more and more serious. Come on, Away's face also became serious. After hearing Away's words, Obito already believed most of them. It should be said that Uchiha Madara is really cunning. If not for the appearance of the light curtain, this Away would still be hiding in the dark. You know, Obito also has a lot of thoughts. Madara is really thoughtful. Obito sneered. It's also just in case. I believe you can understand, Tuzi. All this is to ensure the success of the plan. Away regained his smile. Don't call me Tuzi anymore. Obito's tone became even colder. Okay, Tuesday. Xianji. Away also changed his name to Obito. Don't call me Kenji either. Obito gritted his teeth. Don't worry about these details. Let's discuss our next actions. This is not the place to talk. Away looked around. A battle caused some damage to the town and frightened some people. As for compensation, if Obito is willing, let him come up with the money. Using the mayfly technique, Away headed out of the town. Several miles out of town. In a forest, as soon as Away emerged from the ground, Obito was sitting on a tree not far away. Next, you sneak into Konoha, take away the Nine Tails Jinhyuriki, and then join the Akatsuki organization. Obito said solemnly. Good guy. Away was stunned when he heard this. Go to Konoha to kidnap the Nine-tailed Jinhyuriki? Is it such a big deal? As for joining the Xia organization, Away has no objection. Because of the light curtain, Nagato may no longer work well with Obito. Therefore, Obito needs his people in the Akatsuki organization, and the more the better. In this way, even if he is not a member of the Akatsuki organization, he can secretly control Akatsuki. Since Away's strength is pretty good and he is Madara's backup, then it would be good to let him join Akatsuki. But Konoha's protective power over the nine-tailed Jinhyuriki is certainly not weak, and abducting him is not an easy task. Obito has Obito's concerns, but Away also has his own considerations. Seeing Away thinking about it, Obito was waiting. Is it too early to attack the nine-tailed Jinhyuriki now? Away asked. It would be interesting to bring the nine-tailed Jinhyuriki to the Akatsuki organization. Obito said with a smile. Chapter 59 Menma, join the Akatsuki organization. 45. After separating from Obito, Away also went to Konoha. Tuzi is really good at causing trouble. Away thought to himself. The Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha, the Bloody Mist in the Land of Water, and the secret schemes against the Akatsuki organization, Tsuchiko did a lot of things. The Kingdom of Rain is now dominated by the Akatsuki organization. Without the appearance of the light curtain, U Ninja Village would definitely be sealed off and isolated from the outside world. Even in a few years, the outside world might think that Hanzo is still alive. But because of what was exposed by the light curtain, the Akatsuki organization could no longer keep a low profile. Pain's 6 paths, the Rinnegan I, killed Hanzo, are well known in the ninja world. If he takes the 9 Tails Jinhyuriki to join the Akatsuki organization, Konoha will definitely not give up and put pressure on the Akatsuki organization. If one thing is not handled well, Konoha will probably go to war with Akatsuki. But Tuza made it clear that he wanted to cause trouble. Perhaps there was also an element of testing him. It is also convenient to use the art of mayfly to rush on the road. In less than half a day, they arrived in the dense forest near Konoha. You can see the Konoha gate in the distance. Although it is a village, Konoha is really not small. This is normal. During the Third Ninja War, the Third Reikage single-handedly fought against tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas, and finally died of exhaustion. That was not all Iwagakure's ninjas. Konoha is the strongest ninja village. Let's just say that the total number of ninjas is 2, and ordinary people in the village account for the majority, which shows the scale of Konoha. Aoi sensed carefully that there was a barrier covering the entire Konoha. There were 2 ninjas sitting at the gate of the village, and everyone else had to register when entering or leaving. In addition, there are many ANBU in the village, as well as the police department that Uchiha is responsible for. As for the telescope technique of the 3rd generation, it cannot be ignored. Infiltration successful. Sneaking into Konoha was easier than Wei thought. Use the art of disguise to blend in with the crowd on the street and be completely inconspicuous. As his powerful perception unfolded, he discovered several ANBU ninjas and a team of police department members. At the door of a izakaya not far away, a drunk man was acting like a drunken maniac. 3 members of the police department took him away with a cold face. Looking at the villagers' attitude towards Uchiha, it's not very good. Being hated by the villagers, this is the current situation of the Uchiha clan. The top management also completely distrusted Uchiha. Not only did they drive Uchiha to the edge of the village, but they also kept him under surveillance. Wei has no sympathy for the Uchiha clan. He was not in a hurry to contact Naruto, but instead walked around Konoha first. A rare visit. Ichiraku ramen like Otsutsuki Lauji is a must-try. As for the barbecue queue, you can also try it. By the way, you have to pay for food. He is now penniless, which is a bit embarrassing. Go and borrow some money first. Aoi murmured to himself. Ninja money is not so easy to borrow. But most of Konoha's businessmen are ordinary people. After thinking about it, I decided to go around the Sarutobi clan first. Half an hour later, Aoi arrived outside Yule Noodle House. I'd like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Otsutsuki Ichiraku squinted his eyes and looked kind. Uncle is quite young now. A bowl of tonkatsu ramen only costs 60 taels, which is really cheap. Looking at the price list in the store, wild vegetable ramen is 65 taels, special ramen is 70 taels, special barbecued pork is 75 taels, and the most expensive miso barbecued pork noodles is only 90 taels. Ninjas who complete the lowest D-level mission can only get a few thousand taels in reward, and C-level missions can get even tens of thousands taels. However, D-level and C-level missions are not dangerous, and they usually just use cats to deliver messages. Looking at it this way, the ninja can complete several D-level tasks every month without worrying about eating and drinking, just like Ichiraku ramen, he can eat it freely. Not long after, ramen was also served. As a white zetsu, there is no need to eat. But it's still okay to taste it. Maybe no other bai can do it, but he is already special. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed, it's not as delicious as I expected. Naruto thought it was delicious, that was because he had never eaten anything good. In the evening, Naruto practiced ninjutsu at home. Relying on what I learned in the ninja school, and then using the ninjutsu scrolls to teach myself. However, although Naruto worked hard, he didn't learn anything. What Naruto didn't know was that there were two ANBU ninjas protecting him near his home. A Chunin and a Jounin. Under the cover of night, Wei quietly appeared behind the two ANBU ninjas. When the two ANBU ninjas felt bad, they both had swellings similar to white zetsus. In the blink of an eye, the two ANBU ninjas were enveloped. Spore art. The swelling thing surrounding the two ANBU ninjas was rapidly absorbing chakra. The two ANBU ninjas struggled and wanted to spread the news, but in conjunction with the spore technique, Wei used the cutting technique. Long wooden thorns sprouted from each arm, and they easily penetrated into the bodies of the two ANBU ninjas. Leaving behind two corpses that had lost their vitality and chakra, Wei walked towards Naruto's house. Naruto, who was practicing ninjutsu at home, was surprised when he found a figure in front of him. "Who are you?" Naruto didn't recognize the person in front of him. "Menma, join the Akatsuki organization." Wei smiled and invited Naruto. Face numb? Akatsuki organization? Naruto's expression changed. The light screen had appeared several times, and Naruto had seen it. He was not ignorant about the Akatsuki organization. But Naruto didn't expect that someone would invite him to join the Akatsuki organization. "I will not be a rebellious nin," Naruto said seriously. Amused by Naruto's words, Wei said, "You just went to school and haven't graduated yet. You can't be called a ninja at all. You're not qualified to be a rebel ninja." Naruto: "That's true, but that's not the point." For Naruto, many people in the village are now friendly to him. And since he knows that the fourth Hokage is his father, a hero who sacrificed his life to protect the village, then he will become a ninja and Hokage. He won't do it if he is asked to join the Akatsuki organization. There's nothing we can do about it. Wei shook his head. Seeing that it was impossible to get Naruto to join the Akatsuki organization willingly. And the longer it takes, the worse it will be. Let's take Naruto away first. He ducked behind Naruto and stabbed him on the back of the neck. Naruto's vision went dark, he lost consciousness, and fell to the ground with a thump. At this time, Wei took out a sack. He put Naruto into a sack, carried him and left. 107 jumped down from the telephone pole and arrived near Naruto's house. Then, 107 discovered the bodies of two ANBU ninjas. Although 107 is a genius of the Uchiha clan and the young clan leader, he is not from the police department, but a member of the ANBU. Now, the third generation has strengthened its protection of Naruto. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at Naruto's house and found that Naruto was missing. Not good. At night, Wei successfully left the village. Outside Konoha Ninja Village, Wei turned his head and glanced. He took the Nine Tails Jinhyuriki away. Take the Nine Tails Jinhyuriki to join Akatsuki. All that's left is to watch the excitement. If you do this, there will definitely be fun to watch next. Even if Konoha puts pressure, Nagato won't be too weak. Hehe. Thanks to Fenkin for the 500 reward. Chapter 60 vs Skunk. The night is as cool as water, and the moonlight shines down. The evening wind blew in the dense forest, and for a while the shadows of the trees were dancing and the branches and leaves were swaying. The silence was broken by the chirping of insects. Suddenly, several crows flew by, lingered not far away, and then landed on a branch. But I saw a few crows tilting their heads and looking towards some shadow. Wei walked out of the shadows carrying the sack. Following Naruto's scent. Wei thought to himself and looked at the crows. At this time, the eyes of several crows turned into 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes. Sure enough, it was Skunk's psychic beast. 46. Naruto's scent had been covered up, and he didn't expect to be tracked so quickly. It should be said that 1 against 7 discovered it early, but the tracking ability is also very strong. Nowadays, several crows are all 3 Megatama Sharingan, but this is actually the projection of Itachi's Sharingan. It's not surprising that Nagato's Rinnegan can be projected onto Pain's 6 paths, and Itachi's Sharingan can be projected onto a psychic beast. As the 3 Megatama in the eyes of several crows rotated, the illusion is activated. In a blink of an eye, in Awei's eyes, a few crows turned into a few weasels. Itachi is still a member of Konoha's ANBU. Wearing an ANBU vest, an animal mask, and Itachi behind his back. Several weasels dispersed and surrounded Awei, all expressionless and silent. Itachi is an out-and-out genius, his tolerance is 10, his illusion is 10, his body is not 10, but he has 9, in addition, Sage, Speed and Seal are all 10, only his strength and essence are slightly different, but they are the worst. The essence also has 5. It's not easy to break Itachi's illusion, but this is for others. Awei's spiritual energy can be said to exceed that of everyone in the world. A ray of spirit from the high-dimensional world is placed in the low-dimensional world, it means killing indiscriminately. This is a dimensional gap. Coupled with Baiju's special physique, it is no exaggeration to say that Awei is immune to any illusion in this world. As Awei's spirit fluctuated, the illusion was lifted. Looking around again, there were only a few crows. And the crow's eyes are no longer the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Quack! Several crows made harsh and unpleasant cries, and they actually besieged Awei. Awei threw the sack he was carrying on the ground and clapped his hands. Powerful chakra poured into the surrounding leaves, and the leaves turned into shurikens. In an instant, there were densely packed shurikens, hundreds or thousands. Facing the shuriken, several crows couldn't avoid it. With several screams, several crows died without any body parts. The crow's blood and entrails were scattered all over the floor. But Awei's face remained as usual, his eyes unwavering. "Who are you?" A cold voice sounded not far behind Awei. Without looking back, Awei knew that the skunk was coming. Itachi squatted on a branch of a tree, his face obscured by an animal mask, but his pair of Sharingan eyes were fixed on Wei and the sack next to him. Sneaking into Konoha and kidnapping the 9 Tails Jinhyuriki, this behavior reminded Itachi of Kyumegakuer. The previous 9 Tails Jinhyuriki, Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kyokina, was targeted by Kyumegakuer. Kyumegakuer sneaked into Kyokina's home quietly. Kyokina was kidnapped by Kyumo Ninja when she returned home from school. Fortunately, she left her hair as a mark, and finally, when approaching the border, Minato arrived and successfully rescued her. In addition, Kyumegakuer used the peace talks as an excuse to send the Kyumo ninja to Konoha and sneaked into Hyaga's house and kidnapped Hinata, the eldest daughter of Hinata and Hizu. Fortunately, Hizu discovered it in time and killed the culprit. However, Kyumegakuer bit back in the 3rd generation for considering the overall situation, let the Hyaga clan sacrifice. If Hyaga and Hisashi hadn't committed suicide, I'm afraid it would have been Hisashi. Now, someone else had sneaked into Konoha and wanted to kidnap Naruto. It was normal for Itachi to think of Kyumegakuer. "Skunk, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business," Awei said to Weasel in a cold voice. "Itachi? Skunk?" Light Screen also said that he was the Weasel God. Being called a skunk made Itachi a little angry. The 9-tailed Jinchuriki is very important to Konoha, and Itachi must take it back. As for this thief, it would be best if he could be captured alive, and if that doesn't work, kill him. However, being able to kidnap Naruto quietly and quickly break his genjutsu, this thief is not an easy person. Looking at Awei, Itachi activated another illusion. Magic, the art of shackles. This is one of the genjutsu abilities of the hypnotic eye possessed by the Sharingan. In the spiritual world constructed by the artist, the captured person's limbs will feel like being driven into wedges, and the body's freedom will be completely lost. It will also be accompanied by the illusion of physical pain, exerting a powerful effect like torture. It can be said to be an advanced illusion that restrains the opponent's actions. The most important thing is that this technique does not require any seals and can be activated simply by looking at the opponent. In battle, it is easy to achieve unexpected effects. Even if his mental level was equal to Itaka's, he would still fall victim to it if he wasn't careful. Looking at Aoi again, his eyes were blank and there was a touch of pain on his face. Itaka jumped down from the tree branch and walked towards Aoi. Hehe, I lied to you. Aoi's eyes regained their vitality, and he stretched out his hand to dig into Itaka's heart. Bang! The attacked Itaka turned into a piece of wood and fell apart. Substitution. The previous crows were not only delaying time, but also a small test. Through testing, Itaka could confirm that this opponent could not be defeated by a simple illusion. Although the shackles technique was a good illusion, Itaka didn't expect to defeat his opponent with this technique. More than a dozen kunao came from behind. In mid-air, several kunao collided with each other and changed their trajectory. Compared to Suko's kunao throwing, Skunk's kunao throwing is much more subtle. These dozen kunao are very tricky. It's not easy for Aoi to completely avoid it. Ding ding ding! He saw wooden thorns growing on Aoi's right arm. With a wave of his arm, the wooden thorn blocked more than a dozen kunao. Although it is a wooden thorn, it is as strong as steel. Mudun. Itaka was also surprised. Mudun represents so much meaning. This is the limit of the blood successor of the god of ninja, and he is called the strongest blood successor. But in fact, the powerful one is not Mudun, but Senju Hashirama. Tenzo, Danzo, and Tsuchiko all have more or less mastered the wood release, but even together they are far less powerful than Hashirama. Even if Hashirama is dead, his cells are coveted. Among various studies, the research on intercolumnar cells is of the highest level. Although Aoi can also perform some wood release, for now, his wood release is far inferior to Hashirama. However, that may not be the case in the future. And Mudun is only one of Aoi's abilities at this stage. It is no small matter to just integrate the abilities of the 99 members of the Hokage chat group. Add to that Wei's own development of ninjutsu, and his ability can be imagined. Because of the strong spirit, the amount of chakra is also increasing rapidly. Even if the blood successor is synthesized, it is only a matter of time. This is still at this stage. If the Naruto chat group is upgraded, the number of group members will be greatly increased, and the strength will be further strengthened. The skunk's eyes became more serious. Is he really a Kumo ninja? Union has mastered the wood escape?